our goal here at C-SPAN on election night is not so much to be first with all the results of the horse races, but rather to watch the unfolding political landscape and understand a little better what it might mean for the country. To that end, we'll have guests at our table throughout the night. We'll also have live television pictures from key races around the country. And most importantly of all, we'll have your telephone calls and your questions and comments around the country. Let's take a look at our schedule for tonight. In just a couple of minutes, we'll be joined by our first two guests of the evening, Rich Bond, the former chairman of the Republican Party, and Bob Beckel, Democratic campaign consultant. Later on this evening at about 8:45, we'll be joined by Senator George Mitchell of Maine and Senator Bob Dole, who will be joining us from his Capitol Hill office. And in the 9 o'clock hour, two guests at our table, Carolyn Lockhead of the San Francisco Chronicle and Ken Bodie of PBS's Washington Week in Review. Also during that hour, you'll hear from the Reverend Jesse Jackson and Senator Alan Simpson of Wyoming. At the 10 p.m. Eastern Time hour on C-SPAN, David Wilhelm, the Democratic Party chair, will be here. We'll also be hearing from former independent presidential candidate Ross Perot joining us by phone. And that's the hour when you'll see the majority of the television simulcasts from stations all around the United States. At midnight Eastern Time, two more guests, Mark Plotkin, who is a political analyst here in Washington, D.C., joined by Ed Goaz, a Republican pollster. And then we'll wrap up the evening at 2:30 a.m. Eastern Time. We'll be here till around 3 Eastern Time with a full look at the results from the evening. Well, that's our schedule for tonight. And again, of course, our phone lines will be open. We'll put those C-SPAN telephone numbers on the screen so you can begin faxing in or your questions for any of our guests and also dialing in and getting your place in line for the evening's results. But let me turn to our two guests. Rich Bond, it's 8 o'clock hour here in the East Coast, and more than half of the polls closed around the United States. How are you feeling about today?
Susan, I'm the one that's smiling tonight. This looks like it's a huge Republican landslide. It's the first one I've ever been through, and I'm very proud of the way the party is pulling together tonight, and it's going to produce a whole lot of new faces and a whole lot of change.
Define huge Republican landslide.
Well, we're certainly going to win the Senate. I think it is an absolute foregone conclusion that we've won at least 8 Senate seats tonight, which puts us at 52-48. We could win 2 more. And we may win the House tonight, and if we don't, it'll be at least 30 seats, which means that there'll be a conservative coalition led by Newt Gingrich that'll be running the House.
I'm going to come back to you about what that really means. But Bob Beckel, welcome. How are you feeling this evening?
No wonder Bond's smiling after all that. Hey, you know, I'll tell you, I'm feeling a little bit like somebody who's been around this a long time and was waiting for this wave to break and crash over the Democrats for a long time. It's been a long time coming. It's been interrupted by some interesting events, by Bill Clinton, interestingly enough, who part of tonight, the responsibility will lie if the Democrats do as badly as they probably will. But he probably slowed down this momentum in '92 by winning the presidency because of a series of events that nobody foresaw. A bad economy for George Bush, a third-party candidate, an electorate that for only one time in history didn't care about foreign policy. Any one of those things had not been in place in '92, Clinton would have been elected. The country's been getting more conservative. This was bound to happen. A lot of these House seats, particularly, are seats that when redistricted in 1990 were meant to be Republican seats. Democrats held them in '92 because they either were well-known or because Republicans had bad candidates. So this is a conservative movement that's coming home to roost, and it will roost, and now they will have to rule, and that will be the big issue for them.
The people that are in the business that these two gentlemen are keeping their eyes on specific seats around the country to kind of get a sense of where the Congress is going. We've been watching those as well, and we've also linked up tonight with a number of television stations who are helping us with C-SPAN's election night coverage. These folks will be allowing us to simulcast some of their returns and also let you see live the victory and concession speeches. Here are the stations who are helping us. In Washington, D.C., WUSA. In Miami, WPLG-TV. In Boston, it's WCVB-TV. Atlanta, WXIA. Philadelphia, KYW. And the list continues with WFAA-TV in Dallas, New York News 1 in New York City, KIRO in Seattle, Washington, and KGO in San Francisco. You can look for them throughout the night for live coverage of their election returns, helping us with our coverage. We're going to go right now to a live picture from the Republican National Committee headquarters. They're at the Ramada Renaissance Hotel in Washington, D.C. And Mr. Bond, you can see on the screen, tell me a little bit about what happens on an election night at party headquarters.
Well, having stood up in a similar hotel in Washington, D.C. in 1992 and run up the white flag of defeat, I know the difference of what I'm looking at right now. That is a crowd that's going to be a boisterous crowd in about 2 hours when the final news that we've taken the Senate is going to come over. Enthusiasm is going to run high. This is in some ways a hostile takeover of a very important power organization in this country, the U.S. Senate, and they'll probably be there all night till 2 or 3 in the morning as the West Coast returns come in, because if we win the House tonight, it's going to be finally, the news will finally come from the California and the state of Washington seats where, for instance, Speaker Foley is likely to go down. And
I should say the Democratic Party, which in past years has had events like this, is not having one tonight. Mr. Beckel, can we read anything into that?
Oh, I don't think you can read too much into it. I mean, look, Democrats have had to work very hard these last 24 hours to try to salvage some of these races, and I think this is probably not a night for Democrats. Look, this is not, let's try to put this in perspective. This is historic. It is going to be a fundamental change in the way politics is done in Washington, with or without the Republicans taking the House. And for the Democratic Party, it's going to take time now to look at itself and look at the future, and for Bill Clinton to decide some very serious questions about how he's going to govern. Will he go into coalition government with the Republicans? Are the Republicans going to be able to hold themselves in line and not be too right-wing, which is what I suspect they may be in tendency to do. So if I were the Democrats, I wouldn't be having a party tonight either.
Tell me what you mean by a fundamental change in government.
Well, I mean, it's the fact the Republicans have held the Senate only once before, 80 to 86, since the 50s. They may well get control numerically, certainly philosophically, of the House of Representatives. That hasn't happened since '54. So that sort of a base is fundamental. But beyond that, if you look around the country, governor's races are in most of the populous states, which for a long, long time were the home of major Democratic strongholds, are going Republican. So it is for the Democrats, it may well be that they'll have to learn how to be a minority party. And that's something that's fundamentally different than things they've been used to, particularly in Washington.
Mr. Biden, last night we got a fax in from a viewer who asked a question I think is on quite a number of people's minds, which is, what difference does it make what party is in power? How will things really be different, if at all?
Well, for one thing, as Bob indicated, the Democrats have been in control of the House for, 44 years now? It's the same culture that's been in power in an organization for 44 years. They've passed on committee chairmanships. They have had staff as bureaucrats for 20, 25 years. All that is going to change if the Republicans take over the House. It's a broom sweeping out, not dead wood by any means, but a point of view which basically subscribes to government as the end-all and be-all and the answer to all things. They have blocked lots and lots of very common-sense legislation over the years: term limits, balanced budget amendments, welfare reform, incremental health care. They never gave President Bush a chance to get a domestic policy agenda to the floor of the Congress, a domestic policy agenda which frankly would have been pretty popular, but he could never get it out of the committee system, the committee barons, the Jack Brooks of the world. Those people are going to have their power broken tonight for the first time in over 40 years. So Bob says fundamental change. That is fundamental, big, big change.
But with the Democratic president at 1600 Pennsylvania, so what happens?
This Democratic president's finest moment, in my opinion, was in December of last year when he worked in bipartisan fashion with the Republicans to pass the North American Free Trade Agreement. If you look back at the polling data, those were the highest numbers that President Clinton ever had from the time he was elected on, because people liked the spirit of cooperation, and Republicans bailed him out on that. But Bill Clinton didn't learn a lesson. He turned right back around, stiffed the Republicans on health care, ran party government with his 83-vote margin in the House, and sunk in the quicksand of his own Democratic Party. Now he's going to have a press conference tomorrow morning, and he'll have to reach out to Bob Dole and Newt Gingrich and say, I want to govern from the center. But tonight you indicated that Jesse Jackson will be here. Jesse Jackson is not going to want Bill Clinton to govern from the center. Jesse Jackson's not going to let Bill Clinton govern from the center. And the last two Democratic presidents have had primary challenges, Lyndon Johnson and Jimmy Carter, and both of them were ex-presidents.
Let me just a couple. First of all, besides NAFTA, I keep hearing this, that is the single only issue that the Republicans saw fit to help President Clinton on, and it was a George Bush leftover piece of trade legislation. So this spirit of bipartisanship extended itself only to that one issue. But I get back to a point, we ask about 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. This is the fundamental question for Clinton. Does he decide to veto legislation passed by a conservative Congress, maybe a Republican Congress, Or does he decide to try to find some middle ground? The problem with that is, and I think Rich is right, there is going to be some rumbles from the left. And the Democratic caucus, remember, when it forms up at the end of this month, it will be much more liberal than it is today, because a lot of moderates and conservatives will have been beaten tonight. Liberals tend to survive in those districts. But there are very few moderates left. The Republican caucus will be the most conservative right-wing caucus, probably since the Republican Party was founded. The question is, can they find any ground where they can agree? And we'll see. I think they both need to, though. I don't think the Republicans can afford to try to being seen as taking Clinton out, which, frankly, I think that's part of some of their agenda, is that now they figure, okay, if we can get these two, we're going to get Clinton. He's next. But they better be careful, because now they have got to govern. The public's going to be watching carefully. And if they don't, they'll pay a price.
We are monitoring the Associated Press for results of tonight's races around the country. In addition, we are keeping our eye on the broadcast news networks when they are calling races. And I will pass along to our guests at the table some of the information coming across from the broadcast networks so we can help build a picture here. Right now, CBS is reporting results in the Tennessee races, which had 2 Senate seats up this year, as Bill Frist as the winner and Thompson as the winner in Tennessee, 2 Republicans.
Well, that's phenomenal, because Bill Frist is not just a winner. He is a person who just defeated the Democrat who thought he was going to be the majority leader of the United States Senate. And it turned out that back in Tennessee, they didn't want Jim Sasser in office, much less to be the majority leader or the minority leader of the U.S. Senate. That may be the 1 or 2, 3 or 3 biggest victories of the night for the Republican Party.
And in Oklahoma, an open Senate seat, which pitted 2 members of the House, Dave McCurdy, the Democrat, against Jim Inhofe. And again, this is a CBS report thus far. They're calling Jim Inhofe the winner in that race.
Well, first of all, what it tells us about the political map tonight, the South has been moving towards the Republican base since the late 60s. And it doesn't surprise me at all. In fact, any Democrat who survives in the South tonight is going to be a pretty strong horse. And I think for the Republicans now, you know, ever since the Civil Rights Movement and the anti-war movement began to divide Southern Democrats from the National Democratic Party, this has been a long process building. It is now a solid Republican South. It's not surprising to me at all. Oklahoma, the sort of sad part about that is that Dave McCurdy was the one trying to take the Democratic Party to a more moderate mainstream as chairman of the Democratic Leadership Council, and one of Clinton's earliest supporters, and he goes down to defeat. And I think that one you can probably lay at the feet of Clinton.
Let's take some calls, gentlemen. Our first is from Tallahassee. You're on the air.
Yes, good afternoon. Actually, good evening now, huh? I just so elated right now because Republicans are taking everything down here in Florida almost. I see that Jeb Bush is ahead in the polls. I'm originally from New York, and 1982, when I was in the 3rd grade, pressured my mother to vote for Lou Larimer against Mario Cuomo, so I haven't really felt this good since, I would say, 1988 when George Bush took the White House. Very ecstatic right now, so I'd just like to have a comment and say that I believe that Jeb Bush will take the state. I see your Quinson there, Mr. Democrat. I also
I'm smiling. I'm not... I think, with all due respect, I grew up in New York City. Most people I know from there have bad projections, so I wouldn't take that and put it in the bank yet.
Caller, let me ask you, what is it that you want from a Republican government?
What I want... Basically, this is about ideology, and the Republicans have the programs, and they have the party line that I'm looking for.
Like what,
less
specifically?
Taxes.
Less taxes?
Less taxes. Less government off my back. The reason I moved down here to Florida is because there's no state income tax. And tuition for school down here is so much cheaper than it is in New York. When I was going to school in New York, Mario Cuomo raised it twice the tuition within 1 year. That's ridiculous.
Okay, thanks for calling in. Mr. Bond?
I would say that he may have the daily double tonight. The exit polls I've seen on both Florida and New York right now are dead heat, and I just personally feel that the committed vote, the likely voter out there that was entering this election, will tilt both of those races to the Republicans, and that sort of leads to a thought, and that is that the Republicans very well after tonight may control the top 11 states and have governorships in all 11. And I'd like to make a brief comment on Bob's analysis of the Tennessee situation, which was completely valid. However, what he did leave out is, and I'm getting ahead of your coverage a little bit because the results aren't in, but it does look like that Democrat-held seats in the U.S. Senate in Ohio and in Pennsylvania and in Michigan and in Maine are all going to Republicans tonight, which means that this is not just some Southern phenomenon. This is a coast-to-coast structural change, almost a revolution that's washing over politics tonight.
I think the point was the extent and depth of it. I think in any other year, it will be correcting for the Democrats. It will not be correcting, in my view, in the South for a very long time. I was interested in what this caller said, though. The Republicans have their contract for America. We like to call it the contract on America. And they have said they were going to pass a major tax cut in the first 100 days. And I guess they will have the numbers to do that. The interesting thing for me, though, is once they do that, where are they going to make up that revenue, and where does the deficit go? I mean, you know, it's the irony of this is that people run on tax cuts, and yet they worry about the deficit. Maybe I slept through all the 80s, and that trickle-down stuff really did work, and deficits went down, but I think if you look at it, I'd like to see them cut taxes. I think it's a great idea, but I don't know where the revenue comes to make up for it. So we'll see, but that's a Republican problem now. It's not our problem. That is a Republican problem.
Remember, Bill Clinton is still president for 2 years, Bob.
Legislation is going to be going down from a Republican Congress, and I'd like to see what they're going to do. It's fine. You know, these guys can talk a big game, but now they're going to have to play in it, and I don't think they know how to do it.
I'll tell you what, we're suited up and ready to roll.
Okay, good. Well, you earned it.
Let's go back to calls. Mansfield, Pennsylvania.
Hello. I'd like to direct my question to Mr. Beckel. Since,
Yes,
sir, you're quite a famous outspoken foe of the NRA.
Yes, I am.
I'd like to ask you, as living in a rural area of Pennsylvania, and so far a law-abiding citizen, what I have done that makes you feel that I should not enjoy my chosen hobby of discharging firearms, particularly some, shall we say, bad semi-automatics. I'll hang up and listen for your answer. I'm dying on pins and needles to find out why I can't have my gun.
I bet you are. You can go take your toys and play with them. It doesn't really bother me much. I've never had anything against the NRA membership. I have a lot against the NRA leadership, and I've said it over and over again. I will say it again. They're vastly overrated politically. They look at their own self-interest first, and frankly, I don't think the interest of their own membership. But having said that, we think very strongly that semi-automatic weapons, if you have them, you can keep them. So I know you probably got a lot, sounds like to me. But when the NRA comes out in a crime bill against midnight basketball programs, but they want to have automatic weapons, the only thing I can think is, I take it they want them to shoot each other and not shoot hoops. And the NRA I'll tell you what it's done. It has gotten into my life now, and the lives of a lot of other people. They have stopped gun legislation where after they've stopped that very legislation would have prevented people from dying. And maybe that has to be on their conscience, not on mine.
Delran, New Jersey.
So I'd just like to say to the gentleman from the Democratic Party, I voted for Senator Lautenberg this time. Prior, I had voted Republican for many years, but for myself, I think it's time for a change. I think Senator Lautenberg has done a great deal for the state. He's one of the few politicians that I've ever dealt with that I've met on a personal level, and he's actually taken the time to correspond and talk with me. And I just think the gentleman has done a great deal for the state. And I rarely voted Democrat at all for many years, but I just think it was time for a change. And I just wanted to state that I think he's done a great deal for the state of New Jersey. Although I've also voted for Christy Whitman when she ran for governor, but I think Senator Lautenberg was the person for me to vote for.
Well, you're confusing me with the time for a change when you voted for an incumbent.
Well, it's not. Well, maybe I said that wrong. Time for a change. Maybe that was incorrect, but. I just felt that Mr. Lautenberg, like I said, he's done a great deal for the state. I felt, and certain interest. I'm a government worker, and I think he's done at least for us as far as government employees. I think he's helped us, and I've kept track of that.
Okay, sir. Thanks, Bob Beckel. Hold your thought for a minute, because we have someone on the line with Lou Ketchum from Tennessee, Frank Sutherland, who's covering Tennessee politics, and then we'll come back and hear a reaction to that caller. Lou?
Earlier you talked about the results in Tennessee, focusing on the Senate races, but Frank Sutherland of the Tennessean is with us. Thanks for joining us. We talked earlier here about the Senate races. What can you tell us about your race there for governor?
Well, they have just called the race for the Republican Donald Sundquist beating Nashville Mayor Phil Bredesen. Congressman Sundquist overcame the fact that he was a congressman and rode that tide in of conservatism, and it looks like he's going to be the next governor.
Can you tell us what it means now to the state of Tennessee to have Republicans in the 3 top statewide offices?
Well, the state began to get the first hint when more people voted in the Republican primary in August than the Democrats, and nobody recalls that ever happening. What it means now is a complete shift in leadership. It means the grassroots at the county courthouse level are Democratic in Middle and West Tennessee, and the Republican in East Tennessee, and so the power is going to have to be realigned, and we still have a Democratic legislature that's going to have to deal with the Republican governor.
Could you explain a little bit further what you just talked about Middle, East, and West Tennessee, and tell us where these candidates showed the most strength and why those parts of the state are significant?
East Tennessee has been traditionally Republican. They didn't secede from the Union during the Civil War. It goes that far back. Middle Tennessee has been the home of Jacksonian democracy. Andrew Jackson in West Tennessee has a Democratic tradition as well. But what has happened is that Sundquist, as the Republican governor, as a Republican congressman, they gerrymandered his congressional district all over West and Middle Tennessee, but he won because of his conservatism.
I tell you what, Frank, let me let you go for a few minutes so we can go up to Boston to WCVB television for the latest from there.
In the case of Bill Weld, he made a case for the fact that he had put the fiscal health of the Commonwealth back on track, and that was his big currency, and he ran with that, and that put him over. In the case of Kennedy, he's been there a very long time, and when Kennedy knows how to go after his base, and he got a wake-up call around September 1st, and he began to go after his base. He began to bring some people onto his campaign because the campaign was in disarray in August and in July. And when he realized he had a wake-up call, the Kennedys know how to go after their base. They energized that base, and now he's going back.
Avi, do you think it was ideology or personality here?
Well, campaigns are usually a mixture of the two, but I think it was more personality in the case of the Kennedy campaign and more ideology in the case of the Weld campaign. And maybe some of this shows how strong the incumbency is. The incumbency factor seems to be dominant in Massachusetts, but the Kennedy mystique is still alive and well. I mean, this is still Camelot. I think if his name were not Kennedy and he presented with the same record and the same overweight bearing that he offered in this campaign, the voters might have chosen differently.
But if indeed the country is, the American voters are about to take the country sharply to the right, I mean, here's a guy who ran on his record, made no bones about the fact that he was a liberal after 32 years.
Yeah, I think part of this has to be laid at the doorstep also of Romney. The Romney campaign never really clicked. I mean, I think he missed a little bit on the issues, and he never, you know, insofar as a candidacy has to be somewhat an ethnic candidacy, Romney was nobody's ethnic candidate. A little too pretty, a little too perfect, you know, it doesn't quite connect with any of the groups, and I think too many people found themselves unable to establish any kind of identification with Romney, and that cost him.
You know,
despite the fact that Mitt Romney made some big mistakes by not having enough experienced people to run his campaign, and he was disconnected from the apparatus of the Republican Party, that was a really big mistake. He went much farther than I thought he would go, or most people thought he would go. I think he has built a base. If he decides to run again and he goes against John Kerry, it will be one hell of a fight. So if I was John Kerry tonight, I would be in a very cold sweat about the possibility that Mitt Romney would.
That's some of the local analysis in Boston, of course, where both the governor and Senate race is being watched. It's from WCVB TV in Boston, one of the many stations we'll be looking at tonight. Well, right now we have a live camera at the Republican Party headquarters. Senator Phil Gramm is there right now. Senator Gramm, good evening. It's a little bit early, but tell us what you know so far.
Well, I know that we've won a Republican majority, Susan. It's a convincing victory. I think as of right now, we clearly are over the 7 mark. We're going to have a Republican majority in January. And obviously, we're excited about it. In the last 2 years, we've had plenty of opportunities to say no. And no has been the right answer in the last 2 years to most of the Clinton program. But because we're going to have a Republican majority next year, we're going to get a chance to say yes. Yes to a balanced budget amendment to the Constitution. Yes to a real welfare reform bill that asks the 40 million people in the wagon to get out and help the rest of us pull it. Yes to a real crime bill to grab violent criminals by the throat and not let them go to get a better grip. and yes to a health care reform bill that doesn't try to tear down the greatest health care system in history and rebuild it in the image of the post office, but that tries to improve on the system we have.
What can you expect from President Clinton on these issues?
I think it depends. I think if the president reads the election tonight as a rejection of his agenda and also as a rejection of big government, I think there's a potential that we can work together. If you look at the Rivlin memo, which got played up in the media because it suggested that the administration might be looking at taxes or entitlement cuts, but the real focus of that memo is a continued commitment of this administration to more government. If their only answer to every problem is more government, more spending, more taxes, then we're going to have confrontation because clearly we're talking about two competing visions of the future. But if the president gets the message tonight, we got the message. The message was stop the taxing, spending, and regulating. We want less government, more freedom. I think Republicans now have an obligation to try to give the people that. Then it's going to be up to the president as to whether or not he's going to respond to that mandate.
Senator Graham, if the watchword in the last two elections, this time and last time, was change, how long does the Republican Party have to get its agenda across before the voters say change again?
Well, obviously, we have 2 years. I think we're going to have to try to respond to the mandate. I think people did say we want less government and more freedom. This is not a referendum just about taxes. It's a referendum about government. I think people think government is too big. I think government people believe the government is too distant. And also there are many people who think that the government is now against them. And I think we've got to change that. And I think we start by putting the federal government on a budget. I think we start with a balanced budget amendment to the Constitution, and then we build from there. Now, obviously, we can't guarantee that the president is going to sign the bills we pass, but we're going to be judged by what we offer, just as the president was judged tonight on what he proposed. The American people tonight said no to Bill Clinton, no to his program, no to government. They said yes to freedom and yes to the Republican Party. I'm determined that we respond to that.
Senator Graham, I know it's busy there tonight, but we have two people at our table here whom you know quite well. Rich Bond is with us.
Sure. Hi, Rich.
Also, Bob Beckel. I'm going to ask each of them if they have a question for you or a comment for you. Mr. Bond?
Phil, this is Rich. 2 years ago when I stepped down in leadership of the party, you took me to your office and you told me to keep faith and guaranteed that we were going to win the Senate under your leadership at the Senatorial Committee, and you have kept that promise, and I just want to congratulate you on a spectacular job.
Well, thank you, Rich. You know, in the last election, it was a hard election. We only got 38% of the vote. We broke even in the Senate. I didn't realize it that night 2 years ago, but that was victory. If we had lost 4 or 5 seats 2 years ago, we wouldn't be standing here tonight with a Republican majority. And I want to thank you for your leadership at a very, very tough time. I think when historians look back, they're going to see that under very tough circumstances in 1992, that in these Senate and House races, we laid the predicate for tonight.
Mr. Beckel, very quickly, and then Senator Graham has to go.
Senator Graham, just quickly, now that you all, and I agree with you, you've won a big victory tonight. Now that everybody's talked about entitlements, we all recognize that's got to be dealt with. Are you prepared now to sit down with Bill Clinton or a bipartisan commission and get serious about entitlements, including Social Security? Or because of the rhetoric of this campaign, is once again that going to be delayed by politicians on both sides?
Well, let me respond in 2 ways. First of all, I'm ready to get very serious about entitlements, but I don't want to cut Social Security. Number one, it's not part of the problem. Number two, it's not my agenda. I want to dramatically reduce the size and cost of the federal government. The reason you want to cut Social Security is because you don't want to fundamentally change things. I want to fundamentally change things. I want to rewrite the contract between the government and its people. I want to deal with everything from welfare to Medicaid, and I also believe there's still a tremendous amount in discretionary spending that will not meet the worker test. And that is a test where you look at hardworking people and you say, is it worth taking their money to spend money on this program? I think if you look at a lot of our government, the answer is no. But am I willing to work with anybody? The answer is yes.
Senator Graham, thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
Senator Graham, live from the Republican Party headquarters here in Washington, D.C. Your question implies that you think Social Security has to be on the table.
Oh, of course it does. I mean, you know, Graham and these people are running around keep saying, oh, we can do this without touching Social Security. The truth of the matter is everybody recognizes you can take everything. Take housing, urban development, take all welfare. I'll give it to you. Throw it on the table. Take it all away. And when you cut right down to it, entitlement specifically, Social Security is going to be going broke at a very fast rate. And now that they're going to govern, they're going to have to deal with that. They just can't talk about it. They got to deal with it. So let's see his math. You know, if he thinks he can do it without Social Security, then maybe he's more of a genie than I thought.
Bob, I think Social Security is in pretty good shape till the year 2013. But I'll tell you what, Congress, under Republican, Democrat presidents, both party control at various times, has been unable to deal with some thorny issues. Base closures and the Social Security problem in '82. They created a commission. I wouldn't mind seeing a bipartisan commission created with the House leadership of Gingrich and the Senate leadership of Dole and Phil Gramm, and sitting down with people from the White House, taking it off campus and making an agreement to get something done about entitlements and not make it a political football, because that is the way to really get the contract with America through, is to basically address all these problems honestly and not just and slough it off and say, how are we going to pay for this stuff?
I don't want to correct your math professor now that you're almost a PhD, but it's $70 billion shortfall in the year 1999 by the Social Security Administration's own numbers.
We had that caller a few minutes back who voted for Senator Lautenberg, and you had something you wanted to say.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that it's interesting that in this case, Lautenberg, even though he's the incumbent, remember, he came out of the business world there, and Hatayan, the guy that he's running against, has been a career politician, has been Speaker of the House in New Jersey, and that'll be a close race still. You know, that was thought to be an easy race for the Democrats, but that is a state that closes very quickly, and in the end tends to close more Republican. I think Lautenberg will survive.
Palm Beach, Florida, you're on the air.
Thanks, Susan. I have a comment for Mr. Bechtel there. The thing that he doesn't seem to understand, as most Democrats don't seem to understand, is that Social Security will work, and the reason why it will work under a Republican Congress is very simple. The Republican philosophy of giving small businesses some edge or some advantage, of some incentives that only Congress can do, will generate new jobs, and it's those new jobs that will be paying into the Social Security Fund that you've never seen under the likes before under a Democratic Congress, because you cannot have Social Security getting well in a situation where you're running 8 and 9% unemployment in the country.
Can I just make one point, please? If you're gonna make those kind of comments, would you get your facts straight? Unemployment is 5.8%, and there were more jobs produced in the United States, good-paying jobs, in the last 15 months under a Democratic governor, president, Democratic Congress, than in all 4 years of the Bush administration. So, if you're right, already jobs being created a record number under Clinton. The Social Security system ain't getting any better. Now, maybe you know something I don't know, but get your facts straight. It's 5.8% unemployment and more jobs created in 15 months than the entire Bush administration.
We're going to take a call and then go up to New York for a look at the governor's race. Memphis, Tennessee.
Hey, Susan. Hey, Bob.
Hey.
How y'all doing tonight?
Fine.
Let me tell you where I think the mainstream press and is somewhat responsible for the Democratic losses tonight. They didn't do their homework on Clinton. What has happened is, I've done business over in the state of Arkansas for years, is that the press didn't cover Clinton enough when he was in his campaign. They elected a guy who didn't have skeletons in his closets. He had the whole graveyard. And in my judgment, if they would have just done their homework on the guy, I mean, not only the sexual peccadillos, everybody knew it down here, but the fact that, you know, the conflict of interest between the Rose Law Firm and, you know, the governor, nobody's covered that.
Okay, thanks.
You know, although tomorrow I will guarantee you Clinton will take the lion's share of the heat for this loss, I want to just repeat that if Bill Clinton were not president, there were trends developing in the country for several years that have boded ill for Democrats, not the least of which is the country is becoming more conservative. And I'm not so sure if Clinton hadn't been president that the Democrats would not probably had something this potentially big as will be tonight, but that would have been a lot of losses.
Why is the country getting more conservative?
Oh, I think there is. I think there is a reaction against big government, and I've seen that. I mean, I think those of us on our side have to own up to the fact that for a long time, services provided by government were received by the public as something they saw as important and necessary to their livelihood. Now I think they are turning inward, and I do think they are turning much more to state and local governments. And so it's true. I mean, I could sit here and try to spin this, but there's nothing I really can spin. The truth of the matter is that the liberal agenda, the programs of my father's generation and then in my Vietnam era generation, a lot of those were very well intentioned. A lot of them have not worked, and now the public is saying, let's try something different. The difference, though, is I still believe that the Republicans don't quite know how to get you there, and the public's going to be in for a rude awakening when they give this to the Republicans to do it. But look, they've earned their shot at it. Let's see. I'll be certainly willing to comment on their success or failure.
We said that you wanted to watch that race in New Jersey. ABC has now reported that Senator Lautenberg is the winner in New Jersey's race. Let's go up to New York, New York News 1, where they're talking about the governor's race in their state.
And we are joined now live, Leslie, by the First Lady of New York State, Matilda Cuomo. Good evening, ma'am.
Hello, Dominic. How are you?
Good. As a first question, just a second ago, the Lieutenant Governor of the state, Stanley Lundeen, came down here, and he told the reporters that he never believed the polls that indicated your husband had a double-digit lead in this contest. How close are you expecting this race to be tonight?
Well, I don't know about polls. All I know is that we work very hard to let people know a good message, and that is that we call the Empire State because we are larger than many countries. We have 18 million people here. We are the leader in the whole country. We have programs and services that are replicated all over the country. People have to realize that. But I want to tell the people, Dominic, if they haven't voted, they must vote. Just think of the people all over this world who have sacrificed, children in Soweto, just to get the kind of system we have here, our democracy, to get to vote, you know? And I think they all should vote. That's the whole thing. If they have time, they haven't voted, they must get out and vote. It's an obligation, a responsibility.
Just two quick questions.
Yes.
What regions of the state do you see as key to victory tonight?
Well, of course, you know, all the regions are important to the governor, but because he is the family of New York. I mean, that's what he personifies. That's what he started with. And he loves everybody in this state. He is so cohesive, Dominic. You know, he really is constructive, not destructive. He loves everybody in this state. That's why he called us the family of New York, like a father of a family. And I think the New York City people realize that what Mayor Giuliani is saying with great courage, that all the mayors and because I've traveled the whole state, they all feel the same way as Mayor Giuliani.
Okay.
That it's this governor who can really help them.
The final question, your husband this morning, he didn't exactly sound too optimistic. Have you, as well as your husband, began to deal with the possibility that this may very well come to an end tonight?
I think we're going to be victorious. I think the people have focused on what is best for them and their family. And this governor really is for children and families. He is the governor who's thought of children with disabilities, for mental health, like no other governor. And he's well known nationally and internationally, Dominic. So when it comes down to the bottom line, who is best for me? And he doesn't say things just to make it sound right. You know, he really is very, very thorough.
So you haven't thought about the possibility that you may lose?
We're not even thinking about that. We're going to win.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, Matilda Cuomo, the First Lady of New York State.
We have to win.
Thank you very much for your time, ma'am.
Rich Pond, the New York governor's race, one of many closely fought in this Campaign 94. Overall, did Campaign 94 break new grounds in the conduct of campaigns in any way?
Well, I think it was pretty nasty, probably nastier than usual, but that's not something that we're not used to in America, so that's not particularly new ground. I think you've seen some new technologies out there, particularly some of the computer technology that was used on internet and back and forth with candidates answering questions. There were some different polling techniques used. They actually used polling and what they called push questions as negative attacks on candidates. If they called you up and you said you were for Bob Bickel as opposed to Rich Bond, they would tell you some horrible things about one or the other of us and get you to change your mind during the poll itself. That's a new technology which I think took some people by surprise.
Anything new in Campaign 94 from your perspective?
Yeah, it's about the newest low I've ever seen. I mean, I got out of the business about 8 years ago to be an analyst, and I'm glad I did. I have never seen the percentage of negative ads used now. Most of these campaigns, I would bet you, were 3 or 4 to 1 negative over positive commercials. I'm, though, very interested to see this, and I'm now becoming more persuaded looking at data, that when candidates began to get a lot of heat from the electorate about negative ads, when they turned and went positive this last week, their numbers went up. Interestingly enough, in Virginia, when Rob started to pull away from North went on the air with that ad that said, I made some mistakes, and it was a positive ad about his family, his numbers started coming back up. I think the lesson here is negative ads, they say they work. I'm not so sure they do work, and maybe if there's one saving grace, at least for me tonight, is that maybe that'll begin to be exposed.
When you look at Campaign 94 with regards to money, what do you see?
Well, I see $500 million. I mean, that's remarkable. It's all-time record spending, and also individual record spending. There's a lot of people with a lot of money. This guy Friston, the new senator from Tennessee, and our friend in California.
And this guy Lautenberg, who just got elected.
No, that's right. No, but I'm telling you, but the number of people who are millionaires in the Senate on both sides is increasingly becoming so expensive to compete. You're either going to get people with a whole lot of money of their own or having to depend increasingly on special interest. And that, I think, is another lesson out of all this. It's out of control. It's got to be brought under control.
How, if you agree?
Oh, I do agree, and I do think you're going to see significant campaign finance reform in this Congress. It didn't happen last time because the Republicans perceived that the Democrats were protecting themselves first and talking about sincere campaign reform second. I think what will happen is, principally led by Gingrich in the House, is that they will dismantle the type of special interest protection that had been afforded the incumbents and let the cards fall where they may in the next election.
We're going to go for a minute to my colleague Lou Ketchum for an update on the Virginia Senate race.
We have on the line with us Jeff Shapiro of the Richmond Times-Dispatch. Jeff, what can you tell us about the Senate race?
It appears at this point that Senator Robb will be reelected. Several of the networks have declared him the victor, cable news network, CBS, and I believe NBC, but check me on that. The pattern of returns suggests that the senator is going to run up some big votes in the Washington to Tidewater urban corridor, where he had to do well to survive on Election Day.
On in this race, a lot of the stories showed that Oliver North was leading. What did Chuck Robb do in these closing days to turn that around?
Well, actually, it was as much what Chuck Robb did as what Oliver North didn't do. There were plenty of barbs that North could have hurled at Robb. He chose not to. That gave Robb an opportunity to press the question of his truthfulness, North's truthfulness, that is, with a series of fairly scathing ads. There were also it was another gaffe by Oliver North on Social Security, which supplied Robb with yet another opening. And all along, North chose to emphasize the positive in those closing weeks of the campaign, while taking a fairly defensive posture on Iran-Contra as well as Social Security.
Also, much has been written about the organization that Oliver North put together in this campaign. What happens to that organization now?
Well, clearly, this is an organization that is loyal to the man, and I think that's going to be one of the great unknowns, at least for the next year or so. It's been suggested that North drew a lot of people, a lot of newcomers to the political process in much the way Ronald Reagan did, and people who didn't necessarily continue to participate in politics. So we'll have to look to the out years to see if North remains a fixture and has some influence in the Republican Party.
Jeff Shapiro of the Richmond Times-Dispatch, thanks very much for being with us.
Thank you.
Our coverage of Election 94 continues until about 3 a.m. Eastern Time. We invite you to stay with us. We'll be back with more after a short break.
You're watching Election Night coverage on C-SPAN, the network of record for Campaign 94. C-SPAN's election coverage continues tomorrow at 7 a.m. Eastern Time, 4 a.m. Pacific, with the late overnight results and your phone calls, faxes, and email. Also, throughout the morning, you'll see briefings by several national political officials, including Republican National Committee Chairman Haley Barbour and Democratic National Committee Chairman David Wilhelm. Wednesday and Thursday, C-SPAN provides live coverage of 3 post-election forums, Wednesday at 1:30 p.m. and 6:30 p.m. Eastern Time, and Thursday at 8 a.m. Eastern Time, with political analysts and consultants discussing today's election results and what they mean to the country. Wednesday afternoon, we plan live coverage of a news conference by President Clinton at the White House. A post-election presidential news conference tomorrow at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Time, 11:30 a.m. Pacific. On Thursday, see a post-election news conference by the National Women's Political Caucus. Caucus President Harriet Woods is expected to lead the briefing. Our live coverage begins at 11:30 a.m. Eastern Time. And C-SPAN is online right now with Campaign 94 information. We're providing biographical summaries of the newly elected House and Senate members on America Online and on the Internet. Election night coverage now continues on C-SPAN, the network of record for Campaign 94.
On your screen, a live picture of the United States Capitol as Campaign 94's election night continues here on C-SPAN. Joining us in the studio here tonight, Senator George Mitchell of Maine. Senator Mitchell, what's it like to be you tonight? What are you thinking about?
Well, I miss not running. I will miss the Senate very much, especially my relationship with my colleagues in the Senate, Democrats and Republicans alike. And I'm obviously anxiously awaiting the results, hoping that the Democrats retain control of the Senate.
Well, we just heard Senator Phil Gramm a little while ago saying that the Republicans have it. Is he right? Is it too early to claim that?
I don't know if he's right or wrong. I think it's too early to know that. There are several very close races, but it's obviously possible given the close nature of the races and the number of races that Republicans have already won.
What do you see happening in the country right now? Help us understand what's going on with this election year.
Well, I'm not sure I understand it fully. It seems to me that there's a lot of frustration, demand for change. I think that was the motivating force behind President Clinton's election in 1992, and it continues unabated today. I think people want change. They're uncertain about it. Someone said once that people want change in the abstract, but are concerned about it in the particular. And I think that's what's going on in the country. And for now, that appears to be the motivating force in this election as well.
Change for what, though?
Well, I think that's it. There's some uncertainty about what it ought to be. I think the Republicans have done well. They've conducted in general a skillful campaign at focusing the hostility and anger of voters on Democrats. In fact, I find as I travel around, people are pretty much angry at everybody, frustrated with everybody. And in a certain sense, if Senator Gramm is right, and the Republicans do take control of the Senate, they will obviously deserve credit for having done so, and they will be understandably pleased. But I think it also will now impose upon them a responsibility. They will now be part of governing. They'll have that responsibility, and the days of just being in the opposition and saying no will be over. So it will be interesting if that does occur, although obviously we've got to wait and see what happens in a few more races.
Is there anything about the 103rd Congress that you would like to do over again?
Oh, sure. Yeah, there are a lot of things I'd like to do over again. I wish we'd done better at health care. I think we did well with the economic program, and the results of that are now evident all across the country, and I think will become increasingly so as the economy continues in its upsurge.
Joining us now from his office on Capitol Hill, Senator Bob Dole. Senator Dole, thanks for being with us. Senator Dole, tell me what your thoughts are on this election night thus far.
Well, I'm sitting here hoping for 2 more seats. I think, as far as I know, we've had a net gain of 5. It takes 7, so we're not there yet. Now, maybe somebody knows something I don't know, but we're very hopeful and very optimistic, but we're going to wait, as Senator Mitchell suggested, until some more of these close races come in.
What can the American public, say you are successful at getting control of the Senate, what can the American public expect first from you in January?
Well, I think, first of all, the American people, if in fact we do have a majority, we're obviously making big gains in congressional seats, state constitutional officer seats, state legislative races, Senate races, House races. I think it's a vote of no confidence in the Clinton agenda, and a big vote of confidence in what they hope will be Republican responsibility in addressing some of the problems, some of the big government, big taxes, big regulation. So we have to focus on that. And I think if we have a majority, that'll be our first order of business. We've already been at work for the past several weeks at a staff level looking at areas where we might make some changes, starting with the Congress, and we'll reveal those at the appropriate time.
I don't know if you could hear Senator Mitchell's comments, but he talked about the frustration on the part of the electorate out there. I want to ask each of you, as people who have served a long time in public service in this town, what can you do, what do you want to do to change that public attitude about this city and how it works? Let me start with Senator Mitchell, if I can.
Well, of course, I'm leaving the Senate, so it'll be up to Senator Dole to get that done, to meet that agenda. My own personal view is that we need to do two things: change the way in which elections are financed and conducted, and then secondly, and more importantly in the long run, is address in a responsible way the problems that Americans are having in their daily lives. I think part of the frustration is that many Americans feel that what we're doing here doesn't really relate to their lives. It doesn't seem to jive with what the problems they experience in their daily lives. I think things like health care, for example, jobs and economic growth, that's what people really care about. Education also. And although we've done some good things, I think we didn't do a good job at getting the message out on those things. And secondly, I think we have to address the problems more effectively than we have. I think that's the only way you're going to get a restoration of confidence by the people in their government.
Senator Dole, can you restore the public's faith in the institution?
Well, we have to try. If we end up with a majority, then we have the burden of helping provide the leadership that's going to make that change. I must say the frustration's been there, I think, for a number of years. At least it seems to me it's been there for a number of years. And there's always some frustration and maybe a little cynicism when it comes to government. The government does a lot of good things, but we also maybe unintentionally do a lot of bad things, at least perceived bad by the people who have to put up with the regulation or the increased tax or the mandates or whatever it is. And I think they're saying to us, all of us, particularly Republicans, if we have a majority in the House and the Senate and governorships, okay, we're going to give you an opportunity. You haven't had a real one for 42 years since you've had the House and the Senate. And if you mess up, out you go. So we understand the responsibility. And obviously we understand the need to work with the president. We only have one president at a time. It's President Clinton. And if we have a majority, we're going to try to work together. That means we're going to agree on everything, but it does mean that we're going to try to fulfill our responsibilities to the president and primarily the American people. Give America back to the people, if you could sum it up. Now, can you do that? Well, maybe in some areas you can, maybe some areas you can't.
Senator Dole, how many miles do you think you logged on the trail this campaign year?
Well, I've had about 500 events in the past 2 years for House candidates, governors, Senate races, state legislative races. You know, we've had good news in our own state. We elected a Republican governor. We haven't had one for 4 years. Probably going to pick up maybe 1 or 2 House seats. But I've been busy, but I enjoy what I do. I think Senator Mitchell, we understand that as leaders, you have a responsibility to go out there and help other people, try to build your party. He's done a lot of it, and I've done a lot of it.
Can you tell me one snapshot from all those miles on the campaign trail that summarizes the campaign? What do you remember, a person, an event you went to that really is the epitome of Campaign 94?
I remember a Democratic congressman named Bob Filder. I never met such an obnoxious person, in San Diego. I was there with a Republican candidate for Congress, Mary Alice Acevedo, and he interrupted our press conference and made all kinds of accusations. I guess I'll always remember that. I've never had that happen. In all the times I've been in politics with Democrats, Republicans, Perot supporters, whatever, to have someone with that little judgment. But in any event, I'll remember that for a long time.
Does it summarize the campaign for you, or is it you remember it because it was so different?
It was different. I mean, you know, it's politics is competitive, and you expect competition, but you don't expect somebody to be totally rude. I said if people knew you, you wouldn't get 1 vote in your district. But I don't know if he's going to be reelected or not. That's probably an aside. But I think there is some frustration. But there's also a lot of energy out there, a lot of enthusiasm. I found everywhere I went. I was in Minnesota last night, my last campaign stop for Rod Grams, who was locked in a tight Senate race. We had 1,000 people there with Governor Arnie Carlson, who's going to win big. And we just had a lot of good people there, a lot of enthusiasm, wanting Republicans to win. And I think that's what I'll remember, all the good time. Maybe this one bad time, I'll forget about, but I'll remember the good times.
Senator Dole, I know you've got a lot of other people there waiting to ask you questions for other television stations, so we'll say thanks and hope we can talk to you again soon after this night is over.
Thank you.
Senator Mitchell, let me ask you the same question about being on the campaign trail this year. Do you have a story that kind of will always epitomize Campaign 94 for you?
Well, the thing I remember most doesn't really have anything to do with Campaign 94. I had a very emotional encounter in Maine. I spent my time, I was in Maine on weekends and then traveled the rest of the country during the week. And I had been instrumental in helping, through a long story which I won't repeat here, to save 1,000 jobs, a couple of paper mills in Maine that were threatened with closure. And I was walking out of a restaurant in Bangor, and a fella came up to me, and I thought at first he was hostile because he rushed up to me and actually bumped into me. And I've never been actually punched out on the campaign trail, but I've been pushed and shoved a lot, and people get angry. And I thought it was very hostile, and it turns out he's a man whose job had been saved, and he grabbed me and he was shaking with emotion, tears pouring down his face, and thanked me for what I'd done. And it was extremely emotional. At first, as I said, I thought it was hostility, and I thought he was going to take a swing at me, but he didn't do it. It turned out to be just the opposite. And it's a very vivid memory. It occurred earlier this year. Really didn't have anything to do with the campaign, but it's something that I most remember.
I just want to go back to a comment you made about the fact that you're leaving and the job remains to others. Can you leave Washington truly behind when you leave the city? You've spent an awful lot of time here.
Well, I've been in the Senate about 15 years. It's been an important part of my life, and I'm quite certain that I would have been reelected had I decided to run. But I made a decision, a personal commitment 12 years ago when I was first elected to a full term, that I would serve only a limited time, and I would leave after that time. And it was very difficult to honor that commitment because I love the work I'm doing, and I love public service, and I enjoy very much the opportunity to represent people, the Maine people of Maine, in the Senate. And so I will miss it very much, but I've always believed in not looking back, that you do the best you can at what you're doing and you move on to other things, and I look forward to other things as well.
Now, each of you, both Senator Dole and yourself, mentioned the fact to need to reform the money part of politics to help restore confidence. What can be done that doesn't limit First Amendment rights, that doesn't give incumbents automatic protection? And I don't know how you feel about public financing of campaigns. How do you get that all in an equation that works?
We passed the bill that we passed a couple of years ago that President Bush vetoed, and that we tried to pass again this year but failed to do so. Senator Dole and I worked at it actually over several years, and we reached agreement on a lot of the issues, but we couldn't reach agreement on the really fundamental issues of spending limits. I think the only way you're going to reduce the advantage of incumbents in money is by having limits on how much can be spent. The Republicans are adamantly opposed to that. We adamantly favor it, and on that difference, I think the effort foundered. I think it's unlikely that will occur now, given the Republican gains in the Senate. The other aspect of it is public financing. I personally favor that. Our Republican colleagues are adamantly opposed to that as well, even though what we proposed was a rather limited form, indirect, not involving any direct taxpayer funds. That's an issue that I think is not likely to be high on the agenda in the next Congress. I think ultimately it will happen. Unfortunately, usually these things happen only when some kind of scandal occurs, and then people say, my gosh, what kind of a system do we have? We've got to change it.
We heard earlier Bob Beckles say that President Clinton has some big decisions to make after today. I know you're not probably going to feel comfortable giving presidents advice, but I'll ask you anyway. Right. If he's got to look at the makeup of the Congress and say, what do I do with regards to my own agenda, and also look to 96?
Well, I think that he will do better, and I think the Republicans will do better if they do what they believe is right and not worry so much about 96. I've always believed that if you do what's right, the politics will take care of themselves. I think there are things which must be done. I think Senator Dole said, really repeated what I had said, and I think it's clear and obvious to all, that if the Republicans take control, and they may, given the numbers as they now exist, they will assume a burden of responsibility that they've not had. So far, they've just been in the opposition, which is really kind of easy, especially in the Senate. Being in the opposition is a lot of fun when you're in the Senate. But when you have responsibility, when you are the majority party, then you really have to work at it. And I was heartened by Senator Dole's comments. I think that there is much common ground in the area of welfare reform. certain steps in health care reform. I think there can be a lot of consensus on it. And with respect to the budget, I think it's important to keep the economic plan on target. It's working very well. That's the most important issue of all, really, because a strong economy is essential to deal with any other problems. So I believe the president can and will reach out to Republicans and try to get agreement and try to move forward in the interest of the country. And if they do that, then I think the election will take care of itself.
Tell me, as you leave the Senate, what's ahead for the institution itself with regards to how it runs and manages itself? What kind of changes?
Well, I proposed a series of changes in the Senate rules this year, but they're hard to come by because it takes 2/3 to get a change in the Senate rules, and usually the party that's in a minority doesn't want to change the rules because the rules tend to favor the minority. I said once that they not only protect minority rights, they're actively solicitous of the rights of minority, down to a minority of one. As you know, it's possible for one person to delay action in the Senate, even though 99 may agree and want to proceed. I hope that even if Republicans gain the majority and Democrats are in the minority, that there will be some changes made to improve the efficiency of the institution, not to eliminate the filibuster, because I think that's something that's a part of the Senate that should always remain, but to reduce the time and circumstance and opportunity for using it, the frequency, let's say, which has exploded, as you know, in recent years. If I could just cite a couple of figures, in the entire 19th century, a period of 100 years, there were only 16 filibusters in the Senate. That's about one every 6.5 years. For most of this century, there were fewer than once a year. In this past Congress, there were filed motions to end filibusters 72 times. Now, that doesn't mean there were 72 filibusters, because sometimes you have to file more than one to break a filibuster, but it gives you an idea of the dramatic increase in the use of that tactic, which, of course, is a tactic of delay, prevention, and obstruction. I hope it won't happen in the next Senate.
Of course, we're looking ahead to a Senate that begins in January, but you're still on the job until then.
Yeah.
And there's a lame duck session of Congress scheduled. Quick snapshot on, of course, GATT is on the table, but we have a lame duck Congress that might be vastly different than the one coming in. How will it work, this lame duck session?
Well, I have said that I hope we can limit it to GATT. There are a few things that I personally would like to get done in addition to that, but every senator has got his or her own agenda of a few things, and if we take up a lot of them, we'll be in session till Christmas, which I think no one wants. The important thing is GATT, and I believe we can pass it. It will take 60 votes out of 100 in the Senate. There's some opposition to it, but I think it's important for the future. Leave aside politics, leave aside Democrats and Republicans. What we need is economic growth in this country. That's increasingly in the area of exports. It's a large part of our economy now, and with the increase in global trade, this will reduce tariffs on American exports, be a big tax cut worldwide. I hope we can pass it, and we're going to vote about 6 p.m. on December 1st, and I believe and expect that we will at that time pass it.
But you said leave aside politics, because politics essentially is somewhat out of the equation for a lame duck session. What else would you like to put on the table that that lack of politics in the atmosphere would help pass?
Well, I've gotten about 150 requests to bring up bills, and each senator can make a good case for a particular bill. Of course, if we agreed to all of them, as I said, we'd be in permanent session. In the Senate, we can do anything by unanimous consent, and in the case of this session, nothing without it. I'll be talking to Senator Dole and my colleagues about it, but I think it'll be limited to GATT and at the very most, just a few other things.
Where will you be spending the rest of election night tonight?
I'll be going back to the Democratic headquarters to watch the returns carefully and hope that we can squeeze out enough to get to 50 votes.
Thanks for spending some time with us here.
Thank you very much, Susan. It's a real pleasure to be here.
While we talk about the makeup of the United States Senate, Lou will be learning a little bit more about some Senate races in Delaware, Massachusetts, and Tennessee.
Throughout the evening, we're going to take these few minutes of opportunity to bring you up to date on some races around the country, and then talk by telephone for a little more detail on some of the races we're focusing on. I'd like to tell you, though, right now, if you've just joined us, some of the results around the country. In Delaware, the race for Senate, Bill Roth has won re-election. He was running against Charles Oberle, the Attorney General of Delaware. President Clinton just campaigned a few days ago there, but against Senator Roth winning re-election. Two races in Massachusetts we've been watching. In the Senate race, Senator Kennedy has won re-election over Mitt Romney. And in the governor's race there, William Weld has defeated Mark Roosevelt. Another governor's race that we've been watching out in Arkansas, Jim Guy Tucker has won re-election. He defeated his Republican challenger, Sheffield Nelson. And two races we talked about earlier in the evening in Tennessee, the Tennessee A race and the Tennessee B race. In the A race, incumbent Senator Jim Sasser was defeated by surgeon Dr. Bill Frist. Bill Frist, a heart transplant surgeon, has won that race for the Tennessee A race. This is for a full 6-year term, but in the B race, which is for the 2 years of the rest of the term that Al Gore vacated, Fred Thompson, an attorney, has defeated Representative Jim Cooper. And out in Oklahoma, 2 members of Congress running for the Senate seat there. Representative James Inhofe has defeated Representative Dave McCurdy. We have on the line with us now Jim Myers from the Tulsa World. Thanks for joining us again for this campaign. Jim, what can you tell us about this Senate race?
Well, Jim Inhofe has put together a very impressive campaign, and he's leading Dave McCurdy with 43% of the vote in. He has 56% for Republican and Democratic Oklahoma. That's doing very well.
Dave McCurdy's been mentioned in a number of articles about national politics. What's his political future now?
Well, that's a good question. I don't really know. I haven't had a chance to talk to him this evening. I would think that this sort of defeat would not bode well for him in Oklahoma, and I don't know if he has any plans on coming back and doing anything else. The Republicans are doing very well in the other races. They've taken the governor's seat, and Oklahoma doesn't elect Republican governors very often. So I don't know what he will do. Congressman McCurdy is viewed by a lot of people as the national spokesman for the party, so he may have some plans to do something nationally.
You mentioned the governor's race. Can you give us some details on that this evening also?
Well, I'm not covering that one, but I will. Let me see what I can fill you in on. Frank Keating, the former Reagan and Bush official, has defeated Lieutenant Governor Jack Mildren, and it was expected to be a much tighter race than I think it's going to turn out to be. So that is another impressive win for the Republicans.
And you had some interesting House races out there. Any of the congressional races that you've been following?
Well, yes, we do, and I think the Republicans, again, are doing very well. This is sort of like a sweep for them. There are a couple that I don't think people are ready to call, but in the 1st District, Steve Largent has handily defeated Democrat Stuart Price, and they're hanging on to the seats that they have. Frank Lucas in the 6th, and, of course, Ernest Istook, whom did not even face a Democratic opponent, is keeping his seat. The two to watch, I think, in the 4th, where J.C. Watts is leading David Perriman, the Democrat, and in the 2nd District, where Mike Sinar, veteran Democrat, was knocked off in the runoff, Republican Tom Coburn, a physician, is now leading the Democrat Virgil Cooper, who is something of a folk hero there for knocking off Mike Sinar, but he looks like he may have a little trouble following that up.
Jim Myers of the Tulsa World, thanks very much for being with us. Throughout the evening, I would like to remind you we'll have some of these telephone interviews from around the country to focus in on some of these key races. We'll also, throughout the evening, be bringing you newscasts and updates from about 9 television stations from around the country. We invite you to stay with us. We have more on Election 94 with Susan.
Thank you very much, Lou. We are back at this side of our set here in Washington, joined once again by Rich Bond, former chairman of the Republican Party, and also the Reverend Jesse Jackson. Reverend Jackson, thanks for being with us. What was the best thing about Campaign 94 from your perspective?
Well, I spent a lot of time traveling around the country, a lot of work in Virginia, in Florida, in New York, in California. People kept using the word apathy. But I found more alienation and anger than apathy. A lot of people didn't like what they saw. A lot of fear-driven candidacies, a lot of focus on welfare and crime. All objective indicators of crime are going down, and you fight welfare and crime with jobs and education. But there was this obsession with fighting it by locking it up. So a lot of it I found a lot of that. A lot of economic anxiety, in spite of the fact that 5 million new jobs have been created, and Michigan is #1, again, in auto production. Real income is going down. People feel a kind of sinking feeling, and it seems that the Republican base was excited. The Democratic base seemed to have been demoralized. And for the very early phases of the campaign, you had Democrats running against the president. It's like running against your quarterback. That's the way to fumble the ball. And running from their base. Democrats are running from urban America and from organized labor and from blacks. But in the last 2 weeks, you're sort of making back toward the base that was, for the most part, except maybe for Virginia, maybe Florida, maybe New York, that base, by and large, simply stepped back. It was not very inspired.
So what can you make from all of this about what people want from their government?
Well, in one sense, they may want what they can't get, a reduction. They may want, for example, all the folks on stop entitlements. Maybe those entitlements may shift now from just focusing on welfare to the Pentagon, where the real money is, because there's been a lot of kind of trimming around the edges. But at the end of the day, inflation is down. The deficit is down. Markets, in fact, are expanding. But I think those people who are not into cutting entitlements are going to look at the military budget without a real threat. Those who killed the health care bill are not going to have the burden of explaining how they provide health care for the American people. And are they going to cut into real entitlements, or just going to keep cutting around the edges, kind of talking about welfare? And vulnerable women can be kind of attacked because they can't fight back. Now they're going to get from the outer layer to the real gristle now.
A little bit earlier, we had Bob Beckel, a Democratic analyst, on the table, and he said that no matter who's in charge in this town, Social Security has to be on the table.
Well, I do not know what they're going to do with it once they get it on the table. I mean, what can you say when we simply are not addressing reinvestment in the country, when we simply ignore an economic stimulus that can allow people to work their way out of poverty? I mean, to me, the thing is something exciting about the earned income tax credit. People can work their way out of poverty, work their way off of welfare with some real hope. But as I looked, say, in Michigan, for example, where for them, all the industry is #1 again, and jobs for them are growing, Family Leave Act, deficit down, inflation down, and yet there's still this kind of seething anger and a kind of economic insecurity. But the focus was so much, I think, there's a mean spirit in the air that frightens me very much. There's a sense in which lock them up, burn them up and do it quicker, and kind of pick on the most vulnerable people as scapegoats. That has to stop.
Rich Bond, what would you say to Reverend Jackson about his analysis?
Well, I agree with some of it, but I must be honest and say that the fact of the matter is that the anger this year has been directed at Democrats. You will be hard-pressed tonight to find a Republican incumbent lose as governor or lose as senator or lose as a member of Congress. This is very much anger directed at Bill Clinton and the Clinton Congress, which promised change and for 2 years delivered a message, maybe unfairly, Reverend Jackson, but nonetheless delivered a message of big government to the American people. And that is not why Bill Clinton was elected. Bill Clinton was elected to be honest, to be responsive, and to give people a sense that they were getting their money's worth for their tax dollars. And the American people have had the exact opposite direction. And you have to say this isn't some fluke, because we're finding it in every region of the country. We're winning the Senate. I mean, we might win the House. We're going to win at least 10 governorships tonight, about 300 state legislative seats, and take control of another 10 legislative chambers in the country. That's directed at Bill Clinton and the Clinton Congress. It is their failure for the past 2 years to either stick to their agenda one way or the other. And they drifted all over the place.
I think you're on to something there. I mean, family income is stagnating. More children are in poverty, and more working poor people are poor. And real income is getting worse. That's a real problem. My concern is that Democrats must overcome their identity crisis. They must be what they are and be that. Many people at the base are angry because they found Democrats and Republicans indistinguishable so often. That became a source of anxiety. If Bush says fast track to Mexico and Democrats say no, and Clinton calls it NAFTA, many people in labor never overcame that trauma. That was the promise of an economic stimulus to begin to reinvest in urban America so it can become a part of the new growth, but that was lost early on. For example. And again, the continuous focus on the crime bill, it may have picked up some DLC votes, but it lost an awful lot of base vote, because at the end of the day, people really do know that we have to put much more of an emphasis and a commitment on stopping the crime as a crisis before it explodes to that. And the alternative to welfare really is jobs, and that will only come through reinvesting in our economy.
So you're saying that a healthy choice between the two parties would be best for the electorate?
Matter of fact, the latest data shows that 58% of the people say they don't want either party, or one party, one persuasion is enough. This election reminds me so much of 1964, but there were clear choices. That was Goldwater and Wallace and Maddox, and that was the Kennedy spirit and Johnson and Martin Luther King. America had a clear choice and made a clear choice of direction. I guess my fear now, when I think about the labor law reform, or racial justice, or gender equality, or the need for urban investment, is that Strom Thurmond and Jesse Helms and Dole and Orrin Hatch, they're going to be solidly against that openness and that progress, and that is a cause for great anxiety, really, and great fear.
We have just about 10 minutes with you, and we do want to get a couple of calls in here. But one of the other things we've been doing all night is when races are declared, allowing you to know it and the audience to know it as well and get some reaction to it. We are now told that all three of the broadcast networks have declared Senator Chuck Robb, the incumbent in Virginia, the winner in that race between he and Oliver North. Do you have a reaction to that?
Good news for me. We worked real hard in Virginia. 2 weeks ago, we had the big mass meeting in Newport News, Virginia. This past Sunday, I spoke at the church in Petersburg, about 2,000 people in Norfolk Sunday night. And the one sense of kind of expansiveness. It's one of the few places where the base voted, it identified its interests. I think the base voted for Robb in Virginia in ways it voted against David Duke in Louisiana. That basic black base and workers saw in Robb a person that they felt to be a real threat. But many Republicans saw that same threat in Robb, too. And that's why the Reagans were against him. That's why Senator Warner, if the Reagans had not come out against Chuck Robb, Oliver North, and Warner had not campaigned against North, he would have won. They were effective in discrediting him just enough, and stimulating the Democratic base just enough to defeat him, but barely.
Rich Bond, you're a Virginian, isn't that correct?
I am.
If looking at that race, just from the perspective of your party and the split in your party, what will be next for Republicans in Virginia?
Well, I'll tell you, I am disappointed. I voted for Ollie North, as flawed as a person that he has been proven to be. He was a vote for Bob Dole in the Senate. I think he's matured as an individual, and frankly, he would have been a bit of a hellraiser in the Senate, the same way that Senator Wellstone or Senator Kennedy are hellraisers from their side. And if we can have folks on the far left, we can have some folks on the far right as well. To your question,
he would
I
have
don't
been by
think
himself on the far right.
Well, and certainly Wellstone and Kennedy aren't on the left, aren't alone on the far left either. I think it's a balancing act, Reverend Jackson, and Ollie North would have been part of the balancing act that makes it a great institution. But the fact of the matter is that the person that has troubles now is John Warner. John Warner is up for re-election in 1996. I don't think Ollie North is going to be too happy if it is indeed true that he's lost this election tonight. And I'm not exactly sure what he might do about this.
Well, I think that a piece of that is that, I mean, Strom Thurmond, Jesse Helms, they are where he was trying to get to. But I think that many Republicans saw Ollie North as a threat far beyond just voting for another Republican. They sent something in his style and charisma that have tremendous impact upon taking the party disproportionate to his actual leverage and his impact upon even the presidential campaign. I mean, many Republicans shuddered in the wake of Ollie North.
Well, I mean, you and I have something in common, in that is we understand the streets of our parties. We're out there with regular people, and I've got to tell you, before Ollie North ran for the Senate, he had a multi-candidate pack, and he gave to Republicans of all stripes, moderate, liberal, and conservative, didn't differentiate on ideology, and helped build a party. Now, you've done the same thing in your party, and Ollie North did the same thing in the Republican Party, so I don't see this extreme right-wing cabal theory, which President Clinton in particular and Vice President Gore have been out there spinning. It's just not so.
It was President and Mrs. Reagan who said that they couldn't trust him, and it was Senator Warner who said they couldn't trust him. So we said if the people who know him best can't trust him, then we shouldn't try him. And many people apparently felt that way.
Gentlemen, let me bring a caller into the mix here, see what's on the minds of the American public out there. We have a caller that's been waiting from Miller Knockett, Maine.
How you doing? How you doing out there? I just wanted to say to Mr. Bond that I know that they're going to be taking over the House and the Senate, and I wish them all luck. I hope that we can work to better America. I am a Democrat, but I'm a working Democrat, and we don't really need a bunch of $4.25 an hour jobs. We need some good-paying jobs, and that will take care of the Social Security system.
Well, I'll tell you, I understand exactly where you're coming from. I work for a living myself, instead of just being some commentator as well. And the fact of the matter is that I call this a household election. I think for the first time, Americans have decided to give the Republican Party a chance in Congress to deliver on responsiveness and to deliver on managing the country the way you and I manage our households. We only purchase what we can afford, we pay our bills promptly, we don't run up debt, and we don't mortgage the future for what's going to happen today for self-gratification.
But the largest debt and deficit in the history of the country came under Ronald Reagan as he promised a balanced budget. He tried to get a $750 billion tax cut. There was only a $600 billion tax cut, and so the taxes were cut. The military budget was doubled, essentially, in peacetime, and we're trying to pay off that deficit and debt now.
I concede that point completely, but you leave
That's
out...
fundamental, isn't it?
That's fine, but you leave out even a more fundamental point. The result is that the Soviet Union is gone, Eastern Europe is free, we have huge new markets for American goods and services, we can trade with these countries, we no longer are in production of nuclear weapons because of Ronald Reagan and George Bush, and we now have the ability to look inward and pay off that debt. You know what, Reverend Jackson? It was worth every dime to take down the Soviet Union and the threat of nuclear war for a deficit. Now let's fix the deficit.
Are those new markets in Mexico and China going to raise his wages?
Those new markets will create more demand for American goods and services. Will some jobs go down there? Sure. Will some jobs be created where he works because there's more demand for what he makes? Sure. It's a balancing act. We are linked at the hip with the rest of the world, and unless we recognize that, and the Republicans did recognize it, it's something that you didn't like on NAFTA, and I understand your sincere point of view on it, but the fact of the matter is, the net result, your own president wanted NAFTA.
When Clinton says he's an Eisenhower Republican, and so you get NAFTA, and now he's trying to get GATT. What is your beef? Inflation down, deficit down, more jobs created? What is your beef?
Beef is simple. You've probably never been compared to George Bush before, but you remind me of George Bush a little bit now, because George Bush was mystified too. He was saying unemployment is down. He was saying inflation is down. He was saying interest rates were the lowest ever in history. He was saying the balance of trade deficit is coming down. The federal deficit is dropping. Why are people so unhappy? The fact of the matter is people have lost their bearings in this modern society. We're trying to readjust to the fact that we don't have communism as an enemy anymore, and now we're looking inward, and we're very schizophrenic electorate.
But just one second, what's I find to be interesting is that Mr. Reagan, his popularity was going up as the economy, the deficit and debt was expanding, and as it's coming down, Clinton's popularity is coming down. Can there be some things here that are more personal and emotional, not just objective economic type stuff?
Yeah, I think people are very spooked out there about the future. They just don't feel that they can trust the institutions that are represented by some of the people that we've been talking about. Bill Clinton, as the president, being the embodiment of the national will, and he's gone right, he's gone left, he's looked weak, he hasn't been able to control the Democratic Party with an 83-vote margin in the House and a 12-vote margin in the Senate. And the fact of the matter is, voters now are going to say, okay, you folks, we're going to give you, the Republican Party, 2 years to make good on change, and if you fail, here comes Ross Perot.
Speaking of the people out there, I want to get back to the calls. Before we do that, that last caller was from Maine, and in fact, the Senate race in Maine has been called with Olympia Snowe, the Republican candidate who faced off in that open seat against another member of the House, Tom Andrews. Olympia Snowe, the winner there in Maine. Also in Michigan, Spencer Abraham for the Senate seat over House member Bob Carr, the Democrat. And in Nebraska, Senator Bob Kerrey, the incumbent, wins a second term in the United States Senate. Let's go back to calls. Athens, Georgia.
Susan, I just want you to know I think you got the greatest show going.
Well, thank you, sir.
I really wanted to speak to Bob Beckel, but he's been going a half hour.
Took you a while to get in, didn't it?
Just a little while. And then I had a question for Mitchell, but he's gone. So I don't know what in the world to ask, except this. Let me just make a statement that I got a question asked of Reverend Jackson. I understand the deficit is down under Clinton. Well, you know, he may have banned some weapons, but he had a rifle right between my eyes. He raised the taxes on my Social Security, number one. That may have helped reduce the deficit a little bit. In addition, I'm a retired military officer. They decided to move my retirement pay increases, that is a COLA, from January to April. And then next year, from January to October. Just the military retirees, not the federal retirees.
And so your question is what?
Well, that's my statement. My question is, whatever happened to that fund that we were supposed to have to help reduce that deficit? Weren't some dollars supposed to flow into that thing and then reduce the deficit with that thing?
These guys promised that. What happened to that fund?
No, President Clinton promised that. Let's get the record straight. I'm sorry. All yours, Reverend Jackson.
I don't know what happened to the fund. I don't know where it went.
Well, let me get back to politics for a second here, because Rich Bond asked you a question which has been asked of you increasingly, and I guess we'll hear a lot over the next year or so, Reverend Jackson, about your own intentions for 1996. What will be the factors that lead you to a decision? What will you be assessing?
We really will have to evaluate what has happened in the country today and tonight over the next few days, because, again, 58% of the American public looking at both parties, saying that there are many indistinguishable features about the both of them. And over here is a vast body of workers who do want labor law reform, who do want a serious health care package, who are concerned about gender equality and racial justice, and some economic stimulus to reinvest in this country. There's a vast body of people over here who feel left out by this sweep, because, you know, these midterm elections are inordinately low in the number of people who participate. There were a few states that were up to date, but most of them were basically down. And so you still had more American people out looking in than in participating. And so based upon the adjustments we see making, that the Republicans are going to make some programmatic thrust, balanced budget amendment, I suppose. President Clinton is going to react. Either he's going to try to court them, or he's going to reach back and try to recultivate his base. So there are factors like this. But I'm concerned not about adjusting to what I saw today, but moving toward that vast body of people tonight who just sit back knowing that something happened today, but they don't feel any more secure economically. Something has happened today, but they do not look forward to what the thrust has been. And I'm going to come back to that again, over and over again. I saw so much more focus on lock people up than lift them up. So much focus on crushing people than elevating people. We're going to keep raising those questions.
Which sounds something like the emergence of a third party or independent candidacy.
Sounds to me like, Reverend Jackson, that you're going to run for president, and I think you're a very important person in Bill Clinton's future. I think that if you don't want Bill Clinton to govern from the center under your leadership, you will really give him fits. And you're going to try to drag him back to a left-of-center orientation instead of a right-of-center orientation. If he doesn't make you happy and you decide to either challenge him in the Democratic primaries, as happened to Carter and has happened to LBJ, or if you decide to have another party, I think Bill Clinton is a one-term president.
But you know, don't make it personal. My concern is that the extent to which, at the end of the day, more children are in poverty. More people are in poverty. The cities are left out. We don't have the health care package. We do have expanding second-class schools and first-class jails. So to me, it's not about left-right as much as about forward or backwards. And I am not inclined to follow anybody over here to this corner Republicans have painted themselves into.
But I think that, I'm sorry, Sue, I think that that's great. that you want to talk about it in policy terms, but my job as a Republican leader is to talk about it in political terms. The fact of the matter is we had a third-party candidate, Ross Perot, on our base in 1992, and we lost the White House. You, if you go third-party, are going to be on Bill Clinton's base, and that is going to change this presidential election in 1996.
You know, I didn't say I was going third-party, but if Perot's in, it could be fourth-party,
rock and roll,
which could very well bring down the basis. I mean, with four parties, you could maybe win the whole thing with 27%.
I think you're running for president. That's a story.
I have not made that decision. I think the focus here is not a candidacy that we've made the judgment about. It is about direction. It is about the people who are watching this program tonight who are concerned about their economic options, about health care, about cities, about the poor, about the direction of the country. We're going to assess I hope we can meet some common ground. We intend to be in that debate. We will be in that debate.
Do you expect to see, with the climate that's emerging in this town right now, a legislative package that addresses any of the concerns in the fashion you suggested?
It is not likely that the Republicans are going to address economic stimulus.
Could come from the White House. Will it come from this White House?
It must, because that will distinguish it. I tell you, the vast base over here still has a commitment. It cut entitlements, some of these Pentagon entitlements. Big sole source contracts, that's where the real big money is, for example. Then there's something out here called discrimination. Mortgage lending and banking and redlining. We still must pursue with some degree of vigor something called racial justice and gender equality. That cannot be a secondary concern.
I'm told there's been a caller waiting from Reston, and that'll be our last during this segment. Reston, Virginia, you're on the air.
Hi, I have a question for Reverend Jackson. I heard a very brief blurb on public radio this morning announcing that the Justice Department would be sending observers to the polls to protect minority voters from intimidation. They didn't elaborate at all, and I was somewhat surprised to hear that in 1994 we still have to worry about this sort of practice.
Well,
could you elaborate? And I'm going to hang up so I can hear your answer. Thank you.
Well, there have been a number of lawsuits over the last several years that involve something called ballot security, where there would be intimidation at the polls, where there may be a lot of immigrants voting for the first time. A challenge is chilling. For example, the day while campaigning in Virginia, I went to Virginia State in Petersburg and Hampton in Hampton. And at Virginia State, say 5,000 students and faculty on that campus, not one precinct. They had to go 2 miles down the road just to vote, and they were challenged. At Hampton Institute, where there are 10,000 people in one situation, and yet no access for voting. And so the struggle to maintain an open, free, and fair election and access for the people and to take the burdens out of participating in our democracy remains something that we must be very vigilant about, whether it's Republican or Democrat. I mean, after all, much of our struggle for the right to vote was as much a challenge on the George Wallace as it was on the Goldwater. It seems that those who are incumbents often use their powers to make it more difficult for people who are out to get in. And our job is to keep opening the door to let people in who've been locked out.
We have about 2 minutes until we go next to Republican Party headquarters for an update from there. Rishpan, do you want to respond to that question?
Well, yeah, sure. Reverend Jackson has a definite point of view that's legitimate as far as ballot security is concerned. I am a Republican. I'm a common sense approach to this and a political approach. I don't like dead people to vote. I don't like people to vote more than once. I don't like rigged voting machines, and that's what ballot security is about, making sure that one person, one vote is the rule of the day, and we've had a lot of problems with that over the years.
Reverend Jackson, last question, again, we don't have very much time. What about African Americans as candidates this year? Are you pleased with the numbers overall?
Well, the numbers up, but the real issue in the African American community is that because of redistricting, there are now 7 cases in the Supreme Court challenging those new boundaries. And if those who lost because lines were redrawn, if they're successful in removing race as a remedy in inclusion, there's always been incumbency, parties, geography, and interest. If race is removed as a factor, it will not only hurt us in congressional races and Hispanics, but state legislative and city council and boards of education and school admissions. We're very much endangered right now, very much endangered by a series of court suits that could very well undermine our progress over the last 30 years.
I'm being told that Senator Daniel Patrick Moynihan is at the podium in New York. I want to thank you for being with us. We'll go to New York now.
Man, the man without which wondrous person we couldn't be here. It is a very large moment for New York. We have made clear that whatever direction some parts of the country are going, New York is going forward. This is a special place for me. 50 years ago, July 1, I joined the United States Navy down at that clock right in the middle of Grand Central, and it's still here. And as Chester has said, what do you say we get Pennsylvania Station back as well, as to show what direction we're moving in. I'd like to pick up a point that was made by Chester Straub. In every newspaper that I have visited in the month that we have been out, just barely a month, I have spoken at great length of the importance of the vote we will take in the Senate December 1 on the Uruguay round of the General Agreement, Tariffs and Trade. It'll be the culmination of 60 years of American international trade policy, and it's hugely important to our state. And every one of those newspapers endorsed us. So I'm going to claim a mandate for the Uruguay round. That may not seem the most pressing thing this moment, but believe me, in retrospect, it may be the most important vote of this decade. I'm going to say that President Clinton be of good cheer. It's not over yet. I'm going to say to wonderful colleagues like Joe Lieberman and Frank Lautenberg and Bob Kerry and John Ted Kennedy, we'll be back. With or without a majority, we will be on that floor. We will be heard every day. We have a case to make, and we'll make it. And nobody will be prouder to do than I. No one could be more grateful than I and Liz to you. The evening has only begun, but it's time we got back to find out. The last word I have is that Dianne Feinstein is going to make it. Isn't that wonderful?
Okay, so those are the comments of Senator Daniel Patrick Moynihan, who has been reelected to his fourth term. He thanked his family.
You're watching election night coverage on C-SPAN, the network of record for Campaign 94. And tomorrow, C-SPAN's election coverage continues. Beginning at 7 a.m. Eastern Time, we'll have the late overnight results and your phone calls. And as part of our continuous live coverage tomorrow, we plan to show you briefings by several political officials, including Republican National Committee Chairman Haley Barbour, that's at 10:15 a.m., and Democratic National Committee Chairman David Wilhelm at 11:30. Later on in the day tomorrow, we'll show you a post-election forum that reviews the midterm vote, with panels of political consultants, journalists, and lobbyists as they discuss the winners, losers, and the upsets. Live coverage of that forum starts at 1:30. Also tomorrow afternoon, we plan live coverage of a post-election news conference with President Clinton at the White House. It's scheduled to begin at 2:30. And at 8 tomorrow night, join us for Campaign Almanac's Election Review. It's a look back at the fall races and the election results. Election night coverage now continues on C-SPAN, the network of record for Campaign 94.
Looking at a live picture of the Capitol, this is looking from the top of the C-SPAN building on North Capitol Street, looking to the south. So the Senate side of the Capitol is nearest to you in this picture. We'd like to take this opportunity in the evening to bring you up to date on some of the Senate results around the country and also some of the governor's races. In Connecticut, Joseph Lieberman has won re-election. And in Delaware, William Roth has also won re-election, defeating Attorney General Charles Oberle. In Florida, Republican Senator Connie Mack has won re-election against Hugh Rodham, the brother of Hillary Rodham Clinton. Out in Indiana, Richard Lugar, the incumbent senator, beat former Representative Jim Johns. In Maine, as we mentioned earlier, to replace Senator George Mitchell, was a battle of two members of the House. Olympia Snowe has defeated Congressman Tom Andrews. In Maryland, Paul Sarbanes has run re-election. He defeated William Brock. In Massachusetts, Senator Kennedy has won re-election, defeating Republican challenger Mitt Romney. In Mississippi, Trent Lott has won re-election against businessman Ken Harper. And out in Missouri, former Governor John Ashcroft has defeated Representative Alan Wheat for that Senate seat. Again, that's in Missouri. In New Jersey, Frank Lautenberg has won re-election, defeating Chuck Hatayan. Out in New Mexico, Jeff Bingaman has also won re-election. In New York, you just saw Daniel Patrick Moynihan on New York's News 1 has won re-election. Two races in Tennessee that we've been following throughout the evening. The A race for the 6-year term, Senator Jim Sasser has been defeated by Surgeon Dr. Bill Frist. And in the B race for the final 2 years of the term that was originally being served by Al Gore, Fred Thompson, attorney, has defeated Representative Jim Cooper. In Texas, Richard Fisher has lost to Senator Kate Bailey Hutchinson. In Virginia, Charles Robb has been declared the winner over Oliver North, an independent candidate, Marshall Coleman. That race called just a little bit ago in the evening. Out in Wisconsin, Herb Kohl, a Democrat, has won re-election. And in Wyoming, Republican Representative Craig Thomas has defeated Governor Mike Sullivan in that race for the Senate seat out there. And a few governor's races to report to you. In Colorado, Governor Roy Romer has won re-election. This race earlier, the Republican candidate, Bruce Benson, had held close, but in the final days, Governor Romer had pulled ahead. In Minnesota, Arnie Carlson has defeated John Marty. And in Nebraska, Ben Nelson has also won re-election. In Tennessee, we looked at the Senate races earlier. In this race, Representative Don Sundquist has won, defeating the mayor of Nashville, Phil Bredesen. In Wisconsin, Tommy Thompson has won re-election. And in Wyoming, Republican Jim Geringer has defeated Kathy Carpin in the race for governor there. Joining us on the phone right now from the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette is Dennis Roddy, two races that we've covered throughout this campaign season closely, the governor and Senate race in Pennsylvania. Dennis Roddy, what's the latest?
Well, Lou, at this point, if present trends continue, it would look as though a Republican is going to go into the Pennsylvania State House. The Senate race between incumbent Democrat Harris Wofford and Republican challenger Rick Santorum is at this point a toss-up. We've got about 30% of the polls statewide reporting in. It gives Wofford a lead of about 10,000 votes, 49% to 48% for Santorum. The Patriot Party candidate Diane Blau, the only woman on the ballot, has taken 2%, and Donald Ernsberger, the Libertarian, has 2%. Now, with that same percentage reporting in the governor's race, Tom Ridge, a self-described congressman nobody's ever heard of from a city nobody's ever been to, he's from Erie, Pennsylvania, leads Democrat Lieutenant Governor Mark Singal 44% to 41%. The interesting wild card in this race is Peg Luksick. She's a Johnstown anti-abortion candidate who ran for the Republican nomination 4 years ago and came within what you call one heart attack of winning. She's got 13% of the vote this time. Now, last week in an extraordinary maneuver, Singal, who was hoping to push Luksick along and hurt Ridge with the theory that Luksick would draw away conservative pro-life Republicans, ran a statewide television commercial that promoted Luksick as the pro-life candidate. Now, this spot aired among other places in the Northeast where there are a large number of pro-life Democrats, and it's the home base of Governor Robert Casey, who is also an ardent foe of abortion. So conceivably, Singal's tactic could have hurt him by failing to keep it out of certain media markets. Casey gave a lukewarm endorsement to the Democratic gubernatorial ticket, but he's been furious at Singal. He picked him from obscurity 8 years ago to run as lieutenant governor, and Singal's change of positions on abortion. He started out opposing it and changed his stance to favoring abortion rights, alienated Casey. So while the two main candidates were pretty much of a piece on the major issues, including abortion, Singles change in position alienated the governor who might have been able to help him with fundraising and to get out a little bit of the vote in some of the crucial places.
Dennis Roddy of the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette has been a big help to us analyzing Pennsylvania throughout this election. Thanks for being with us. We'll check back with you a little bit later on that Senate race, but we have now two more new guests and Susan.
We have at our table two guests who will be with us for about the next hour or so. Carolyn Lockhead writes about this town for the San Francisco Chronicle, and Ken Bodie is at PBS, the moderator of Washington Week in Review. Welcome to both of you.
Thank you.
Mr. Bodie, while we were listening to some of those results, you made an off-camera comment about how interesting politics is, and this year being a demonstration of that. What do you mean?
Well, you know, they've already called the Virginia Senate race for Rob. And the polls showed this thing nearly too close to call before we went into it. And that made everyone assume that this was going to be a Ollie North victory, because 2 years ago there was a lieutenant governor's candidate in the state of Virginia named Mike Ferris. And when Mike Ferris closed out his polling on Election Day, it was 34%. He had 45%. Now, he was a homeschooling Christian coalition candidate, and there was this hidden vote for Ferris among Christians who would not tell pollsters who they were going to vote for. Everyone assumed that because of that experience that probably Ollie North had this wrapped up. And obviously, you just can't call these things by recalling the last war. You just have to do it, you know, time by time, as we see here, and now Rob has won this.
Let's spend a minute on Oliver North. He broke records in fundraising this year. If he lost the campaign, what's next for him in politics, do you think?
Well, the pundits say that he might challenge John Warner for the Senate seat in 2 years. The interesting thing about this race is that, you know, Virginia is the state that produced George Washington, Thomas Jefferson. I think they were a little bit shocked that their choices here was Ollie North and Chuck Robb. And I think Republicans, some of them at least, might be breathing a bit of a sigh of relief that Oliver North lost.
You think they don't want him in the Senate now that they have a Senate majority, that they don't need Ollie?
Well, this is a man who was denounced by Ronald Reagan, and I don't think he would be one of their major assets.
Leave it at that?
Well, I think it would be, it would make the Republican majority in the Senate a little more interesting to have Ollie North in there, to tell you the truth.
Well, I think a friend of mine at the Washington Times today called him a telegenic Jesse Helms. So, you know, it would have been interesting, and he might be there.
You think he'll really sit around and wait 2 years to run for the Senate? He won't do something else in the meantime?
Well, he'll be raising more funds, that's for sure.
Mm-hmm. Not president, though.
Oh, I don't think so.
Joining us at Republican National Committee headquarters in Washington is Mary Madeline. Mary Madeline, can you hear us right now? She's not quite ready. It looks like we'll come back to her in just a second. Mary, can you hear us?
Well, I sure can. It's hard to hear above this roaring, victorious crowd, but I'm doing good.
Tell us a little bit about your reactions tonight.
My reactions are unlike anything I can think of. This is what I read about in history books when I was in college. We have not seen an election like this since the 30s. We've not seen a debate like this since the 30s. The voting is the language of democracy, and the people have spoken today. I am beyond thrilled, not just as a Republican, as a citizen.
What do you make of, we've heard a lot about voter apathy over the years. What do you make about the returns?
What the returns say is that people understand the legitimacy of this debate. Here are the contours of the debate. What is the role of government? Did we articulate that well in the campaigns? I don't think so. Were the ads sort of off the mark? I don't think so. But the voters are so much smarter than we know, because they understood the subliminal context of this debate is what is the legitimate role of government in our lives. And what they have seemed to have said is that the federal government has a limited role. The states have a bigger role, but that role goes to solving the problems of crime and education and welfare, those problems that are in their backyard and can be solved best by local governments.
Now, you're there where you're hearing some of the returns. We have not gotten an update on what's happening in the House of Representatives. Can you tell us?
No, I don't want to take anything out of context and say that we've heard that Rosti, Foley, and Brooks are down.
All right. Thanks, Mary Madeline. I know it's real noisy, so I'll thank you. Hope we can come back to you later on in the evening.
Thanks very much.
Let me turn to our two panelists. Mary Madeline makes the point that voters had a real clear choice about the role of government. Do you agree that that was offered to voters this year?
Absolutely. I think there is no question that government was on the ballot this year. The anti-government message was not only taken in hand by Republicans, but you had Democrats out there arguing against government. I think that it's very clear. It can't be mistaken.
And with a new Congress, if it's controlled by Republicans, will the American public get less government?
Well, I think they will, although I think I kind of want to differ with what I thought Carolyn said to begin with, that government was on the ballot. It seemed to me that so many Democrats were sounding like Republicans this year that the voters would have had a hard time making a clear, distinctive choice between the two. But I think it's quite true that everybody understood that the major theme of the year was less government, less spending, less taxes.
But not so clear, as you're saying, as to which party offers the road to that.
Well, that's the question about this whole evening, it seems to me, is that the choice was a little muddled by the fact that so many Democrats tried to sound like Republicans throughout the whole thing. You know, one of the curious things that we'll have to sort out when this is all over with, Susan, is that there were so many Democrats who said we need to elect more moderate Democrats, more DLC-type Democrats, and so forth. Now, those were the ones that seemed to have the most difficulty getting elected this year. And that means that when the House and Senate come back together, particularly the House, there's going to be a wider ideological gulf between the two parties because more liberal Democrats got elected and more conservative Republicans got elected.
I want to get a caller in the mix here. Our first caller in this segment is from Tulsa. You're on the air.
I just wanted to make a comment about the irony of the quizzing of the Tulsa World Reporter about the national results in Oklahoma, in that through their editorial policy and front page story throughout the entire campaign, they violently attacked Inhofe, Steve Largent, and several other Republican candidates here. In spite of that, these candidates somewhat dispelled the myth of media influence, certainly in our part of the state.
Thanks very much. Either of you have anything to respond to that caller? I know you haven't been following Oklahoma reporting, but...
Well, Oklahoma is another state that's clearly turning Republican. David Boren was conservative, and now they've elected a Republican to fill his seat. I would have to disagree with Ken a bit about the new Democrat strategy. I don't think it will work. I think Clinton is going to try to unveil a new Democrat strategy to try to work with Republicans in both chambers. I don't think it will work any better for him than it did for President Bush when he rolled out his kinder and gentler strategy, because it's internally inconsistent. If it's like talking about managed competition in healthcare, or it's talking about free market government, it doesn't work. It's inconsistent, and just as George Bush could not outflank liberals on the left on the environment, on the Americans with Disabilities Act, he hoped to get a lot of popularity with that. In fact, he got almost no credit for either of those. It's going to be very difficult for Bill Clinton to outflank Republicans on welfare, on crime, on term limits, on capital gains tax cuts, or tax cuts for the middle class. It's going to be very difficult.
He won't try it with all of them. Not term limits, for example, but watch him when he comes back.
How much time did you spend on the campaign trail this year? Did you get out very much?
Well, only doing debates, basically. I was out doing debates, but that's all. I didn't spend a lot of time on the campaign trail this year.
What about the debates that you moderated? What kind of level of dialogue did you see this year?
Well, pretty high level, I thought. Sometimes I think in debates you get handcuffed by the format agreements between the candidates and the sponsors and so forth. And so these candidates are answering questions in kind of formula-rote way. But the Kennedy-Romney debate, once you get to a Lincoln-Douglas sort of format, it can be pretty interesting.
How much time did you spend on the campaign trail?
Well, I spent most of my time in Washington, and Huffington and Feinstein, of course, were in Washington for part of their campaigns. That was very interesting. There was a big to-do at one point to demonstrate the amount of mudslinging that has gone on in that California Senate race. There was a big to-do at one point about who had racial covenants on their houses, and it turns out they both did. It was a big blunder early in the campaign. It sort of characterized a very negative campaign for that Senate seat.
Let's go back to a caller, Nashville. You're on the air. Good evening.
How you doing? I'd like to make a statement that I have two sons, 19 and 20 years old, and barring when they were 4 years old, they have never lived under a Democratic-ruled America. They got a 2-year taste of it, a glimpse of a taste. And here in Tennessee, there was a big turnout, and that supposedly favors the Democrats, and yet there was a mandate, like 60-40 majority wins across the board, which in my mind says it's a mandate. And they're explaining it by saying, well, they won't change. The status quo is Clinton and the Democrats in Washington. They've only been there 2 years. How can they turn into the status quo? I've been living under Republican rule for 12-plus years. My children have never known a Democratic-ruled America. What have they got to compare it to? They don't even know what Democratic rule can do.
Thank you, sir. Let's find out from Ken Bodie what his reaction is to that caller.
Well, I think it's an interesting point that he makes. His children have had 8 years of Reagan and 4 years of Bush and now 2 years of Clinton. But let me remind you that for the last 40 straight years, the Democrats have controlled the House of Representatives. Now, we do have checks and balances and different levels of government. I think what's happened tonight, if it really does hold up, is that the Republicans have finally broken that, and I think that probably will go down as the single most important result tonight, is the end of Democratic dominance over the House of Representatives.
I can't stress enough the importance of taking control of the House after 40 years. People do not even know what this portends. They have never been under a Democratic House. The control over the daily agenda, the control over the news, who holds hearings, what sort of laws are discussed, what laws are passed. This is incredibly important. I think the public is often focused very heavily on the presidential campaign, but in fact, the Congress, especially the House of Representatives, is very powerful in its control of the agenda.
It's just a few minutes before the hour of 10 o'clock here on the East Coast, and in about 6 minutes, the polls will be closing in about 6 more western states, and we'll keep an eye on some of those numbers and see how the western part of the country, how is it trending, the western part of the U.S. Politically this year?
Well, it looks like it's trending the way the rest of the country's trending, Susan. It looks like it's trending Republican. There's no sign to me that this is any regional kind of. You can look in the Northeast and look at some good news from the Democrats with Kennedy. I don't know what Cuomo, have we called Cuomo yet?
We haven't. We have results back, but only at 6%. And at this point, only with 6%, the numbers that we have from the Associated Press has Pataki, the Republican, at 53 to 38 Cuomo, but it's early.
There's not a lot of good news for the Democrats any place in the country this year. I don't see that there's a regional break here tonight.
Okay, back to calls. Dallas, good evening.
Hi, how are you?
Fine, sir.
I'm really happy that the conservative Republican is about to go back into Congress as having the moral majority. Being a member of the military, hearing about the 82nd Airborne not having enough ammunition to go to Haiti with was really appalling to me. And turning back into a Fort Smith in beginning to the Korean War really has my doubts towards how the government has run our military.
Well, what's the linkage? You said you made the connection with the moral majority and defense spending. You see a linkage between the two?
Yes, I really do. I'm a Christian also, and looking at most of the people that are in the military are really fed up with what has gone on.
Okay,
for these past couple of years.
Thanks very much for the call. Carolyn Lockhead, I've been wanting to ask this question of someone at the table all night because it's something we heard a lot about during the year. What has been the role of constituency groups this year in the election, such as the religious right groups, labor unions? What kind of effect, if any, have they had on the political process?
Well, I think labor unions have been in the background. They've not been motivated to vote in this race. They were a little disappointed with Clinton for his support of NAFTA. The Christian Coalition has come into its own. It's clearly played a major role in this race. And there have been attempts, I think, by Kennedy and by others to, in fact, Vic Fazio in California launched such an attack earlier this year, warning people of the danger of the Christian right. It fell flat. I don't think voters see Christians as their main enemies or the threats to their lives right now. I think that this will be a very powerful voting bloc, much as the black churches have been a powerful voting bloc for the Democrats.
Ken Bodie, after the NAFTA vote, labor unions promised they would be a force in this election. What happened?
Well, they did what they had to do, which is that they swallowed their pride and gave the money where they needed to give it reluctantly. They put their money back with the Democrats that needed it. I think that was pretty much a foregone conclusion. NAFTA was the issue that faded faster than any issue has faded in recent memory.
Going to go to one of our affiliated television stations next. WUSA TV here in the Washington, D.C. area has been following both the D.C. race but also the Virginia race. Let's listen in.
This is a Channel 9 Eyewitness News election update.
Good evening. I'm Maureen Bunyan. Welcome to our Election 94 update. We're keeping tabs on key local races across the district, Maryland and Virginia this evening. The Virginia Senate race has been a tough fight from start to finish. CBS News has declared Democrat Chuck Robb the winner over Republican Oliver North. Let's look at those numbers. With 85% of the precincts reporting, Chuck Robb almost 790,000 votes over Oliver North, 725,000 votes. 192,000 for Marshall Coleman. So Chuck Robb is clearly the winner, and we'll be talking about that a little bit later with some of our analysts. In the district race for mayor, early returns show the race is much closer than many people expected. In the latest figures in the battle between Democrat Marion Barry and Republican Carol Schwartz, you see with the morning precincts reporting and perhaps some of the afternoon and evening precincts reporting, Barry has a small lead of about 1,500 votes over Carol Schwartz. 50% is the percentage, 48% for Carol Schwartz. So a much better showing at this time for Carol Schwartz than a lot of people expected. Channel 9's Bruce Johnson is standing by at the Barry headquarters at the D.C. Convention Center. Bruce, what's the feeling right now about these figures?
Maureen, you got a lot of people out here waiting to party tonight. They're quite confident that Marion Barry will be here later on to declare a victory, that he will be serving that fourth unprecedented term as mayor of the district. They're not too much concerned about the 48% counts right now. They feel their people traditionally break late to the polls. They think Marion Barry will widen that margin as the evening goes on. However, observers have said all along that Carol Schwartz would make a very strong showing in this contest. They had said 40%. Now
And the number that was up when it said that there was 100% reporting, but they seem to be waiting for more to come in. If there was 100% reporting, that should be a Berry victory, but the Schwartz people don't seem to think this is over with yet. So I wonder if there wasn't a mistake in the local stations reporting of what proportion of the vote was in at that point.
What of what you learned so far on the numbers? Did you expect that to be a close race?
No, nobody expected it to be a close race, and I have to think that it was a strong, I mean, this is a racially divided city and a racially divided vote. Carol Schwartz white, Marion Barry black, what have you, that you have to think that there was a strong white turnout here, and maybe Marion Barry just didn't do what he did in the primary, which was to get his vote out strongly.
Also learned something about Maryland and Virginia.
Looks like it could be another Republican woman taking office in Maryland for the governorship. She came out of nowhere, in fact, and appears to have pulled off a major upset.
What about women candidates overall in 1994? Were there more or fewer of them?
Well, I haven't actually looked at the numbers. Maybe Ken can help with that. But clearly, Republican women are gaining. You have Kay Bailey Hutchison, you've got Sowerby, you've got Olympia Snowe in Maine.
Let me interrupt because now we have a live picture from WUSA, and you can see on the screen Senator Chuck Robb, the incumbent who has won re-election.
Role in the Iran-Contra affair. According to the voter analysis up to now, Robb has gotten the liberal and the moderate vote, the largest block of votes in Virginia. We're not quite sure what the Coleman factor was here. North had a pretty solid conservative vote, as was expected, but not enough of the moderate vote to put him over in this very, very tight and very, very hotly contested race for Virginia Senate. Here is Chuck Robb, the new senator from Virginia. A Democratic win in Virginia for the Senate.
Ladies and gentlemen, how sweet it is! All right. Thank you.
We are, now you are seeing Oliver North in Richmond, Virginia.
Very grateful to all of you for
who we assume is making a speech of concession to Chuck Robb.
As our distinguished Lieutenant Governor and next governor said just a minute ago, George Foreman is indeed an inspiration. I can never begin to thank all of the people who I ought to thank tonight, so let me thank just a few representative folks, if I may. First and foremost, I want to start with family. And a truly remarkable lady, someone everybody in this room is a part of the victory. No one in this room, including yours truly, worked any harder to make this possible than the former First Lady of Virginia and the mother of three almost perfect daughters, Linda Robb.
Okay, Chuck Robb sharing the congratulations with his family. Let's go to Oliver North in Richmond and hear what he has to say on this night of a defeat at the hands of Chuck Robb.
For in fact, you have succeeded beyond what you may now feel. The critics will say that given the viciousness of the opposition, that it might well have been better not to have tried, not to have entered this contest. They will say that the hurt that you and I now feel could have been avoided by not having joined this battle. But that denies the reality of who we are as a people and who I am as an American. To not have tried would mean that some afternoon in the autumn of my years, I would sit in a rocker on my porch and wonder, could I have made a difference? Well, you see, my friends, your being here this evening gives me the answer. I know that the answer to that question is an emphatic yes. For you see, the real consequence of this campaign is not just in the results of today's ballot. Your eagerness to bring about real change in how we are governed has forever altered the political landscape all across this land. And how appropriate it is that this effort has sprung forth from this cradle of liberty, the red clay of Virginia. You and your extraordinary dedication to see me elected have not failed. You have successfully redefined political debate throughout this land of ours. In this contest, you have made it clear that henceforth every race will be about the role of government in our lives. Because of you, every one of you, every future candidate for office will have to explain to the electorate their vision for how government will make our streets safer, our schools better, our jobs certain, our nation secure. Because of you, we'll have more candidates who want our government to stop investing in failure and stop punishing success. We'll have candidates who will win because they want government to be smaller, less intrusive, and who will rein it in. We'll have fewer office holders who wish to create more arcane laws and regulations or to assign special rights or privilege to the few. We will elect men and women of principle who will put principle ahead of politics, who deem the next generation to be more important than their next election. All this is possible because you came together to support this campaign. My loss is not your defeat if you will persevere. We can yet eliminate wasteful programs that do not fulfill their lofty purpose, that burden our citizens with debt or that compromise their freedoms. Will it be easy? Oh no. Nothing worth fighting for is ever easy. Some of you may recall that in my younger days, much younger days, at Annapolis, that I was a boxing champion. What few know is that the first time I tried, I was defeated in the quarterfinals. And the second time, I lost my semifinal bout. But the third time, I won. My friends, don't give up the fight now. There is much more to come. The future of this great land of ours is far too important to be left in the hands of the professional elites, the professional politicians. We weren't put here to simply endure the future. We're put here to change it for the good, and I believe that we can. And here's how. Let me challenge you this evening to stay with this fight. Be willing to run for office. The legislative assemblies of this land, our school boards, our town and city councils, our county boards and state assemblies, our Congress need people like you. These are the bodies that make the rules, that levy the burdens, and strip the blessed dignity of an honest day's wage for an honest day's labor with ever higher taxes. These bodies should not be the fiefdoms of the left. They cry out for good people like you. They need people like you who know that government cannot solve every ill, lest we create more. They need people like you who know that if you keep your trust in the Lord, stay together and stand together, and persevere, we can yet take back our government.
Volunteers, some of whom were full-time volunteers for a long period of time. I am very, very grateful. And to so many members of the administration and others who came in these last few days and the weekend and volunteered their time, and to Tim Ridley and all of the folks who coordinated the GOTV effort, I am very, very grateful to all of you.
That was live coverage from WUSA-TV of the candidates in Virginia's United States Senate race. Ken Bodie, two independents at the outset, one by the time voters went to the polls today. What effect did the independents have in the Senate race?
Well, we cut away, and I'm not sure, but I bet you that Chuck Robb never got around to thanking Marshall Coleman in that victory speech. But I think he should have. Marshall Coleman took what I believe will be, when the exit polls come out, a lot of Republicans away from Oliver North who couldn't bring themselves to vote for Chuck Robb, didn't want to vote for Oliver North. The other fellow in this who's breathing a sigh of relief tonight is Senator John Warner, the senior senator from the state of Virginia, who staked a great deal on winning this race because he endorsed the independent candidate, campaigned every day for Marshall Coleman, and had Oliver North won, it would have been a devastating defeat for him as well. Though it's probably not so clear, I think we talked a moment ago that it's possible that Oliver North regroups and runs against Warner himself next time in the Republican primary.
Where did the Virginia Senate race fall in with regards to spending? California was #1 in U.S. Senate race.
It was up there at the top. I believe the number for North was, what, 18 million? It was very high.
We'll never know until this is over with, till all the money is in, and we see it.
Are there any lessons one can draw at this point about spending versus election?
Well, it certainly counts in the age of television. You have to have television advertising. It's particularly important in a state like California, for example, where it's critical. You cannot possibly reach all the voters. A lot of voters don't read newspapers anymore. It's the medium if you want to get your message across.
But here the candidate with more money didn't win.
Also, it's possible in California that Huffington will not win as well, and Huffington will have outspent Feinstein, what, 2-1 at least?
Yes, that's true.
So it's possible that we're going to conclude at the end of the day that voters are prepared to look beyond those television commercials and that huge amount of money that goes into a race like this.
Well, let's hope so. It's critical that they do.
Now, this number that I have is a little old, and I wish we'd had a chance to talk to it yet because I don't know the update. But we had gotten a report about half an hour ago about the Rostenkowski re-election bid in Illinois that had him running behind his opponent, the Republican Flanagan, 52-48. What do you make of that?
Well, it's an interesting story behind that. You know, Rostenkowski was assumed to be an easy win in that race, and Flanagan took a poll by his own campaign and discovered that he was winning. He called Haley Barbour, the national Republican chairman, and said, I'm winning this thing. And Barbour said, I have to see a poll of my own. And Barbour had only given him $5,000 on the theory you have to give him something, otherwise you'll be criticized for just cutting him loose out there. But they never expected to beat Rostenkowski. They did a poll. It showed that indeed Flanagan was up about 12 points. The Republican pollster who did it threw his own poll away and said, I must have gotten a bad sample. Did another poll, and once they got the second poll in confirming the results, they finally put $40,000 to $50,000 or $60,000 in that race.
Well, if you're searching for a symbol of the change in the political landscape, you can't find a better one than the Rostenkowski race. This was a congressional baron, the product of a big city machine, toppled. He's gone. It's amazing.
Let me jump in again. A live picture once again, this time from WCVB TV in Boston with Mitt Romney, the Senate candidate there.
I just got off the phone. I talked to Senator Kennedy. I congratulated him on his victory. This has been an eventful and historic campaign, I must admit. 12 months ago, when Ann and I got started, people said, you don't stand a chance. You won't even get close. And after all, Ted had just won the previous election by some 30 points, and we had done a little survey of our own to see how many people had heard of my name. 1% said that they'd heard of the name Mitt Romney, and those, of course, were the liars. And they know it now. They know it now. I guess by our estimate, I guess the numbers are going to show that roughly 1 million people, by the time the ballots are all counted, roughly 1 million people will have taken the chance on someone new, someone who was a voice for change, will have voted for me for United States Senator, and to them I say thank you very much. Let me tell you, across the state, and happily even more across this nation, the tide of change is rising. Now, sometimes in isolated little pockets, there may be some sandbags of clout and pork and seniority that are able to hold back that tide. But let me tell you, the tide keeps rising, and we're going to make it keep rising. I'll tell you, sometimes in the campaign, when you finally get to the last day, you say, well, that campaign has ended. But for me, for all of us, our campaign for change has not ended. We're going to continue in our own way to fight for change, to make sure that America and Massachusetts adheres to the principles that have always been the basis of our greatness. Respect for all people, regardless of our differences. Spending only what we earn as a nation. Insisting on the dignity of work for all people. Recognizing the superiority of the free market system, free enterprise, competition, individual initiatives, volunteerism as all being superior over government bureaucracy. And we will also demand in a way we have not done before that we want to see those who carry out violent crimes against other individuals, that they be punished in a swift, sure, and stiff manner. And this record and this set of agenda items, it's too important. It's an agenda too important to let lie. We will continue to fight for change and for those principles.
Romney on WCVB television in Boston in his concession speech. Senator Edward Kennedy has won re-election. We go now to WFAA television in Dallas, where Senator Kay Bailey Hutchison is talking about her victory.
We need an end to the intrusion of government into every problem. We need less interference with our property and our small businesses. We need less spending. We need congressional accountability, and we need to shift from policies that are disastrous for families to policies that encourage and enhance our families. We don't want dependency on government anymore. What I've said across Texas is I will continue to say no, no, no to bigger government and tax increases. But now we have the opportunity to say yes. And here's what we're going to say yes to in January of 1995. Yes to a balanced budget amendment. Yes to equal tax treatment for our homemakers. Yes to our small business owners. Yes to making Congress live with the laws it passes for the rest of us. And yes to term limitations so
Republican. James Inhofe has defeated Dave McCurdy. And in a handful of governor's races in Illinois, Jim Edgar has won re-election. He defeated Don Clark Netsch. In Kansas, in that race, Jim Slattery, a member of Congress, has lost to the Republican Bill Graves. Up in Massachusetts, William Weld has won re-election. He defeated Mark Roosevelt. And in Michigan, Governor John Engler, another incumbent, has won re-election by defeating former member of Congress Howard Wolpe. And in Ohio, as we mentioned earlier, another incumbent, George Voinovich, has won re-election by defeating Democrat Robert Birch. And Dave Wilhelm, just with those handful of races, what do you make of some of those?
Well, I mean, I am still, I got to tell you, I am focused on those results in Pennsylvania and Minnesota. I forget what you said, 70% or so of the vote in, Senator Wofford has a 1 to 2 percentage point lead. If he can pull that out, and Ann Winia pulls it out in Minnesota, this may not be quite the night the Republicans thought they were having. So hope springs eternal. I am really focused on those races tonight. But all in all, I guess I'd like to make this point. In 1992, the American people voted for change. I think tonight they are voting for change again. We're the party in power, so we become the instrument against which change or demand for change is expressed. But I would make the point that we have begun to turn a corner in this country. People don't see it in their everyday lives yet, but we've begun to turn a corner. And I think the absolute wrong interpretation of what the American people are saying tonight would be go slow, maintain the status quo, revert back to the trickle-down policies of the 1980s. I think that is an absolute wrong interpretation of what's going on out there.
One of the incumbents who's won re-election is Senator Edward Kennedy in Massachusetts. We return again to WCVB television for the senator's acceptance.
Senator Kennedy has indeed entered the room. He's working the crowd in a way that is emblematic of the kind of campaign style he embraced during the final 5 weeks of a race to save his career. Earlier tonight, if you were watching our program, you heard Congressman Joseph Kennedy acknowledge that about 6 weeks ago, there were a lot of people in the Kennedy family and a lot of people in his campaign who thought he was in serious trouble. They thought there was a good chance that the senator was not going to be able to pull it off. Okay, Chet, we're back here live. I can't tell you how much enthusiasm you can feel in this room. The floor is vibrating. The ceiling is vibrating. There has never been a Kennedy campaign that has been as difficult in this state as this one. Our viewers may remember that there has never been a case in this state of a Kennedy family member losing. The senator is probably going to take a few minutes before the crowd's going to allow him to speak. He's going to be speaking from notes and from the heart, by the way. He was starting to lose his voice earlier today, but the suspicion among his advisors is he'll be able to muster it up for one more speech. Let's go to the podium.
That's all right. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Just a few minutes ago, our phone rang. Mitt Romney called me to congratulate me on being re-elected to the United States Senate. And in the conversation, I had indicated that he had fought a hard campaign. He was a worthy spokesman for the Republican Party, and I wished him well into the future. We thank him for the battle he has waged, and we're glad about the outcome. To go back to the I want to thank the people of Massachusetts for the greatest public honor that any citizen could have of this state, and that is representing the people in the United States Senate. Today was not a victory for a candidate or a victory for a party. It was a victory for those that believe we should have a voice and a vote and a fighter in the United States Senate that's going to fight for the interests of the middle class, for good jobs, for rebuilding the middle class, for a better economy for Massachusetts, which means better hopes and dreams for working families in our state. They have that victory today. This is their victory. And in a very special way, this is a special moment for Vicki and myself, because the people of this great state, well, I was going to introduce her later, but let's give Vicki a real round of applause right now. Deserves all of it. Love of my life. It has made such a difference to me, and the people of this great state have welcomed her in. But just what I wanted to say is that I've been proud to represent Massachusetts on the cause which is center to all of our futures, and that is how our state is going to move ahead in terms of our economy. It's working families, it's the middle class. I am on their side. They will always know for 6 more years that they have a spokesman. I will never leave their side, and I will always be their vote. Let me say, there have been strong partisan issues which have been raised in the course of this campaign. And it is time to put aside gridlock. The people of Massachusetts are sending me back to the United States Senate to fight for their interests, but to try and find common ground on the issues for our fellow Republicans who are serious in dealing with these issues, from whatever part of the Republican Party they came. The people of Massachusetts want me to work with whatever Republicans, Democrats alike there, to fashion real solutions to the real problems in dealing with our health care system and strengthening our schools and improving our economy. And I pledge to the people of Massachusetts, I will work with them. We have to build Massachusetts. Finally, let me just give some very special thanks to some very special individuals. Vicki, who you acknowledged before, but has made this campaign trail one of joy and one of happiness. I think of my 104-year-old mother, whose love has sustained me and all the members of our family over so many years. I think of all my children, to Cara, my daughter Cara, there's a guy right here, and Michael, and Kylie. Kylie's been on more front pages of newspapers in the last 4 weeks than I have, and I thank them for Teddy Jr. and Kiki and Kylie and Grace, and my daughter Cara and Grace. Where's Grace? She's right here too. My son Patrick, who worked a while in our campaign and is winning his down there in the state of Rhode Island. I got this thing. I can't believe I got it screwed up. And I want to introduce Karen and Caroline, who've added new joy to my life. They have been good campaigners. Great. Give them a wave. Give them a wave. My sisters, Pat and Jean, who are here. Eunice is down there wishing on Mark Schreiber, who's winning a seat in the legislature down there in Maryland, as Ethel is pushing on Kathleen. So we thank my sisters so much for being here. And I want to pay a special tribute to Michael Kennedy, our campaign manager.
And that a picture of the Kennedy victory speech at from WCVB-TV in Boston, Massachusetts. Ken Bodie, you moderated that Senate debate with Senator Kennedy. What kind of a Ted Kennedy will return to the U.S. Senate after this campaign?
I don't think Ted Kennedy will be a whole lot different, to tell you the truth. I think what Ted Kennedy learned, and I think what we all learned with people like Kennedy and Ann Richards, if she wins, and a few others, is that in a year that was supposed to be anti-incumbent, where Kennedy was there for 32 years, and this incumbency was supposed to be a great deal of baggage in that debate, it was precisely the experience and the incumbency and the knowledge gained from it that enabled him to master Romney in the debate, which most everybody thought he did.
I want to, since we're talking about the United States Senate, I want to take a minute and throw some names and some numbers at you. The Senate started out with the Democrats having holdovers of 34 seats, and they have thus far added these names to that 34. Senator Lieberman, Senator Sarbanes, Ted Kennedy in Massachusetts, Bob Kerrey in Nebraska, Frank Lautenberg in New Jersey, Jeff Bingaman in New Mexico, Daniel Patrick Moynihan in New York, Chuck Robb in Virginia, Senator Bob Byrd in West Virginia, and Senator Herb Kohl in Wisconsin. That means confirmed Democratic seats thus far, 44.
Those are all incumbents, right, Susan? Every
no
one
new
of
names
those
on the list.
It's right, an old name.
Okay, now the Republicans in the Senate, their holdover seats started at 31. They have added these names thus far: Senator Hutchinson in Texas, Senator Kyle, that's a new one, in Arizona, Senator Roth in Delaware, Connie Mack in Florida, Senator Lugar in Indiana. Philadelphia.
Vinsky's headquarters is at the United Food and Commercial Union headquarters in Norristown, and that's where News 3's Beverly Williams is tonight live. Beverly?
Larry, Mr. Fox seemed to be declaring a victory there when he said that winning was more fun, but the campaign workers at Marjorie Margolis Mezvinsky's headquarters say that that statement may have been a little bit premature. The incumbent is described right now as tense because this race, of course, is a lot like 1992. It almost involves a rematch, but there are some things that have changed in the country. In 1992, there was a pro-Clinton sentiment sweeping the country. Now there seems to be an anti-incumbent mood, and Ms. Mezvinsky may have been a victim of that, and of course that tax vote may have hurt her. Her campaign strategist is Ken Smuckler. Ken, do you think Fox is going to win this one?
I don't know right now. I think it's a little too early to tell. We're within 1,000 votes right now. Anything can happen. We've seen this happen before 2 years ago. We're on the roller coaster and we just have to ride it out.
All right, we'll see. Well, of course, last year, Mezvinsky won by 1,373 votes. That's about 5 votes per precinct. But the outstanding areas are in Cheltenham, which is a Mezvinsky stronghold, and Jenkintown. So we'll just have to see how those areas turn out. One thing is for sure, they're not popping champagne corks yet, but neither are they declaring defeat. This is Beverly Williams reporting live from Mezvinsky headquarters.
Okay, thank you. We got history being made in New Jersey right now. Let's take a look at the battle for New Jersey sheriff. This is an interesting race. Bill Simon, the longtime sheriff, has been defeated tonight. Simon was a Democrat, switched to the Republican Party, had a big feud with the Democratic establishment. They went to Mike McLaughlin, a former state trooper. He has soundly defeated Bill Simon, and now the Democrats have the sheriff's office back, which they had before Simon turned Republican. This has been a very, very hotly contested race in the Cherry Hill, South Jersey area, Camden County, and Simon is no longer the sheriff in just a few weeks. In a moment, we'll go live to Delaware to hear from the winner in the Diamond States U.S. Senate race, and we'll have the latest on the tightest race of the night in Philadelphia's 2nd Senate District. We'll be right back.
And from Philadelphia, we take you now to WFAA-TV in Dallas.
We'll see. Obviously, George W. Bush wants to say something. He's getting a chant now from his supporters. Let's go again to Austin.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. What Texans can dream, Texans can do. This victory tonight is a great honor. The vote carries with it an awesome responsibility. Texas is ready for a new generation of leadership, and I will provide that. I have heard from Texas tonight, and I hear of the call of constructive change. Change of our juvenile justice system to save a generation of our young. Change of a welfare system to end dependency upon government. And change of our education system by freeing our teachers and principals and parents and school board members from centralized control so we can have excellence in the classroom for every child. I have just received a very, very gracious phone call from Governor Ann Richards.
miss you too. Yeah, I love you guys. A little earlier this evening, I called George W. Bush to congratulate him on a very hard-won victory. All of us wish him the very best in taking office in January, because he is taking on the responsibility for Texas. And that means that he deserves Godspeed. That means he deserves our help. Now, I don't want anyone here to feel like they lost a thing. I don't want any of us to go home with anything but a great deal of pride in our hearts. We had a great 4 years. We worked hard. We ran a good race. We have done a lot of good for Texas. This is not the end of the world. It is the end of a campaign. I can never begin to thank all of you who have put your hearts and souls into this race, and many of you who invested in me over long periods of time in having
Pennsylvania Ridge country.
Is this a game show or is the candidate coming out? We're standing by for Tom Ridge, and he's about to be introduced.
You ready to blow the roof off this place?
Okay, let's watch.
Are you ready for the next governor of the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania? Who do you want? Who do you want? Who do you want? Ladies and gentlemen, the next Lieutenant Governor, Mark Schweiker, and his wife, Kathy.
Mark Schweiker, the commissioner from Bucks County, will be the lieutenant governor. We'll be right back. We're standing by for the introduction of Tom Ridge, and we'll be right back after this.
KYW Television in Philadelphia will be going back there as soon as they have the candidate up, so you can see the acceptance speeches. I'd like to remind you that New York News 1 is now declaring in the governor's race in New York that George Pataki has won that race, defeating incumbent Governor Mario Cuomo. Again, that's New York News 1. We saw them earlier in the evening. We'll be back there a little bit later. I'd like to take this opportunity to bring you up to date on the results from a few of the races that we've been following, in case you've just joined us after watching various broadcasts throughout the evening. We picked about a half a dozen races in both the Senate and governorship. I'd like to tell you that up in Maine, to replace Senator George Mitchell, Representative Olympia Snowe has defeated Representative Tom Andrews in a contest between two members of the House of Representatives. Again, this is the seat held by George Mitchell, who retired at the end of this session of Congress. We've watched two races earlier this evening in Tennessee. The Tennessee A race, there were two races there. This is for the full term, the full 6-year term. Incumbent Senator Jim Sasser was defeated by Surgeon Dr. Bill Frist. This was a race that was close from the beginning, called earlier this evening. And then the B race, which is for the 2-year term. This is the term of Senator Al Gore, the final 2 years of his term. Fred Thompson, an attorney, has defeated Representative Jim Cooper. And in the Wyoming Senate race, one that we looked at earlier this evening, Representative Craig Thomas has defeated Governor Mike Sullivan. And we now go back to Miami, to WPLG, the ABC affiliate there, for Governor Lawton Chiles.
Thank you very much. What time is it? What time is it? It's just before dawn. What did
Georgie Foreman do? He gave him a left and then a right, and it was over. All right. Yeah. What kind of lieutenant governor have we got? The best one. The very best. Absolutely. Well, you know, well, thank you very much. Well, about 10 or 15 minutes ago, I had a call from Jeb Bush. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. You know, I look out here and I see so many faces. You know, this is a very special night for me. This is sort of the last time I'll get a chance to do this. But as I look out and see these and see the faces and know the numbers of you that have walked with me, walked with Rhea since we started in Polk County a number of years ago. You have been so wonderful to us to give us this opportunity to be able to serve our state, and I can't tell you how much we appreciate this. I'm blessed with a very, very wonderful family, as Buddy is, as Ann is, and I just want to say to them, for all of the years that they put up with allowing me to pursue my dream and my quest, I appreciate that so very much. Rhea is my confidant and my advisor, and she told me not to be too long tonight. But she's a great first lady, I'll tell you that, and I'm very proud of her. And again, my great right arm, Buddy McKay and Ann, that just do such a wonderful, wonderful job. Now, I want to talk to you just a minute if I can. This campaign is different from any campaign I can ever remember. No, I'm serious about it now. There is a feeling loose in the land of utter frustration, tremendous anger, and
It is something that has been building, and I've been feeling it for a long time, but it's stronger than we've ever seen it, and we're seeing the results play out in the election tonight. I think what it tells me is that we could have lost this race, could have lost it easily. And we're perhaps on our way to losing it, but then something happened, and what I think it was is a lot of you said, you know, we're not going to let this happen, and you went to work. There's a saying that the Lord always holds back a remnant. He always has a remnant. Many of y'all were our remnant. I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for that.
A victorious Lawton Childs thanking his supporters in Tampa for more years.
And once again, let's go to Michael Putney. Michael, the governor will certainly make the morning papers tomorrow with that coonskin hat.
He certainly will, Diane. And if anybody at home doesn't understand why he wore the coonskin cap, remember in the last debate in Tampa last Tuesday night, he said to Jeb Bush, the he-coon walks just before the light, so he was the wily old raccoon, and he put on his coonskin cap, and he is walking tonight. He is winning. But I have to say, I think that Lawton Childs is a little humbled and a little sobered by the fact that Jeb Bush came so close, and as he was just saying, there is a feeling loose in the land of frustration and utter anger, and in the next 4 years in Tallahassee, he is going to have to deal with it. I think that he is ready. It is the last hurrah for Lawton Childs. He is 64, and the next 4 years will tell the tale of his governorship. Dwight and Diane.
Michael, thank you.
And before we go tonight, another very important story. It was a big event in the Big Easy. Your lawmakers converging on New Orleans for meetings at taxpayers' expense.
And an I-Team producer and photographer also went along to observe them. Last month, an I-Team investigation revealed that State Senator Ron Silver skipped some of the conference to go gambling in Mississippi. Well, tonight, Eyewitness News reporter Rand Berkey continues the investigation with the activities of some other lawmakers.
We'd like to ask you some questions.
You're watching election night coverage on C-SPAN, the network of record for Campaign 94. Tomorrow, our election coverage continues throughout the day, starting at 7 a.m. Eastern Time with your calls, faxes, and email. Tomorrow, you'll also see briefings by Republican National Committee Chairman Haley Barbour. That's at 10:15, and Democratic National Committee Chairman David Wilhelm speaks at 11:30. And over the next 2 days, we'll show you several post-election discussions. Tomorrow at 1:30 and at 6:30, and on Thursday morning at 8, with panels of political analysts, consultants, and journalists as they discuss today's election results. And you can keep up to date with the changes in the House and Senate with our new Members of Congress Guide and our 1995 Congressional Directory. The total cost for both publications, including shipping and handling, is $15.95. To order, call 1-800-523-3174. We now return to our election night coverage on C-SPAN, the network of record for Campaign 94.
This is a live picture of the United States Capitol.
Moore and David Weinrop, and my own two treasures, Pam Broughton in Albany and Mary Trigali, who's been with me for a lifetime. I love you all. Thank you also to the guys with the cameras. Thank you to the media. I want to say this to the media because I don't know how many opportunities I'll get. I think you've been better to me than I have been to you. And you are the best media in the United States of America, and God bless all of you. I wish you all luck. Which brings me to my final thank you, and that is to the people of the state of New York, this magnificent place. Long ago, long before our first victory in 1982, this state had already given me and my family more opportunity and reward than we had any right to expect. Then it added 3 terms as governor of the greatest state in the nation. I don't have the words to describe the deep sense of gratitude and debt that I feel for that immense opportunity. I had great plans for the state in the coming years, and I have great hopes for her still, because of the strength of our people, the scope of the great gifts that nature has given us, and all the good that we inherited from those who came before us, and the extraordinary things we were able to achieve for the people in just 12 years, despite 2 serious national recessions, and with a decade of disdain from Washington. We have enormous power here. We have a fantastic future, potentially. I've surely made mistakes as governor, but I'm as proud as I can be of what we have accomplished together, and I'm just absolutely I'm absolutely convinced that there's an enormous amount more we can do. Now, main regret this year that I was not able to make the case clearly enough in this campaign to gain for you, all of you, I've let you down because you deserved another 4 years. Now, my greatest hope for this state and maybe even for the nation beyond, the reason we wanted to run, the reason we thought it was important is that we sensed all across this nation a negativism, a harshness, a divisiveness, a willingness to pit people against one another, even a cynicism that we didn't like. It's not appropriate for this country, and it's certainly not appropriate for this great state. We've been given too much. We have been too fortunate to become bitter and negative. That's a dangerous thing. My great hope is that this state will grow together, put aside the divisions between upstate and downstate, between communities, between colors, between sexes, between sexual orientations, and that we will remember what the proper direction is for us as a state and for the nation. And please understand that this state has known from the beginning what the proper direction is. It's part of your seal. It was the slogan that helped launch the state. The word is Excelsior, and I'll leave you with words that I've used over and over all through this campaign that say it much better than I could say it. Where are we supposed to go? What direction are we supposed to travel in? E.B. White told us, remember, New York is to the nation what the church spire is to the village, the symbol of aspiration and faith. The white plume saying, the way is up, not down, not backward, up. Excelsior. Let's keep going up. Thank you. God bless you. Thank you for everything.
We go from live coverage on New York News 1 of Mario Cuomo's concession speech to live coverage of Republican National Committee headquarters in downtown Washington. Those gathered there about to hear from Senator Bob Dole.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Let me say just one word. Thank you. Let me say just let me say just a word or two. Let me say just a word or two. Yeah. All right. Okay. Let me tell you what's happening. We're winning. We're winning. We're winning. Thank you very much. Thank you. Let me just give you a little rundown of what's happening out there. I know you know here, but I think if all goes as planned, we're going to end up with 52 Republicans, 48 Democrats in the United States Senate. And I think Speaker Gingrich is going to pick up about 50 seats tonight. And we're winning governorships all across America. I just talked with Haley and I just talked with George Pataki. So if I could just say one thing. If I just say one thing. First, let me thank Haley and John Moran and Jeannie Austin and everybody in this room that's worked so hard. But we're going to do it. We're going to change America. We're going to give America back to the people. That's what they wanted for a long, long time. Thank you very much. Yeah, 96. But let me just say this. I know you're excited. I know it's been a great night. I've never known a better night in electoral politics than we've had tonight as a Republican Party. And I want to thank everybody here for all the work that you've done. And the best is yet to come. Thank you very much.
You're watching election night coverage on C-SPAN, the network of record for Campaign 94. And tomorrow, our live election coverage continues throughout the day, starting at 7 a.m. Eastern Time with your calls, faxes, and email. We'll also show you briefings from Republican and Democratic Party officials, including RNC Chairman Haley Barbour, who you just saw in that last shot, and DNC Chairman David Wilhelm. At 2:30, we're planning live coverage of President Clinton's post-election news conference at the White House. And tomorrow night at 6:30, we'll show you a discussion from American University with scheduled panelists, political columnist Charlie Cook and Stuart Rothenberg, strategist Chris Matthews, and pollster Celinda Lake. They'll give you their perspectives of the House and Senate races. And C-SPAN is online right now with Campaign 94 information on the Internet and on America Online, with biographical summaries of the incoming members of the House and Senate. Now, back to coverage of Election Night on C-SPAN, the network of record for Campaign 94.
Looking at a live picture of the Capitol Dome here in Washington, D.C. In this next segment, over the next few minutes, we're going to bring you up to date on some House races around the country. One that was featured on our Campaign Almanac program just a few weeks ago, the 13th House District in Pennsylvania, where incumbent Marjorie Margolis-Mezvinsky was in a tight race. She's been defeated, and we have some videotape from a little bit earlier this evening from KYW Television.
Over the past 2 years, I've missed your soccer games and your slumber parties, your school plays, your science fairs. And though you tell me time and time again that you understand, I know that sometimes my absence hurts, and it hurt me too. I never wanted to be a member of Congress for myself. I wanted it for the thousands of children who do not have a voice in Congress. Children who go to bed at night without health insurance.
Congresswoman is reading a letter she wrote to her son.
Without a good meal waiting for them, who go to school without the educational opportunities that you have. I wanted it for all of those who are fed up with the politicians of our day, politicians who act more like school children deprived of their midday snacks rather than the leaders we deserve. And I wanted it for the women in your life, your sisters and your grandmother, women who for all too long have been deprived of the kind of representation that means something in our lives. Women deprived of a Congress that cared about our privacy, cared about our cancer, cared about our economic opportunity. The past 2 years have not been easy for you, and they've not been easy for me. 2 years ago, I thought that making the world a better place for you was all about voting for good over evil.
Marjorie.
Voting.
Again, that from KYW Television a little bit earlier this evening, Representative Marjorie Margolis-Mezvinsky. As we continue to bring you up to date on House races around the country, according to the Associated Press in a report from about 30 minutes ago, 15 Democrat incumbent members of the House have lost this evening. And of the incumbent members of Congress, 22 are trailing in their races. 22 incumbents are behind, and of those races, that's only 1 Republican and 21 Democrat incumbents are trailing. Among those who've lost this evening, incumbent members, Democrats, Jill Long in Indiana, Buddy Darden in Georgia, Dan Glickman in Kansas, and in Chicago, Representative Dan Rostenkowski. And joining us on the phone right now is Dick Ciccone of the Chicago Tribune. What can you tell us about the race of Dan Rostenkowski?
Well, he didn't campaign. And he spent all of his money apparently on his legal defense. And the Republican Party put in a $50,000 TV bid on behalf of the candidate that the Tribune story tomorrow will describe as underfunded, understaffed, and unknown. And that seemed to be all that it took in the end.
Yeah, but with the 3 uns that you just mentioned, how did he do it?
Well, I think the kind of voter resentment that you just described, turning out 15 Democrats that are incumbents, and the fact that Rostenkowski had a fantastically difficult primary, working under the federal indictment that came down earlier in the year, and took all of whatever remnants of Chicago's legendary City Hall organization is left, was pulled out in the March primary. And this time around, none of that was evident. It was either taken for granted that it would be an easy win after that tough primary fight, or they just lost heart. At any rate, there was no evidence of a campaign, and when Mr. Flanagan, unknown as he was, showed up in the last few days with a campaign, it worked.
As you look at other races around the state, any other surprises for you this evening?
Not really. Republicans won 5 of the 6 statewide offices, picked up the one congressional seat that had been held by Democrat George Sangmeister, who retired, and that was a seat that was redrawn in the 1992 remap and expected to go Republican, and it did. Democrats, as they have for 40 years, once again swept the Cook County ticket against virtually no opposition. So there weren't really some of the surprises that you've seen elsewhere in the nation tonight, with the exception of the big one, Rostenkowski.
Dick Ciccone is managing editor of the Chicago Tribune. Thanks very much for being with us. Again, reminder, as I mentioned earlier, 15 Democrat incumbents have lost, and 22 incumbents are trailing. In House races, 21 of those are Democratic seats. We continue our look at this Campaign 94. Back to Susan.
And we have a little less than 3 hours left in C-SPAN's live coverage on this election night 1994. And a special guest at our table, Mark Plotkin. If you live in Washington, D.C., you hear the voice of Mark Plotkin here on one of our public radio stations. He's a gentleman who not only follows D.C. politics, however, but follows national politics quite closely.
Well,
Mark.
thank you for that very nice introduction. It's nice to get out of the D.C. typecast and talk about something different than Marion Barry, so I welcome the opportunity.
And we will be joined in a little bit by Ed Goaz, who is a Republican pollster, and by implication, I guess that puts you on the Democratic leaning side
I
of the table?
was a Democratic candidate for city council a long time ago, but in my former life.
I want to spend some time with you putting some names to numbers.
Yes.
But before we do that, let's stay with the House. Lou told us about some trends happening with incumbents, and right now the Associated Press is predicting a net gain of 49 seats for the Republicans. They needed 40 to get the majority in the House. What I've got on graphic here is to show you in the audience, for midterm elections, what has happened to presidents' control of the Congress in looking back historically. As you can see, in midterm for President Bush, he lost 9 House seats. Ronald Reagan lost 26 seats in 1982. Jimmy Carter lost 15 in 1978. Richard Nixon lost 12 in 1970. Going back a little bit farther, we can. The largest we've seen on this list, 47 lost for Johnson in the year 1966. Kennedy went down just 4 in 1962. Eisenhower went down 18 in 1954. And you had one more number.
Yeah, Harry Truman in 1946, you know, he took office in April of 1945, lost 55 seats. And in fact, people thought, since he lost, his party lost 55 seats in 1946, how could he possibly win in 1948? And that's why there were those, Susan, those spate of stories about the Clinton White House supposed to be reading every book about Harry Truman, because Harry Truman was thought to even maybe be denied the nomination in 48 and surely couldn't win. And of course he did win. He beat Tom Dewey.
You see on the screen the telephone numbers. Call in, because we're going to take some calls during this last 3 hours and hear from you what you think about some of these races. But bear with me a second, because what I want to do is read kind of long lists of names here, but add some names to some numbers. Let's start with the U.S.
Sure.
Senate. When the day began, the Democrats had 34 seats. They have added these names to election. In Connecticut, Lieberman, Sarbanes in Maryland, Kennedy in Massachusetts, Kerry in Nebraska, Lautenberg in New Jersey, Bingaman in New Mexico, Moynihan in New York, Conrad in North Dakota, Robb in Virginia, Byrd in West Virginia, and Cole in Wisconsin. So they are currently at 45 for sure seats that they've got in the United States Senate. To the Republicans, 50 for sure. There are 5 states that we don't have reports on yet. Now, I'm going to start this list, and I may have to interrupt it because we're waiting for a live picture from the Republican headquarters. The Republicans began the day with 31 seats that were held over, that they weren't up for election this year. They have these names on the Republican list: John Kyle in Arizona, Bill Roth in Delaware, Connie Mack in Florida, Lugar in Indiana, Olympia Snowe in Maine, Spence Abraham in Michigan, Trent Lott in Mississippi, John Ashcroft in Missouri, Conrad Burns in Montana, Mike DeWine in Ohio, Mr. Inhofe in Oklahoma, Rick Santorum in Pennsylvania, Chafee in Rhode Island, Bill Frist in Tennessee, Fred Thompson in Tennessee, Hutchinson in Texas, Hatch in Utah, Jeffords in Vermont, Craig Thomas in Wyoming. And again, 5 seats still waited for. 50 to 45 for sure. What does that mean to you?
Well, the Democrats had a majority, a supposed majority, of 56 seats. The Republicans had 44. I think what we should say to the listeners, though, is that Republicans have been literally trying to get filibustering, so the Democrats have needed 60 votes, not a simple majority of 51. But if the Democrats lose the United States Senate, if it's tied, if it's 50-50, we should remind people that Al Gore is the vice president, he's also the president of the Senate, and he casts the deciding vote. But if they should lose, they lose all the committee chairmanships, and of course the majority leader becomes Robert Dole rather than a Democrat.
Haley Barbour is with us live from Republican Party headquarters here in Washington. Mr. Barbour, good evening.
Good evening. I'm glad to be with you.
Tell me, what are you calling it, a triple crown yet this evening for you?
Well, it looks like it. We'll wait till all the returns are in, but apparently we've won a majority in the Senate. We've apparently won a majority in the House. We look like we picked up about 10 governorships. It's an historic victory. Really, it's been 2 generations since Republicans have won this kind of victory. But for us as Republicans, we have to understand that the verdict of the voters creates obligations for us. Today, voters rejected Clinton's policies and embraced Republican ideas of less government, not bigger government, of lower taxes, not higher taxes, of more individual responsibility and individual freedom instead of more government power and government responsibility. Now, we've got to fulfill our obligation to give them that.
Some are saying that this was a particularly tough campaign year in individual races. What do you do to start governing once Election Day is over?
Well, it was a tough campaign, but the verdict of the people is very obvious. The people said government's too big for its britches, and we're not getting our money's worth for our tax dollars. What they've told us is we want to cut taxes, to cut spending, real welfare reform. We want the kind of policies out of the federal government you see Republican governors giving in Michigan and Ohio and Massachusetts and Illinois and in Wisconsin and Minnesota. And that's what we intend to do. And I think if we'll keep this on principle, if people will understand that we're all obligated to abide by the verdict of the voters, that if we'll adhere to the principles they voted for, if we'll fulfill the promises we made, and look, we have to do it by not only being willing, but being eager to work with Democrats who also want to fulfill that verdict. If we do that, then this country will make a lot of progress. I hope, frankly, Bill Clinton is one of the Democrats that accepts the verdict, because as we showed on NAFTA, we're not only willing, we're able to work effectively when we agree. That's what we all ought to be working on, giving the people the policies they voted for tonight.
The polls are now closed in California. Can you tell us anything about the Senate race there? Have any numbers?
I suspect it's going to be close. I don't have any numbers that the exit polling wasn't earlier in the day, and it's a closer race than a lot of people want to say that it is. It's been a very personalized campaign, it's been a nasty campaign. It's a campaign, and I know both of the candidates are glad are over, but it's also been a campaign where Dianne Feinstein, who the Democrats thought was invincible last year, was in trouble and in a close race because she voted for the Clintons' tax bill, the largest tax increase in history. It hurt California worse than anywhere. Californians were disproportionately hit by the Clinton tax bill. She also voted for a $127 billion defense cut at a time when California had lost hundreds of thousands of jobs in the defense industry. So in California, Dianne Feinstein, being in a tough race, related back to her votes for things that hurt California. And that's what elections ought to be about, instead of about, who's got what kind of covenant in their deed, or their wife's religion, or their babysitter's nationality.
Mr. Barbour, I have at the table with me here Mark Plotkin, whom I'm sure you know from Washington, a political analyst. He has a question for you.
Yes, Mr. Barbour, I wanted to ask you, you mentioned governors in Michigan, Ohio, Wisconsin, Minnesota, Massachusetts, all Republican governors, as if that's a trend. Mr. Clinton, 2 years ago, had Republican governors in all those states and won all those states. What's your response to that?
Well, I think it just shows you that having a governor is an advantage in an election, but it's not, doesn't make the difference. The important thing about these Republican governors, it's often overlooked by the national press. These are governors of big industrial states that are at best competitive two-party states, and in cases like Minnesota and Massachusetts, they're pretty Democratic states. These governors went into office, they cut taxes, they cut spending, they put into effect genuine welfare reform by reducing welfare. They've been for education reforms. They've been for tough law enforcement. They're for criminal control. And look, every one of these governors blew the doors off today. They got 65, 70% of the vote in two-party states because they gave the voters in their states exactly what Republicans campaigned on this year, something that Washington, D.C. forgets is possible. Government doesn't have to get bigger. It can get smaller, and frankly, our country can be better off because of it.
Mr. Barber, I only have you for a second more, but Mark Hawkins dying to ask a question.
One last question. How about that wayward Republican, Rudy Giuliani? What happens to him?
Well, you know, I don't like what Rudy Giuliani did politically, but he's got a right to his opinion. The thing that I hope Rudy Giuliani and every Republican will do is to keep governing as he frankly has governed. He's cut taxes in New York. He's cut the budget in New York. He's given more emphasis to law enforcement. While his politics are something that I'm very disappointed in, he's a heck of a lot better mayor than Dave Dinkins.
Thanks very much, Mr. Barber, for being with us tonight. Haley Barber is down at the Republican Party headquarters here in Washington, D.C. And, of course, the numbers aren't fully in yet, as you heard, but it looks like the way things are going with many of the states back in, that it's going to be Republican Senate, Republican House, and Republicans in control in the governor's mansions.
Well, you know, the Democrats, even when they went into this, were talking at best about picking up 3 Senate seats from Republicans. One we don't know about yet, Ann Winia in Minnesota. But the other 2 that they thought they had a shot with were Conrad Burns, the incumbent, who is, it looks like, has won in Montana. And they thought they could beat William Roth, who was running for a 5th term in Delaware, walks around with a basset hound. He's 73 years old. They thought they had a very popular attorney general in Charles Oberle. He lost. And then there was talk about an upset in Vermont with Jeffords, who was the Republican incumbent. But it turns out that Jeffords is really probably the most liberal Republican in the United States Senate. So if they beat Jeffords, maybe that wouldn't have been such a great deal anyway. Now they're just down to 1.
Back to KYW-TV in Philadelphia for Senator Harris Wofford.
Work to resolve.
Dwight Evans.
And I'm sure Mario Cuomo will.
Fought bitterly in this campaign, and tonight is conceded.
Dwight has been a wholehearted partner in this. Kathy.
A lot of very sad faces you saw in the background there. Harris Wofford conceding after serving 3.5 years in the Senate. Right now we're going to switch gears and go to Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania and Santorum headquarters. Let's take a look at the scene there. And Santorum is about to be introduced. Let's hear the introduction.
Good evening. For the past year, I've been traveling the state, like many of you, working hard on Rick's behalf. Tonight's victory is a shared result of our shared working commitments. And for that, I say thank you, Pennsylvania. It's now my distinct pleasure to introduce to you our next United States Senator, my husband.
A rare introduction by Mrs. Santorum. Very happy couple there in Pittsburgh tonight. Young senator, 36 years old, will be one of the youngest members of the U.S. Senate. Braved the last few weeks of the campaign and an attack by Teresa Hines, who said he was unfit for office. Wins a close race with Harris Wofford tonight, much closer than he thought it was going to be. A few missteps along the way. Very conservative message, and here's Rick Santorum.
Well, most of the family's excited. Thank you all so much. We did it again. I'll tell you, Karen hit the nail on the head. We've been out working hard, and she has just worked her tail off and for a year and a half, and she is the secret weapon, the reason we won this campaign. I want to thank all of you, the tens of thousands of volunteers who just went out there every day, made those phone calls, worked their tail offs, believed in their heart that we had to change America, and you did something about it. This was a real family effort. You see two little ones up here that we were unfortunately away from all too often in the last year and a half. But I'll tell you, we couldn't have done it without the work of and just the love of both of our parents. My parents, Kay and Al, and Karen's parents, Betty, Lee, and Ken. Give them a big round of applause. Thank you.
Rick Santorum thanking his family and his friends and support. Santorum, by the way, was a little...
And from Philadelphia, we go now to New York News 1, where George Pataki is talking to his supporters.
You know, it's a good question, but it's a hard answer. You have someone who is not just an incumbent, but a 12-year incumbent, and that's particular to New York State. Okay, I paused for a second because I just saw some people carrying a woman out who presumably fainted during the celebration. It is very, very crowded in here and very hot in here, as you can imagine. A lot of
excitement in there too.
There was a lot of excitement here. Back to Cuomo, there has been a lot of anti-incumbent fever across the country, and there's no question that Mario Cuomo suffered from it. And Mario Cuomo had President Clinton in New York State several times, probably more than any other elected official in the state. And, you know, all I can say, it didn't do him enough good, if it did him good at all.
Now, I'm going to ask you the question because there was a strange twist that was at least thought of in this endorsement of Cuomo by Giuliani. In a way, did upstate voters see that as the possibility of even more influence being given to downstate, and that they felt even more of an obligation to vote for somebody to get Cuomo out?
There was no question that played a role in it. When Mayor Giuliani made his endorsement of Cuomo, he took the risk, and the Cuomo camp took the risk that it was going to outweigh the negative reaction from upstaters. But it's very evident that didn't pay off.
Andrew, it's Leslie.
Hi, Leslie.
What about just tax cut fever? Pataki said he was going to do in New York what Christine Todd Whitman did in New Jersey. He called for a $5.6 billion cut over 4 years. People just like the sound of that.
There are only two major elements to George Pataki's campaign, Leslie. And they are, one, a major tax cut, 25%, and two, the death penalty. There was the tax cut and the death penalty, and that was basically it. George Pataki kept it focused on those two issues. So it's hard to imagine that was not a major reason.
Yet voters seem to have a short memory. When Mario Cuomo came into office, he cut taxes.
Okay.
Well, I see.
Yeah, you're seeing Al D'Amato here. He just slapped someone 5, and you just heard the audience erupt. Al D'Amato is a very popular man here tonight.
Just as much his night tonight, it would seem.
Senator Alphonse D'Amato. Dov Hiken.
Leslie, there was some question.
The Conservative Party Chairman.
We're seeing the heavyweights announced here. I don't have Pataki in sight yet. As I was saying, there was some question at the beginning of the night as to how much prominence Al D'Amato would have here tonight.
Yeah, we hadn't seen too much of him in the middle of the campaign.
No, Al D'Amato went into hiding the last couple of weeks because the Cuomo campaign has successfully tarnished George Pataki with his association with D'Amato, branding him a puppet of D'Amato's. And D'Amato literally left town. I should say that I now see George Pataki waiting in the wings, about to arrive. We will we'll of course let you hear when it happens. They just introduced Libby Pataki, his wife, and it should be coming any second now.
It's going to be interesting to see how well he gets along with the mayor.
Well, he's vowed to get along with the mayor.
He said Monday that he would be able to work with him.
Here he comes. Just to finish a thought very quickly, Al D'Amato is front stage. He's been doing television interviews all night. He is not taking a back seat.
And there is the governor-elect of the state of New York, George Pataki.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next governor of New York State, George Pataki!
Lest the significance of the music go over anyone's head, the song is the Beatles' Revolution.
It's not Call Me Al.
Yeah, you can call him George now, right?
You can call him George. And you can call him Al. Because there, right in front of us, is Alphonse D'Amato. He's got the thumbs up sign. He's dancing away. There are not many people much closer to George Pataki.
You wanted a change, you have it. Our next governor,
There's the
George
picture.
Pataki.
Well, there it is, Louis. The next governor of New York State.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Let me say, no, no. No, 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 no. No. No, we are going. I appreciate the sentiment, but let me say that we are going to begin a new positive era for the people of this state. Be happy. Tonight, we won a victory for all New York. Thank you so much. And you won us that victory. And I have to thank, I am so proud that not only will I be your governor, but we will have a great lieutenant governor in Betsy McCoy. Tonight, the people of this state, spoke loudly and clearly that they want change. And let me tell you something, as your governor, you are going to get that change. I have to thank so many people here, but I can't thank anyone more than a woman who has put up with me for 20 years, who is a great, great friend and ally, and who
And that is our live coverage, which we will have throughout the night. Lost that signal on that, but we have lots more from television stations around the country. Let me introduce another guest. Ed Goaz is a Republican pollster here and joins us at the table. And we're going to be here for 2.5 more hours. Is that right? An hour and a half. We'll be here till 3 o'clock Eastern Time.
Only
it's 12:30 now. And time for telephone calls from around the country. Mr. Goaz, you're new. We haven't heard from you yet. But as a Republican number counter, you must be feeling pretty good tonight.
Very good. I mean, it's truly a very historic evening for the country and I believe for the Republican Party.
You've brought us in 2 more in the Republican column for the Senate, bringing the number up to 52. What are the 2 other races?
Picking up or holding the Republican open seat in Minnesota with Rod Grams and holding with Gordon out in Washington State.
Okay, so we still have not heard from California, Hawaii, and Nevada.
Right.
So 3 more. So what's your call for the night, you think?
Well, I think California may be a surprise. I think that may go very late into the evening and could go either way. Nevada at this point, and Hawaii I expect to go into or remain in the Democrat column.
I've heard that we now have that live picture back from New York News One with Mr. Pataki. Let's go back to that.
God bless you. Thank you. Thank you. And there are so many other great people up here. Let me tell you, one of the important... No. Let's be positive tonight. One of the important reasons we won this race is because we have another person who was running for the U.S. Senate who didn't win that race, but she won the war of integrity and courage. She stood up and said what had happened to her. Bernadette Castro. Bernadette, God bless you. And my great running mates, Herb London, who is the most independent guy with a tremendous sense of integrity. And Herb, thank you for running with us. And somewhere out here is the next Attorney General of the state of New York, Dennis Bacco. And let me at this time also thank Governor Mario Cuomo. Governor, I thank you from the bottom of my heart for your kind words this evening. The people of this state, all the people of New York State, salute you, Governor, for your service to all of us. Thank you for that service. And I've got to thank the other people from my campaign who won this. We got a guy over here in the back, Guy Molinari, who was our city chairman. Thank you. Four years ago, an ex-Marine and a fighter from upstate decided that it was important that we have change in this state. He's devoted every day of his life to that change. Tonight he's got it. Our great chairman, Bill Powers.
Yes, Bill!
And another great leader who tonight is celebrating the first time in the history of this state that someone with a conservative line got elected statewide. Mike Long, where are you? Thank you so much. And there are 3 other guys hiding back here in the crowd that I have to thank. You probably don't know them, but I do, and they mean an awful lot to me, and they did to this campaign. Mike Finnegan, Kieran Mahoney, and a guy hiding upstairs in front of the TV set, Arthur Finkelstein. I have to thank all of you. You know, tonight the people of this state voted for change. The people of this country voted for change all across the country, and thank you for doing that. Let me pledge to you, New Yorkers, all New Yorkers, upstate, downstate, and New Yorkers in the city, that I will work with you to bring about the change you voted for today. We are going to have a government that serves the people instead of a people that serve the government, and that is a change that we will make. We pledged to control state spending and cut taxes, and let me tell you, we are going to do that. We are going to cut the taxes. And one of my top priorities is going to be to make sure that you can walk the streets and play in the parks and have your kids go to school and live at home in safety, because we are going to change the criminal justice system of this state. And there's one other person I have to comment on. You're all aware that occasionally political leaders switch party and endorse candidates from the other party. Well, we have a guy tonight who did it on principle, and he's here, and he's a great friend and a great leader of this city and state, Assemblyman Dov Hikind. Dov,
Thank you.
And I had 2 great co-chairs of this campaign up here in this mob scene. My leader in the state assembly for 8 years, and a wonderful guy, Rap Rapelier. Rap, thank you. And the co-chairman and someone you're going to hear a lot more about in this great state, Joe Holland from New York City. Joe, thank you. Let me just make one thing simple. I love this state. I am very proud of New York. I am very proud to be a New Yorker. I am very grateful for the opportunity that this state has given me, a mailman's kid from Peekskill, to stand before you tonight as the next governor. If there's one thing this campaign has stood for day in and day out, it's about again restoring people's confidence in the future of this state, again restoring their belief that the best of this state is ahead of us, that we can again become #1 in economic opportunity and new jobs, that we can again become #1 in the quality of our schools and the safety of our streets, that we can again be a place where dreams come true for ourselves, for our children, for our grandchildren, and for all New Yorkers. With your help, we're going to make the changes. We are going to bring this state back, and we are again going to be very proud, all of us from all parts of this state, to call this the great Empire State. Thank you for your support. Thank you for your victory, and together we will remake and change this great state of ours. Thank you, and God bless you. Thank you. Thank you.
Our thanks again to New York News 1 for coverage of the acceptance speech of George Pataki. This evening he is defeated incumbent Governor Mario Cuomo. Mario Cuomo running for a 4th term. He did make George Pataki the winner. And in Maryland, the AP is saying the race for governor there is too close to call at this point in the evening between Ellen Sauerbrey and Paris Glendening. We're going to now look at one of the key House races. We have with us on the line Tom Baxter of the Atlanta Journal and Constitution. Mr. Baxter, if you would please give us an update on Newt Gingrich's race in Georgia.
Well, at the latest totaling at 78% of the vote, Gingrich has 63% of the vote, and his Democratic opponent, Ben Jones, has 37%. So Gingrich is doing considerably better than some people had thought he would do in this race.
With the prospect of a Republican control of the House of Representatives and Mr. Gingrich becoming Speaker of the House, what does this mean for his district and for Georgia?
You know, that's a question that I think very few people have spent much time contemplating to this point. But it's one that probably will capture our attention a good bit in the next week. I don't think anybody's really sure what it means. I don't think anybody really fully understands the depth of the realignment that's taken place in Georgia and the South in this election.
Well, could you expand on that point a little bit, what you do know tonight? What other House races, for example, have you been watching in your state?
Well, watching the 10th District, Don Johnson, the Democratic incumbent who voted with Clinton, going down in a very heavy defeat. The first rural seat, I think, in the South to fall to a Republican, the 8th, was won by Saxby Chambliss. But even more, I think, on the local level, when you look at the state legislative seats, some of the down-ticket statewide offices, that Republicans are competitive in now for the first time. It's an extraordinary change even over 2 years ago.
And for those who joined us late, very briefly, an update on the governor's race.
At present, Zell Miller holds a very slim lead. It's about called about a 51-49 race at this moment, and it is tightening up, so it could be a long night down here.
Tom Baxter of the Atlanta Journal and Constitution, thanks very much for being with us this evening.
Thank you.
Our coverage of tonight's elections continue in just a moment, but first here's some information about our programming. Tomorrow we'll be live all day long with election results and analysis starting at 7 a.m. Eastern Time. At about 10:15 we'll bring you briefings by party leaders, including Haley Barbour of the Republican National Committee and David Wilhelm of the Democratic National Committee. We'll also show you a post-election news conference by President Clinton. That's scheduled at about 2:30. And followed by a news conference by Senator Dole, the Republican leader. You can stay up to date with all the changes in the House and Senate with C-SPAN's new Members of Congress Guide and the 1995 Congressional Directory. The total cost for both publications is $15.95, and that includes shipping and handling. To order, call 1-800-523-3174. We now continue with our election night coverage.
Election night 1994 continues here on C-SPAN. We're going to take a couple of your telephone calls, mix in your thoughts on tonight's election returns. We go first to San Diego.
Hello?
Yes, sir.
Susan, you remember me? The last time I called, that caller before me criticized your hair, and I told you with those gorgeous eyes you never had to worry about it. Remember that?
It's hard to forget. How about talking about elections with us tonight, sir?
It's been well, anyway, a couple of hours ago, I've been trying to get in ever since that caller a couple hours ago, I think it was. Now, I'm losing track of time with this election, but it's quite a while ago. But he was talking about that didn't make any difference because the same high rollers that control both parties control our media. Well, perfect example of that, if you remember, and I was watching you. I wish I didn't have to get up in the middle of the night to watch you in the morning viewers call in. But anyway, I was watching that morning. But anyway, the last week and a half, Perot was at that rally Saturday, and the New Mexico police relayed the message to Dallas that there might be some hitmen out of Mexico after him.
Right.
And all that weekend, the rest of the weekend, they poo-pooed at the media, our great phony media, called them paranoid and all that. Well, that very Monday morning, I was up in the middle of the night here watching you, and at 7 o'clock in the morning, you switch over to the house. Of course, that's 10 o'clock your time.
Sir, I'm sorry, I have to really move you along because we got so many what's your point tonight?
When you switched over to the house, they were reading a statement from that IBM executive that got told to get out of Mexico, keep his mouth shut, or grave harm would come to his wife and family.
Okay, I'm going to have to wrap you up real fast.
7 months later, 60 Minutes did it 7 months later. About the IBM.
I'm really sorry. I hate to do that to you, but you're taking us off in a long story here that we can't really follow up with while we're talking about all the returns. I apologize because I know you spent a long time getting through. Let me move on to another caller if I can. Santa Rosa, California.
Thank you very much for having me, C-SPAN.
Yes, sir.
First of all, I want to thank you. I think your hair is fine, by the way.
We don't want to make this a referendum on my hair tonight. How about on the elections?
And by the way, you and Brian Lamb ought to go in the Hall of Fame for CNN network objectivity and fairness.
Well, thanks. What do you think about the elections tonight, sir?
I think it was everything that I'd hoped for, and I think it's everything that the American people wanted. And I think it's definitely a referendum not only on the White House and Mr. Clinton, somewhat, and not so much personally on Mr. Clinton, but I think on the agenda of big government and liberalism.
All right.
I think the death nail has been cast, and I think C-SPAN is partly credited or to the blame, depending on which side of the aisle you're from.
Okay, thanks very much. I want to get another comment in here, and then we'll go back to our table. Foster City, California.
Yeah, I just would like to say that tonight appears to be a referendum on Bill Clinton and liberalism, and it seems to me that when the media keeps, I'm not saying you guys, but just the general media keeps saying it's an anti-incumbency thing, it's not true. It's basically we don't want any more liberals in running our country, and more the media, what they try to say is that that Bill Clinton brought change and that we didn't seem to like it. It's the change he brought. It's not the fact that we don't want change. We do want change, just not his kind of change. We want something a little bit more, family values, things like that.
Okay, thanks for the call. A couple of callers, and I'm going to ask our two special guests tonight, Ed Goaz and Mark Plotkin, to hold that thought on whether or not or what, if it is, a referendum on tonight, because we're going to listen to Harris Wofford in Pennsylvania and then come back for their thoughts on what this election means. Now to KYW.
This is a KYW News 3 Election 94 update.
Now at the Wyndham Franklin Plaza Hotel in Philadelphia, Senator Harris Wofford is apparently conceding. Senator Wofford is speaking at the podium. Let's hear him.
Tonight, which is thanks in the fullest sense of those words, and thanks to those of you who gave so much, that gave us the resources to make this campaign, this all-out campaign possible. Representing all of those, I'd like our finance chair, Len Barrick, and Lynn to come join us up here on the stage. No two people have given more. They've opened their homes and their hearts to all of us. And salute to our co-chairs, Dwight Evans.
Very difficult night for Harris Wofford.
Dwight,
very
join us,
gracious
please.
night. Wofford, a very gentle and kind man. fought bitterly in this campaign, and tonight is conceded.
Dwight has been a wholehearted partner in this. Kathy.
A lot of very sad faces you saw in the background there. Harris Wofford conceding after serving 3.5 years in the Senate. Right now we're going to switch.
And that's the results in the Pennsylvania Senate race, where you can see the winner, Rick Santorum, who is the Republican member of the House, who will now take the seat held by Senator Harris Wofford. Harris Wofford, of course, an interim senator 3.5 years after the death of John Hines. Let's go back to our table. I want to start with Mark Plotkin. We heard two callers postulate that this was a referendum, and they had various thoughts on what it was a referendum on. Is it, and if so, on what?
Well, I said something in USA Today that might have been wrong, and I'll do a mea culpa right here on C-SPAN. I said that elections usually are local perceptions rather than national trends. I mean, I grew up in Chicago, where you vote strictly on party label, and you know which party you're going to vote for, and it's almost an act of heresy to vote against your party. I thought voters really don't punish parties, but when you look at the numbers that you see tonight, I think any Democrat would be naive to think that the Democratic Party as a political party wasn't in some ways punished. The only stirring lights are Lawton Chiles in Florida, Chuck Robb in Virginia, and the paragon of liberalism, Ted Kennedy in Massachusetts. But after that, you really have to sort of start groping. So for the Democratic Party to feel that maybe they just voted for the person, not the party was punished.
Ed Goes, you're the gentleman who's spent time talking with voters.
Right.
If in fact they're looking for change, what specific kind of change do they want?
Well, I think at a couple of different levels. First of all, let me comment on whether this was an anti-incumbent election or an anti-Democrat election. I mean, clearly, there aren't Republicans losing this evening. If you look at the House level, the gubernatorial level, the Senate level, there were a couple of things that were very clear from the voters. One is that they did feel that Bill Clinton was taking the country in the wrong direction, particularly focusing on big government, and they felt big government was not what they were asking for. I would warn Republicans out there that there's a trap on the other side, that they're also not saying we want smaller government. What they're really saying is we want leaner, perhaps, but more effective government, and that is the voters' real focus. Second, there is a message for Congress, and the message on Congress is a conclusion the voters had come to. That unless you correct or clean up the process of legislating, that you could never truly deal with the problems that were out there. And I think the onus that is now on Newt Gingrich and the Republicans is that they have to move very quickly to take the power that has been given them and not run with that power, but in fact use that power to dismantle the power in Congress today.
Republicans had concerns about how campaign finance reform was shaping up when they were in the minority. What do you think they'll want when they're in the majority?
Well, in fact, they used what I talked about before, the filibuster, to stop campaign finance reform, which I think we'll find interesting to look at, is whether or not Republicans who have this contract on America, or with America, that's what the Democrats said, contract on America, will no longer use the filibuster. Now, they, in 2 years, there'll be a presidential election, will have to come to the public and say, what is your record of accomplishment? The public said to them, let me just finish, the public said to them, all right, we'll give you a shot at it. You haven't been in control of both houses since Joe Martin was the Speaker in 1954. Now, what do you have to show for it? So if they continue to use the legislative obstructionist vehicle, the filibuster, then maybe the voters in 2 years will retaliate. And as much as Republicans are euphoric today, in 2 years from now, if they lose the presidency and they lose the House and the Senate, these 2 years really won't mean anything. They have to build on that.
Real quick, and then callers.
And I can understand you trying to put that kind of spin on it, but the fact of the matter is there was another very clear message in this campaign, and that's that the voters can distinguish between gridlock and stopping bad legislation.
But is the filibuster a legitimate vehicle to stop bad legislation?
If that legislation is bad, and if that legislation is something the American public doesn't want, then clearly anything that can be done to stop that legislation, the public will
Well, now
accept.
they won't have to filibuster. That's the point. They're in numerical control. The other thing that should be brought in control, which you brought up, is that Democrats, the two pieces of legislation that Clinton talked about, NAFTA and the crime bill, could not have passed without Republican votes. Republicans supplied the margin. So in some ways, they have the working majority already, if not the numerical majority.
I want to go to callers. I'm going to take 2 calls, and then we're going to hear from the new governor of Texas, George W. Bush. But Las Vegas, you're on the air. What's on your mind?
Yes, hello. I'm asking a question as far as pork barrel amendments, and it said that most people are basically a millionaire club or lawyers in the Senate, even the House of Representatives. Do you think that the people that are being elected now will have less favors to pay off, and they will not have to add pork barrel amendments to laws that are passed and cause taxpayers to pay so much money for excessive spending?
Okay, thanks. Let me get to another caller, and then we'll come back to the table. California, is it Reset County?
Yep.
Caller? Where is your town?
Trinidad, Colorado.
Oh, right, not even close, but you're on the air. What's on your mind? You're on the air. What's your comment, sir?
Trinidad, Colorado. The Republicans won a big sweep, and the poor people helped to put them in. I'm a poor man, and I've watched the taxes. They promised to cut taxes. The taxes that they cut are on the rich people. They raised the tax. They raised the lower income tax from 11 to 14%, and they cut the top tax from the rich people from 50 to 37. That is a rich man's party.
Thank you. Thank you very much. 2 calls about money from 2 different perspectives. One about who gets elected and who helped put him there. Mark Plotkin.
Well, first of all, Bill Clinton said, look, in terms of a tax cut or a tax increase, the only, and it obviously didn't help a lot, was that the top 1% of the country, those that make over $180,000, received a tax raise. The other part of the population did not. And sort of what are you complaining about? In neighboring Maryland, Ellen Soubray, in an overwhelmingly Democratic state, almost 3-to-1 Democratic, where Clinton finished second best of all the states, and I think it hasn't been called yet. They haven't had a Republican governor since Spiro Ted Agnew in 1966. She promised to cut taxes 24%, state taxes, over 4 years, and she very well might win. So obviously the idea of saying we're going to cut your taxes works.
Well, not only does it work, I mean, Christy Todd Whitman ran on the same thing, actually cutting taxes 30%, and in fact is now working on the 3rd year of that tax cut plan, is in fact implementing it. So it's not just a campaign promise, it's something that can be done. One of the most interesting things about this year's election is how well the Republican governors did in this country. Almost every Republican governor won with more than 60% running for re-election. And it was that contrast between the good management, controlling the budget, controlling taxes in their individual states, versus what they're seeing in Washington, D.C.
If you would like to send a comment in by fax, we have a fax number, and you're welcome to participate by that method, 202-347-2111. 347-2111. We'll take your faxes during this next and final 2 hours of our election night programming. Woodland, Texas.
For about a year and a half, we've listened to the First Lady's agenda, and suddenly 3 weeks prior to the election, she's dropped out of the national media scene. She's not been on any of our newspapers in Houston, Texas area, or on the national media. And I'm wondering why is that? And I'd like to hear a comment from the Republican analysts that you have on your show.
Thanks very much. Ed Goaz.
Well, first of all, if you track Hillary Clinton's numbers, in the first 6 months of the administration, her numbers were running about 10 to 15 points higher than Bill Clinton's numbers. Then what you saw was that she fell to basically a linkage. And normally what you see with a vice president is that they will mirror the president's numbers. When the president goes up, vice president's numbers go up. When the president's numbers go down, the vice president's numbers go down. She was almost mirroring what you would normally see with a vice president. However, recently, in the last 4 or 5 months, her numbers were actually 10 points more negative than Bill Clinton's numbers were, even at the height of his negative numbers. And in large part, that was because she was seen as the champion of the health care bill, which represented big government to most of the voters out there. And in fact, we do the polling for U.S. News and World Report, and we found that when asked whose idea was the health care bill, 47% said it was Hillary Clinton, only 4% said Bill Clinton. So there was a great deal of linkage to the negative reaction to the health care bill and Hillary Clinton.
It's interesting, the health care bill, supposedly, for Democrats, was supposed to be something that would be beneficial. That is, they were going to blame the Republicans for stopping progress on this issue. And then it turned out that the health care legislation really didn't even seem to be an issue in the election. We had the comments of Harris Wofford. Harris Wofford in '91 got elected, supposedly, in that special election for the Senate because he said we need universal health care. And he went down.
Let me jump in because I've got some videotape for people. First of all, a live picture from the Republican Party headquarters. I think it'll speak for itself. You can see the Congo line there at the election night headquarters at the Republican National Committee here in Washington, D.C. We also are going to go from that to some videotape from WFAA-TV. George W. Bush, one of the reasons these Republicans are partying here in Washington, the winner in Texas governor's race.
It's a great honor. The vote carries with it an awesome responsibility. Texas is ready for a new generation of leadership, and I will provide that. I have heard from Texas tonight, and I hear of the call of constructive change. Change of our juvenile justice system to save a generation of our young. Change of a welfare system to end dependency upon government. And change of our education system by freeing our teachers and principals and parents and school board members from centralized control so we can have excellence in the classroom for every child. I have just received a very, very gracious phone call from Governor Ann Richards. I know Texas will join me in thanking Governor Richards for her service to our state. And I know Texas will join me in thanking Governor Richards for the many lives she has touched in such a positive way. I have also spoken with Lieutenant Governor Bob Bullock and Speaker Pete Laney. We will work together for that which Texans want. But tonight is really a night of thanks, and I first want to start off by thanking three ladies on the stage with me who mean more to me than anything in the world. A woman who will be a great First Lady of Texas. And of course, our beautiful daughters, Barbara and Jenna. I want to thank the rest of my family scattered all over our country, but I particularly want to send my love to two Houstonians. In case you weren't sure who I was talking about, One of them has real gray hair and wears pearls. I want to thank all my many friends. I've learned throughout my 48 years you can't live life without having close friends. My friends have stood by my side, and for that I am most eternally grateful. I want to thank my new political friends, those all over our state who took time out of their lives to hammer signs and dial phones and become a part of this effort. I want to thank the voters who voted for me.
George W. Bush, the new governor of Texas. We have some more returns in governor's races, and let me give you those. Governor Zell Miller, the winner in Georgia. Bob Miller, the winner in Nevada's governor's race. Gary Johnson has won the New Mexico governor's race. That's a GOP gain. John Kitzhaben is the Oregon governor. That's a Democratic gain. And a GOP gain in Rhode Island, where Lincoln Almond has been elected governor. The governor's seats now stand at 16 confirmed Democrats and 26 confirmed Republicans. And of course, a few states still not yet finished counting their votes. Reaction?
Well, I was just going to comment on George Bush. I'm sure that's a very sweet victory for the Bush family. George Bush Jr. lost a House seat. What was it, in the late 70s or something, in the state of Texas, and his father lost to Lloyd Benson for the Senate in 1970. It's interesting because everybody said that Ann Richards was a tremendously popular governor, really a national figure. And then obviously it's even sweeter because Ross Perot came in and endorsed Richards and threw a pretty rotten remark at George Bush Jr. saying that that running the state of Texas is not running a sports team.
We're going to keep an eye on some of those very well-publicized Perot endorsements and see how the night tallies up for the candidates he supported. Ed Goaz?
This will be the first time Republicans have had a majority of the governorships in the country since 1972. Even more devastating to the Democrats is the fact that, except for Florida, the next most populous state is South Carolina. That will be held by a Democrat governor. The overwhelming number of large states will be held by Republican governors, and as you know, in a presidential race, the infrastructure for the party really comes from those large governors. And I think it really spells a lot of trouble for a presidential strategy for 1996.
Well, I did say to Mr. Barber that he listed off all the states that Republican governors had won: Michigan, Ohio, Wisconsin, Minnesota, Massachusetts. Those states Mr. Clinton won, even though there were Republican governors, so it doesn't always follow.
We're going to show a videotape clip of a candidate in a race you watch pretty closely. This is a D.C. mayor's race. We're doing this because, of course, it's the nation's capital. Marion Barry, the new mayor of the District of Columbia. Let's listen in.
Indeed, it's amazing.
Yeah. Yes, it is.
We have dreamed the impossible dream and made the impossible possible.
Yes. Yes,
we have taken mountains that were in our way and removed those mountains.
Yeah.
We have come together as never before. Yes, but in coming together, now is not the time to gloat in our success and our victory.
Yeah.
Or be cynical or negative in our defeat.
That's right.
And from one coast to the other, now we go to KGO TV, where Kathleen Brown is speaking.
In history.
Can't hear it.
By my family, my friends, and my supporters to say that while we all worked hard and worked with passion for a different result, tonight we must accept the verdict of the people of California. Today, the voters of California have determined that Governor Wilson, not I, should be for the next... Today, the voters of California have determined that Governor Wilson, not I, should be for the next 4 years what Adlai Stevenson once called the instrument of their will. As the instrument of that will, I hope and pray that having won the battle of tactics, he will now use his victory to help rebuild California. I pledge to do what I can to help him chart California through this difficult passage in our history, to take these crises we face and turn them into opportunities, for our Californians deserve no less. While we may have fallen short in achieving our ultimate goal, I have to tell you we have so much to show for these past months.
Kathleen Brown, an emotional speech tonight, and considering what's happened across the rest of the country with this Republican steamroller, I suppose Democrats would say she did not badly tonight.
Let's talk to our analysts now. We have Susan Rasky, the contributing editor for McClatchy Newspapers and a writer for the California Journal, and Deborah Saunders, who a striking columnist right now for the San Francisco Chronicle. Welcome, both of you. What do you think of Kathleen Brown? What happened here? She seemed to give a pretty good speech right there.
Well, one of the problems Kathleen Brown had throughout this campaign was not knowing how to give a speech. It was a measure of how much of an amateurish campaign she made. I mean, there were a variety of strategic mistakes she made, but losing by 20 points is a big deal. Probably made worse, as Richard said, by the national anti-democratic tide. But I would point out Dianne Feinstein in 1990 lost to Pete Wilson only by a little over 3 points.
Pete Wilson is definitely a hard campaigner. And that's hurt her as well.
If you look at the numbers there, you can see that we are declaring Governor Wilson with 60%, Brown 37%, with only 19% of the precincts, but we are declaring Governor Wilson elected. Go ahead, Deborah, finish your thought.
Well, I did want to say, I think the other thing that hurt her, of course, she got very angry when people said she couldn't speak well. She said, is Pete Wilson Mr. Communication? And of course, the answer is no. But I think that her stance on crime just didn't quite ring right with her. And the question is we see Republicans doing quite well on the rest of the state ticket. Did she drag them down? Were they part of the national tide, or was there a drag at the top of the state ticket?
We'll hang on to those thoughts and we'll come back to them a little bit later, but I think there's local races we need to deal with.
Right, there is quite the race going on in the East Bay in Oakland. This is the mayor's race between Elihu Harris and Ted Dang, the businessman. Elihu Harris at this point, 54% of the vote. Ted Dang, 46%, and that again is with 1% of the precincts reporting, and that really indicates all the absentee ballots. So it's very early in this race, far too early.
And we'll leave the California KGO at this point because we're concentrating here on the governors, the U.S. Senate, and also the House races. Boy, the Republicans are not late partiers at GOAS. This is the Republican Party headquarters just a few minutes ago, from the tango to the closed room there.
As we saw from the shot earlier, they're not very good dancers either.
I want to make one correction. He made it even more dismal for Democrats. I was being polite because it's C-SPAN, but the state with the largest state with a Democratic governor is not South Carolina, but it is North Carolina, where Jim Hunt is a Democrat, and he is the governor of the 10th largest state.
So can say the anticipation is now behind the Republicans.
He was getting a little giddy.
Let's go back to telephone calls. Las Vegas, you've been waiting, you're on the air. Good evening. Las Vegas, you there?
Yeah.
Turn down that volume on your TV, please. We're getting a feedback.
You talking to Bill?
Go ahead, please.
Okay. I'm an ex-New Yorker, relocated in Las Vegas, and I lived in upstate New York, which I'm not going into the whole politics of upstate and downstate. But the thing that has struck me strange is you tell me that both the House and the Senate has been controlled by Democrats for close to 40 years, and then I have to listen to Kennedy saying tonight, oh, we're going to change things. Why the hell hasn't he changed things 40 years ago?
Thanks very much. Eatontown, New Jersey, you're on the air.
Thank you very much. I'd just like to make a comment and have a bit of advice for all the journalists. The first is that from the perspective of a comment, Rush Limbaugh had forecast that there'd be a major change in this country, and lo and behold, Rush was right again. And I think the important thing is I looked at all of the major networks tonight. One saw a dour face. on most of the major network people like Dan Rather, etc.
Okay, sir. Actually, I have to have you hold on for a second. Sorry to interrupt you, but we're getting the reports in from California from KGO. Let's go to that live for a second.
Special coverage of the 94 vote. Now, Richard Brown and Terrell Joe.
Good evening and welcome to the 94 vote.
It appears that California may be taking a course plotted out by voters in other parts of the country tonight. They cast their ballots for change and made a sharp turn to the right.
The Republican governor, Pete Wilson, appears headed to re-election tonight. But San Francisco Democrat Dianne Feinstein is in trouble, and the controversial Proposition 187 is still too close to call.
This marks the beginning of our continuous coverage of the 94 vote. We will be here until the major races are decided tonight.
And we would like to welcome those of you in other parts of the nation who are watching on C-SPAN, the public service cable network.
Let's get right to the heart of the matter, and that is the battle for the United States Senate. Here are the leading numbers. You can see that Michael Huffington, 49%, Dianne Feinstein, 43%, with 17% of the precincts reporting.
And now let's take a look at the race for governor. As we said, Governor Pete Wilson, the projected winner in this race with 58% of the vote compared to 38% of the vote for Kathleen Brown. And that is with 16% of the precincts reporting.
Proposition 187, the most contentious issue that has been voted on in this election, the illegal immigration issue, appears to be leading now the yes 65, no 35, with 17% of the precincts reporting.
And you know, that ballot issue has drawn a lot of attention. Prop 187, the measure that cuts off immigration services. It's been a factor in both the race for governor and in the race for U.S. Senate.
Well, initially, the governor set himself up with Prop 87. He made it a very big part of his campaign. Had it not been for him, it is said by the pundits, having poured several $1 million into it in the last couple of weeks of the campaign, that 187 probably would not win tonight, and it appears as though it might.
Right. And of course, the argument over 187 and the whole issue of illegal nannies, that went right down to the wire in a really nasty battle between Michael Huffington and Dianne Feinstein. Channel 7's Laura Marquez joins us live now from Dianne Feinstein's headquarters in San Francisco. Laura, what's happening over there?
Well, I got to tell you, this is a nervous crowd here tonight. Right now, Senator Barbara Boxer is on stage, and she's trying to reassure this crowd that despite those early returns that show Feinstein losing, that she is still determined that Feinstein is going to be the next senator. And Barbara Boxer says she's speaking from experience because 2 years ago she was in a very tight race against Republican Bruce Hershenson, and the exit polls were showing that she was going to lead. However, those early results that came in showed that she was behind Hershenson by 10 points, and she said it was because it was the votes that were coming in from the conservative precincts. And she says that's what's happening with the Feinstein crowd. Of course, they're trying to put the best spin on this possible. They say those precincts are coming in from Orange County, from Butte County, from Fresno, where it is more conservative, and they're telling this crowd just to hold on here, stay with it tonight, and wait for the senator to come down. She is watching the election results with her family, and she's not expected to come down here until she sees some more results. So that's what's going on here from the Feinstein headquarters. And now we'll go back to the studio. Richard and Terrell.
Thanks very much for that update from Feinstein headquarters.
Channel 7's MJ Perez is in the Southland tonight. He's in Costa Mesa. That is where Michael Huffington has set up his headquarters. Coincidentally, it is not with the GOP, who are over by the LA airport. MJ, what's happening there tonight?
Crowd is let loose. As you can probably hear behind, the singing and dancing is well underway tonight. We're still waiting to hear about the Huffington-Feinstein race, but these Republicans here in Orange County feel they've already scored major victories across the country. Republican Congressman Bob Dornan just energized the crowd with a speech basically bashing President Clinton and telling him to pack his bags. For the moment, the song and the dance continues here. Mr. Huffington arrived about an hour and a half ago. He's upstairs in a private suite with his wife and family waiting for more results to come in. We should also mention to you that the Proposition 187 group is here. They are also eagerly awaiting results. That's it for now. Back to you, folks.
All right. right, thanks, MG. A noisy and expectant Huffington campaign center tonight.
And it still could go either way. But now, as I mentioned earlier, Governor Pete Wilson has been projected as the winner in his race against Kathleen Brown, a very tough race, really a major political comeback for Governor Pete Wilson. Let's join Channel 7's Anna Garcia, who joins us live now from Democratic headquarters in Los Angeles. Anna?
Terrell, if this was a comeback for Pete Wilson, that means Kathleen Brown went nowhere tonight, really. In fact, most Democrats have really just gone down with her. Very few that seem to be leading right now on that Democratic ticket. On the podium is Bill Press. He is the chairman of the Democratic Party. We are expecting Kathleen Brown to come down any minute and give a concession speech. We understand that she had put a call into Pete Wilson as early as 5 of 8 tonight, even before the polling places had closed, because they saw the writing on the wall tonight. So although they're trying to put as positive a spin on this as they can, the reality is that the Democrats have truly been defeated tonight. And what they are saying here, at least the campaign staffers, is that the Democrats went down around the country. It was a tidal wave, and Kathleen Brown went down with them. We, of course, will come back to you as soon as Kathleen Brown takes the podium.
Okay, Anna, thank you very much. And from that videotape coverage a short while ago to a live picture from KGO where Governor Pete Wilson is at the podium.
California. It was never really all that close, as they'd say. They expected to declare victory very early in this evening. And as you see, the crowd here is just jubilant as they have been throughout the evening. Governor Wilson waiting for them to quiet down so he can speak. And let's hear what the governor has to say this evening.
Thank you very much, Tirso. Great state chairman. And thank you, ladies and gentlemen. It was a pleasure. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. You've persuaded me. Well, thank you, my friends, not just for the warmth of that greeting, but for all the very hard work that you have all done to make this night possible. And what you have won today is a victory for working Californians, those who work hard, who play by the rules, who pay their taxes, and who have raised their children to obey the law and to respect themselves and others. Now, I must say it wasn't too long ago that the smart money pundits were not only writing me off, but they were writing off California. Yeah, in fact, about a year or so ago, I think I faced longer odds than George Foreman. And you know, if those smart money pundits want to write me off, that's all right. But to write off California, never, ever write off California.
Facing longer odds than George Foreman. That may be one of the lines for tomorrow. You can, you know, he called it a victory for working Californians. You can see it's Yeah, well, he did. I mean, he came from as far back as anyone has ever come in the race for governor. And
the lowest approval ratings of any governor in a long time.
And was up 12 points going into today.
Okay. We went to Governor Wilson, of course, interrupting our look at the San Francisco propositions. Let's pick them up here. Proposition H. This is the domestic partners. It would allow registered domestic partners of city employees to...
Our coverage of tonight's elections continues in just a moment. But first, here's some information about our programming. Tomorrow we'll be live all day long with election results and analysis starting at 7 a.m. Eastern Time. Tomorrow night, we'll have a post-election edition of Campaign Almanac that features a full review of today's elections. Then on Thursday morning at 8, Hotline publisher Doug Bailey moderates a discussion with Republican consultants Ed Goaz and Ed Rollins, Democratic strategist Ed Lazarus, presidential pollster Stan Greenberg, and Ralph Reed of the Christian Coalition. And tonight, C-SPAN is on America Online and on the Internet right now, providing information about the elections, including biographies of the newly elected members of the House and Senate. We now return to our election night coverage.
And C-SPAN's election night coverage continues. We have about an hour and a half left to go. We're getting in numbers in a couple of those states where the polls have closed later and trying to help understand what that means. Of course, the news, as you well know, if you've been watching our network or any other tonight, is Republican sweep and the Senate and looks like the House and also in the governor's mansions around the country. I have two special guests at my table here tonight. Ed Goaz, who is a Republican pollster and a Republican strategist, and Mark Plotkin, who is a political analyst based here in Washington, D.C. I want to get some more calls in, gentlemen, hear from the viewers out there. Let's go to Great Falls, Montana.
Hi. Yes. I just want to say that I may be the only person in the country tonight who feels this way, that I personally am very sad about this negative attitude towards liberalism. I feel that liberalism to me basically means a concern for people of all varieties and races and sexes and lifestyles. And this trend towards anti-liberalism is going to affect a lot of people who have different types of lifestyles that don't agree with the Republican conservatism swing that I feel mainly benefits white family-type situations.
Okay, thanks very much. Another live picture, and we're going to be doing this throughout this hour and a half. Spokane, Washington, George Nethercutt at the podium.
Let me tell you. Hey, thank you. Listen, this is not over yet. I've been going through it just as much in there as you have out here, but I want you to know we're still waiting. It isn't over yet. Anything can happen. I'm encouraged, but I'm not there yet. So I want you to know I love you for being here. I'm coming back out as soon as we know, so don't go away. We want to really celebrate when we have it, when we deserve to. So I'll be back.
And we will also be back there in Seattle when we know the results in Washington. We do have another governor's race. And I want to say this just for you, Mark Plotkin, in Maryland, the Democrat Paris Glendening, the victor there.
Well, that is some salvage for the Democratic Party. There was no reason why, on basic numbers, that the Republicans should win there. There are 1.4 million Democrats. There are about 600,000 Republicans. As I said before, the last time the Republicans won was nearly 30 years ago with Spiro Agnew. Bill Clinton did very well in that state. Paris Glendening was from Prince George's County. He had the support of the mayor of Baltimore, Kurt Schmoke, and that Helen Sauerbrey even ran as close, the Republican, as she did is surprising in an overwhelmingly Democratic state.
And maybe it says something about her message.
Well, maybe it does. The other thing is that Sauerbrey's, the incumbent, beat Bill Brock, who he called a Tennessee export, who had been the one-term senator from Tennessee, and at least that seat stayed with the Democratic Party.
Let me give you a quick update on House numbers as reported by the Associated Press. The Democrats have, for sure, won 170 seats and are leading in 32 others. That is trending towards 202 versus the GOP, now for sure having won 197 and leading in another 34 races, bringing them to a total of 231. And we'll keep you updated as those final results come in there. I want to talk with Chris Peck, who is with the Spokane spokesman. Chris Peck, tell us a little bit about what you know about Speaker Foley's race.
Well, about 40% of the votes been counted in the 5th District, and George Nethercutt, his Republican opponent, is leading 52-48 at this time, and I would have to say that looking at the precincts that are reporting, it looks like the Speaker is going to be defeated.
Okay, and tell me, how long have the polls been closed out there?
They've been closed 2.5 hours now, and it's been pretty much that sort of a split since the beginning. I heard some of Nethercutt's exit polling people on the radio right after the polls closed, and the thing that they said was that the split seemed to be pretty clear throughout the urban districts of Spokane, and that I think that the theme that George Nethercutt had hit upon, that it was time for a change. Foley has been in office 30 years. I think at the end resonated with people as part of this kind of overwhelming Republican vote tonight.
We just had a live picture from Washington, having a little bit of weather problems with the satellite picture, which leads me to ask you, how has the weather been today there?
Oh, it was fine. It was a beautiful day for voting. It was not rainy or snowy, and no, wouldn't have been a factor, I don't think, at all.
And tell me about turnout.
The turnout was good. I don't think it was a record turnout, but it was very solid. And of course, actually, the Republicans, I think, did a very, very thorough job of getting their vote out, and were very solid. But what I think has cost Speaker Foley was that the kind of moderate Republican business community, I think, at the end turned against him, and then the rural farmers who had been often supportive. I think they went 100% or virtually for Nethercutt.
One of the things we're doing here is keeping our eye on those races in which Ross Perot took a stand. This is one of them. Did it have an effect, do you think?
I think it had this effect. I think that what Perot did when he came on Friday, just a few days before the election, it reminded people that they really did want to change. And I think the United We Stand people were already going to vote for Nethercutt, but I do think for other people, even though they didn't like Perot, they were thinking, yeah, he was right about needing change. And in that sense, it very much reinforced, I think, Nethercutt's basic theme at the end, whereas Foley, his theme was obviously much more complex when he was trying to point out the accomplishments of Congress at a time when people were fed up with Congress.
The next voice you hear will be that of Mark Plotkin, who is at my table here tonight. He's a political analyst here in Washington. Mark has a question for you.
Yeah, Mr. Pennington, one of the historic, Mr. Peck, one of the historic minutiae things that we all learned is that the last speaker to be beaten was a man named Pennington from New Jersey in 1860, and we thought that Spokane would not want to lose a Speaker of the House. What happened to that argument that you're going to turn away somebody who is the Speaker of the House, although he wouldn't have been the Speaker now, but man with 30 years of seniority, to a freshman congressman? Why didn't that work?
Yeah, I think there were about three things that made that a difficult sell at this point. The first one, again, was basically the notion that Nethercutt hammered on was it is time for a change, and yeah, he was the speaker, but his line was, we need a listener, not a speaker. And the basic theme was, hey, the guy is back there in D.C., and what you need is somebody who's here, coming from Spokane, who has heard your voice for change. And that, that line resonated, again and again through the district. That was the first thing. The second thing that I think that happened is that Foley was never really able to articulate in a pretty straightforward way the value of having the speakership in the 5th District here. Other people tried to do it for him, frankly. That was the basic line that I think his local support said, you've got to say that this is valuable. But he had a hard time doing that. He's not a particularly boastful man, and he didn't boast. He didn't say, I brought home the bacon in this way or that. The final thing, and then I guess the final thing that really came into play there is that There were people who said, hey, the economy out in the Northwest is good. We don't need the pork. I mean, and I think it was kind of like Bush in the Gulf War. He won the Gulf War, and they said, oh, great, fine, no foreign relations problems, let's turn to the economy. The same thing happened here. People said, yeah, well, I'm glad he saved Fairchild Air Force Base 4 years ago, but the economy's turned around out here now, and we don't need him as much.
Chris Peck, last question for you, and we'll let you go. Do you know if the Foleys will be returning to Spokane? They have a home there. Is that where they make their home base?
They have an apartment there. They have a home. They've just in the last 2 years built a home in Washington D.C. And I think that the interesting thing that Foley mentioned early on before the primary, where I think he really didn't see this coming. Obviously, he did not. I think he way underestimated the strength of Nethercutt, and his campaign reflected that. He was very slow to get organized. But the thing that I think that he hinted at then was that he might only run once more, and I think he would like to get some sort of posting in the State Department.
Chris Peck, you have been great talking with us throughout the campaign season. Thanks for all the time you've spent with us here on C-SPAN.
Thanks for calling.
You have a question before he goes?
There is one untold story here, and that's how much money was spent in this campaign. Tom Foley spent $720,000 in the primary and over $2 million in the last 6 weeks of this campaign. So it really does show the strength of the voters' feelings against Tom Foley in this case, and shows how strong a candidate George Nethercutt was to withstand being outspent 8-1 in this case.
A couple of other bits of information. In that Illinois House race, long-term incumbent Dan Rostenkowski has made his concession speech. They're turning the seat over to the Republicans. And we're going to take a call in a minute, Ed Goes from Honolulu. Earlier, I gave you off camera some early results from Honolulu that suggested that the Democrat was winning in the governor's race. You thought that was a surprise?
Yeah, I think we really expected Pat Psyche to pick up that seat for the Republicans. She's very well known, very respected back in the state. Obviously, the three-way race hurt her tremendously in that vote.
I just have one thing to say, and I cannot pass it up, because we need, I think Democrats, or everybody needs a little levity in this season. I'm intrigued. You said that you didn't know about this case. Mr. Garner, who is the Republican nominee for one of the congressional districts in Hawaii, he won the primary, the Republican primary, beat 2 other people, and has since September 17th, vanished. He has actually disappeared, and I was wondering if he's going to win, because maybe that's the most effective way of campaigning. The chairman of the Republican Party in Hawaii has said that he is a very independent Republican. He was cited somewhere on a boat, but you have a candidate pulling a Richard Kimball. He literally is a fugitive from the political geography of the... you're not laughing. I'm trying to...
I was just thinking it's a good thing they remade The Fugitive so all the younger viewers know
who
Richard
I'm talking
Kimball
about.
The truth be known, my family's from Hawaii. Anyone that wants to come from Hawaii to Washington to be in Congress is half crazy anyway. He's probably smart disappearing and staying in Hawaii.
The gentleman who did win in Hawaii is the first governor of Filipino descent.
Let's go to that caller from Honolulu who's on the line. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm a big C-SPAN fan, and I thank you. I'm interested in the results of a couple races I haven't heard reported on. Jack Brooks and Henry Gonzalez symbolize to me some of the arrogance in the last Congress, and I guess for many decades, that the voters were rebelling against. What happened to the two of them?
All right, I'll tell you where it stands, and not sure that they're fully reported, but Jack Brooks, 88%, that's the 9th district in Texas. This is the AP. 88% of those tallied. Jack Brooks has 47 to Steve Stockman's 51%. And Henry Gonzalez's district, do you know it offhand?
No, I don't.
All right, let me look for that.
I would just say one thing about Jack Brooks. He was first elected in 1952, and the great line about Jack Brooks, and he's chairman of the House Judiciary Committee, is he was the only man that LBJ was scared of. He also smokes a cigar during committee hearing sessions, which I don't think is permissible, but they seem to make an exception for Jack Brooks.
In fact, the exact term usually used about Jack is he's mean as a rattlesnake. I never thought he'd lose an election.
And in Henry Gonzalez, which is the 20th district in Texas, looks like if this holds up that it's a fairly comfortable win for Mr. Gonzalez. Only 35% of the vote at this particular point, but it was 59% for Gonzalez, and his opponent, the GOP challenger Carl Collier, 41%.
Can I ask about the Coleman race?
Yes.
19.
Let me take a telephone call, and I'll look that up for you. But let's go to a caller from Seattle.
Hello.
Good evening.
Good evening. This is a rather amazing turn of events, certainly. I want to ask a couple of questions. I might wonder if you feel this is an anti-government or an anti-democratic vote. Is it a continuation of the 92 sort of mandate from the people, or are we saying that we're going in a different direction? The way that we went was not the correct one, and we want to try this way. I'm also struck by the fact of the... Well, that would be enough. I'll leave it right there.
Okay. Mark Plotkin.
Well, I would say before that for Democrats to feel that they aren't being punished, they would be rationalizing away or trying to take mitigating factors that didn't exist. You can't get more of a party renunciation that occurred today. The other thing that I would just mention is that everybody, even in Washington, D.C., is going to have to learn a whole new roster of who is the committee chair. Everybody, it's actually been the vocabulary to say, well, who's ranking? And, of course, you're referring to a Democrat. Who's next in line? So Democrats for 40 years have been waiting for people up the ladder to die or not to run. And now you have to say, now, who's the head of foreign affairs? Who's the head of banking on the House? And all of a sudden, some Republicans who never thought in their lives in the House that they would be called Mr. Chairman are going to be called Mr. Chairman. The Republicans did control the Senate for 6 years from 80 to 86. But in the House, Bill Archer is, you should get used to that name, who has George Bush's old congressional district, is the chairman of the House Ways and Means Committee, and people are going to say, who the hell is Bill Archer?
But it may be easier than you think, because Newt Gingrich and the Republicans have promised to cut the committees by 25%.
Oh, really?
Yes.
In staff, too?
Staff, too.
Okay.
You were interested in the Ronald Coleman race in Texas. That's the 16th district, and it looks like a Democratic win for Mr. Coleman in that race. Why did it interest you?
Well, it was interesting because compared to California, where they had the Proposition 187, Coleman is actually proposing that for 50 miles on the other side of our border in Mexico that we provide free health care to Mexican citizens so that they don't want to come across the border.
And you won.
I just want to mention one thing about the word liberal. My grandmother, who passed away, was 92 years old, and she said the same thing that the lady did from Great Falls, Montana. What's so horrible about being called a liberal? She considered herself a liberal her whole life. And I would like to know this result. In the Silk Stocking District of New York, in Manhattan, John Lindsay's old district, which is now changed and is part of Brooklyn, and so it's not so silk stocking anymore, the Democrat Maloney was faced by a city councilman named Millard, I believe is how you pronounce his name. And I was walking down Madison Avenue in the heart of his district, and somebody passed me a Millard brochure. And I said, what party is he? And they said, and this is the only time I think in America where they would say the word liberal, they said he's a liberal Republican because he had the liberal line, which is an actual political party in New York. Mo Udall, as far back as 1976, the word was discredited, the word liberal. When he was in Wisconsin, he said, I am not a liberal, I am a progressive. And Lawton Chiles, as early as this year, as late as this year, said the one thing I am not is a liberal. So it still is a dirty word.
Carolyn Maloney won in that race, 99% return, 63% to Millard's 36%.
Thank you.
I don't think she has to be as concerned as what she was expressing. Quite frankly, when liberalism is under attack today, the attack is on big government, big answer liberalism.
I think it's more than that.
Well,
I think it's a code word for a lot of other things.
No. You have Jack Kemp out there that is, whether you want to talk about bleeding heart conservatism, there is a move in this country that is coming from the public, not from the politicians, that is clearly wanting to put more of an emphasis on personal responsibility. And there is a deep belief that a lot of people have been hiding behind faults under the auspices of personal freedom without understanding there is also linkage to personal responsibility, and there is a move in that direction.
We got to get back to costs.
All right, go ahead.
We have a couple of more of results, and that is the Jack Brooks race, which we heard about. Larry LaRocco lost in Idaho's 1st District, and Helen Chenoweth won that race. And in California's 44th, Sonny Bono won against, who is a Republican, defeating Steve Clute. And I wanted to tell you, as an age thing, we have folks who are just a couple years out of college who are helping us tonight. They wrote Sonny Bono, S-U-N-N-Y. So
well, I'll also tell you a little historic fact about Sonny Bono. In 1968, when Hubert Humphrey was trying to get the youth vote, he had Sonny and Cher on the election night special, and they were the link to supposedly Democratic youth to say that Hubert Humphrey was sort of a hip guy, and now he's a Republican from Palm Springs, California. Things change.
Let's go to California for our next call. Irvine, you're on the air.
I just want to say that Republicans better get this message. This message is from people who are sick and tired of big government. You know, before the Depression, the total take of government in the United States on all 3 levels was less than 12%, and today it is 42%. And it just hasn't worked. And, you know, the liberal is fine if you're talking classical liberal, 19th century liberal, but 20th century liberal doesn't cut it, and the empirical evidence is in. Government, that doesn't matter where you are, Moscow, Paris, or Washington, D.C. Government can't do everything. In fact, government ought not be doing 90% of the stuff it's doing now, and they ought to cut the committees 25%. They ought to do it 50%, because we've just got too gosh darn much government in this country. And that is the problem. And Republicans better get the message, because if they blow it this time, they won't get a second chance. Thanks.
Actually, I'm going to play off of his analogy of Russia. I went to Russia last year, and I was very struck with the fact that they still had a failed government system, that the very same people that left work one day as communists came back to work the next day as free Democrats. And the result was the government delivery system, the effectiveness of government was the same one day to the next. I think that same point needs to be made here, is that the emphasis is on effective government. It is on smaller, but really focusing on the problems. One of the most important statements I think that was made during this campaign was made by H. Ross Perot in a speech in Denver, Colorado this year, when he said that government needed to deal with problems at the level it's occurring. If it's at the federal level, deal with it at the federal level. If it's at the state level, deal with it at the state level. If it's at the local level, deal with it at that level. That is a common sense solution that I think both parties need to look at, instead of trying to suck everything into Washington and deal with it at that level.
We've heard a number of times at the table tonight from our guests that they thought that President Clinton has some decisions to make once learning about the results of tonight's election. In fact, President Clinton has scheduled a news conference, 2:30 Eastern Time tomorrow afternoon, and C-SPAN will provide live coverage of that. Back to your telephone calls. Renton, Washington.
Hi, I wanted to comment on basically why I think the Democrats lost by such a great amount in this election, and I think it's really because they ran from the president and failed to explain why they really support their views and the policies of the Democratic administration. And I think that they pretty much bowed to public opinion instead of shaping it, which is really what the Republicans have become pretty good at by defining issues, even by slogans. So the health care debate was really fought by just the slogan, no government health care. So it wasn't even a debate on what the administration's policy truly was. The fact that they said no government health care, people said, hey, I agree with that, they're right. And I think if we even tested the public on what was the health care brought forward by the administration, most would probably think it was a Canadian-styled health care system, which it really wasn't. And I think the other comment that I'd like to make is that for the Democrats to truly succeed in the future, they need to offensively shape public opinion, which they've really failed to do, and the Republicans have effectively done that.
Mr. Plotkin, what do you think?
Well, there's a friend, I have a friend named Sam Smith who actually feels that Democrats should stop being new Democrats, that this election, he saw this coming. He added something called the Progressive Review, and he says that Democrats are Vichy Democrats, that is, that they're collaborators with the Republicans, and that they would be far better off having a passion and having some ideals and standing up for something than trying to imitate Republicans. I think you're going to see people like Jesse Jackson and Ted Kennedy, even Ted Kennedy, saying, look, we have to stand for something. Let's not try to imitate the Republican Party because it doesn't work. Now, some other Democrats will say, well, we didn't go far enough to the right. That's the problem. And so since the country is going to the right, we better go to the right. So I think there's going to be an internal conflict for the soul of the Democratic Party once again after this election. What went wrong? What do we need to do?
Mr. Goes, let me go from philosophy to numbers once again. As the returns have been coming in tonight, Mark Plotkin and I have been hearing you say, well, we were right on that one, we were right on that one, right on this one. Any race really surprise you, where the numbers didn't stack up to what your early polling said?
The only surprise is that we didn't win Virginia. We'll
talk about that. What happened?
What happened was quite simple. You had Marshall Coleman in that race at the end that people made a decision that they in fact were throwing away their vote, and instead of getting 14 or 15% the way he had been doing in the polls, he slipped to 11-10%, and that was enough to add on to Rob's margin.
But Ed, if Marshall Coleman hadn't been in the race, then Rob would have won by even more, right?
Well, I think the way the race was framed, that is true, but it's very difficult to go back and say what if in a race, because much of what happens strategically probably wouldn't happen in a two-way race.
The only thing I can say about this is that Clinton and Rob did not run away from each other in that race. Clinton was in the state 3 times, even in Rob's house, raising money, and Rob did not run away from him. And that I think Oliver North, even to conservative Virginia, scared people, actually scared people.
The biggest damage, though, to the North campaign was done by Republicans, by our Republican incumbent senator, and by many of the Republicans who came in campaigning
against him. Well, that's an interesting point. John Warner is the Virginia's answer to Rudy Giuliani, because he supported Marshall Coleman, the independent. Now, what do Republicans do? Retaliate against Warner and make sure that he's not the nominee in 1996? Is this a cleansing process? He wasn't pure. He's going to be punished?
Oh, I don't think so at all. But I think you may very well see Oliver North running against Warner, which is not a vendetta, but he, very often in Virginia you have to run once or twice statewide before you move up to public office.
The other thing you said is that the religious right, who poured in a lot of money for Oliver North, now has lost twice. They lost for Lieutenant Governor with Michael Ferris, and now they lost again with Oliver North.
Let me go to a call. San Francisco. Good evening.
Good evening. Congressman McDade from Pennsylvania was reelected, I assume, a Republican?
Yes, from Scranton.
He is the chair of his committee, is that
He will be the
correct?
chair of the House Appropriations Committee.
Now, will he be asked to step down because he is indicted, as the Democrats insisted that Rostenkowski do? Is this going to be the same standard used by the Republicans, the high and mighty Republicans that the Democrats used?
I believe under the current rules that is not the case in the Republican conference. If they change those rules, then perhaps he will be asked to step down.
Who is next after McDade?
I think the important thing is there was so many new freshmen coming in. It may be very much like the Watergate class in 1974, where many of the rules were thrown out on the Democrat side and really caused the major rules change that they went through.
Mr. McDade won with 66% of the vote in that 10th district in Pennsylvania. Lou Ketchum is with us next.
We want to bring you an update, if you've just joined us for this evening, on the Senate races around the country. First, we'd like to show you a graphic which indicates the makeup of the Senate currently and what the new makeup will be in the next Congress. Currently in Congress, 56 members are Democrats and 44 are Republicans. But after this evening's results, 52 members of the Senate in the next Congress will be Republican, 47 will be Democrat. There is one race yet to be determined. That's the race in California. Associated Press hasn't called that. Other news organizations have, but only about a fourth to a third of the vote has been counted in California. That race will be decided later this evening. So we'd like to take you through the race results as we know it from around the country, starting in Arizona. Two members of Congress running against each other in this open seat. The winner is Republican John Kyle. He defeated Sam Coppersmith. As we mentioned, California is where the race is yet undecided. Should know more on that a little bit later this evening. In Connecticut, Joseph Lieberman has won re-election. In Delaware, Senator Bill Roth has won re-election to a fourth term. He defeated the Attorney General there in Delaware, Charles Oberle. In Florida, Republican Senator Connie Mack has won re-election, defeating Hugh Rodham, the brother of Hillary Rodham Clinton. In Hawaii, Daniel Akaka has won re-election. That result just in. In Indiana, earlier this evening, much earlier, Richard Lugar was announced the winner over former member of Congress Jim Johnce. In Maine, another case of two members of Congress facing off. Representative Olympia Snowe won that race with Representative Tom Andrews. This in Maine to replace the outgoing leader of the Senate, George Mitchell. In Maryland, it was Senator Paul Sarbanes, the incumbent, defeating Bill Brock, who at one time had been a member of the Senate representing Tennessee. In Massachusetts, Edward Kennedy won re-election by defeating Republican challenger Mitt Romney. And in Michigan, Representative Bob Carr, the Democrat, lost to Spencer Abraham, a Republican, again that in Michigan. In Minnesota, Rod Grams has been declared the winner, beating Ann Winneup, who was the ex-leader of the House in the state there. In Mississippi, Trent Lott, the Republican, has won re-election. And in Missouri, former Governor John Ashcroft has defeated Representative Alan Wheat from the Kansas City area for that Senate seat. In Montana, Conrad Burns has won re-election. Bob Kerrey has won re-election in Nebraska. And in Nevada, Richard Bryan has also won re-election to the Senate. In New Jersey, Frank Lautenberg, the incumbent, won re-election. In New Mexico, another incumbent, Jeff Bingaman, won. And in New York, Senator Daniel Patrick Moynihan has won re-election. Another incumbent who won in North Dakota is Kent Conrad. A new member of the Senate is from Ohio. Lieutenant Governor Mike DeWine there has defeated businessman Joel Hyatt. Mike DeWine becomes the first Republican senator from Ohio since 1976. In Oklahoma, again, two members of Congress facing off. In this case, Representative James Inhofe has defeated Representative Dave McCurdy. In Pennsylvania, in a speech you saw just a little bit earlier here on C-SPAN from KYW, Rick Santorum has won that Senate race by defeating incumbent Senator Harris Wofford. In Rhode Island, Senator Chafee has won re-election. And two races we followed throughout this campaign season closely in Tennessee. The Tennessee A race, again this for the 6-year seat. Bill Frist, a heart surgeon, has defeated incumbent Senator Jim Sasser. And attorney and actor Fred Thompson in the B race has defeated Representative Jim Cooper. In Texas, Senator Kay Bailey Hutchinson has won re-election. And out in Utah, Orrin Hatch has also won re-election to the United States Senate, as has Jim Jeffords in the Senate race in Vermont, beating Jan Backus. As you heard just a few moments ago, in Virginia, Senator Chuck Schwab has won re-election, defeating Oliver North and the independent candidate, Marshall Coleman. In Washington State, Slade Gordon has won that race with a win over a King County Councilman, Ron Sims. Robert Byrd has won in West Virginia, also Herb Cole in Wisconsin, and member of Congress Craig Thomas has won the Senate race in Wyoming, beating Governor Mike Sullivan.
C-SPAN's live coverage of the 94 elections continues tonight till about 3 a.m. Eastern Time, and after that we'll show you highlights of the victory and the concession speeches. Tomorrow our live coverage continues throughout the day. At 2:30, live coverage of President Clinton's post-election news conference from the White House, followed later in the day by a news conference by Senate Republican leader Bob Dole.
Hours we've been reporting to you on Democratic governors, Democratic senators, Democratic representatives who have fallen across the United States. And here, Senator Dianne Feinstein's in the fight of her life with Michael Huffington. You can see the board right there.
Michael Huffington ahead with 47% of the vote compared to 45% of the vote for Dianne Feinstein. That is with 33% of the precincts reporting. And wow, this is a tight race. This definitely is going down to the wire, just as all our analysts have predicted. We'd like to go now to Channel 7's Laura Marquez, who is standing by live at Dianne Feinstein's headquarters in San Francisco. Laura, how's it going over there?
Well, we haven't seen the senator yet, and it's not likely it's going to happen anytime soon. The word is it's going to be a long night here. Now, as you walk around this crowd, you hear them saying things like, if Huffington wins, this just shows that a Senate seat can be bought. They're, of course, referring to the record $28 million that Huffington has spent on this race. This crowd seems very unsure, very tense, and so Senator Barbara Boxer took the stage just a short time ago and tried to reassure this crowd that this race isn't over yet.
I had the same experience 2 years ago. The early returns usually are the Republican returns out of Fresno and the Valley and those areas where historically Democrats don't usually win. You already see Huffington coming down from 50 to 49, and I think as the night goes, we'll begin to see a shift in the numbers. And I know how they feel. It's very scary. But I think the exit polls are very significant. We talked about 6 or 7 points.
Senator Boxer was right. Those numbers are coming down, as we saw in just the latest showing 43 and 44, I believe, or 45. I mean, the numbers are coming down of Huffington, and that's what these supporters would like to see. And they're holding out hope that they're going to see their candidate soon and that they're going to see her make a victory speech. Reporting live from the Feinstein headquarters, Laura Marquez, Channel 7 News.
Okay, Laura, we'll be waiting. Thank you.
The other side of this same coin, Channel 7's MG Perez is in Costa Mesa. That is where Michael Huffington's people are gathering this evening. MG?
Well, Richard, his people tonight are certainly the Republican Party. We're still waiting to see how the Huffington-Feinstein race will come out. In the meantime, I want to introduce you to Mr. Bill Christensen, who's Executive Director of the Republican Party here in Orange County. Bill, how are you feeling tonight about representation across the country by Republicans?
It's amazing. It's amazing. It's the things that we've been working for years, and it's finally coming true.
What do you credit the victories to across the country?
I think it's the fact that people are fed up with Clinton's policies. They see that the Republicans have been right for 12 years, and they're right again, and they're going to give us a chance to finally go in and actually do something very constructive.
Now, it looks like Proposition 187 is it's certainly leading right now and may pass. What part did the Republican victory tonight play in that success?
Oh, I think it was a very symbiotic relationship. A lot of Republicans came out to vote simply for Proposition 187, and Prop 187 fit right nicely into our campaign as well. Their people came out for us, our people came out for them. It was great.
Are you concerned about any ramifications for if that proposition does end up passing? LA Police is on tactical alert tonight in the event something might happen.
We've heard nothing here. I certainly hope there isn't, and I hope that nobody has any ill will from it. I hope everybody does stay calm.
What are you saying about the Huffington race right now?
He's up by 4 points, and he's going to do it. We think he's going to pull it off.
Okay, Mr. Bill Christensen, he's Executive Director of the Orange County Republican Party. Thank you very much for being with us this evening. We continue to wait, certainly an enthusiastic crowd here tonight, but they're waiting it out until the bitter end to see what will happen with Mr. Huffington and Feinstein. That's it for now. Back to you folks.
All right, MG, thank you.
Wow, there you have it, a prediction of a victory by a Huffington supporter. We'd like to talk a lot more about this U.S. Senate race with our Democratic strategist, Paul Maslin. Paul, what do you make of this? And you're going to go out on a limb and make a prediction?
And we'll leave KGO-TV and keep an eye on them as they get more results in that race there in California. Actually, the Senate race in California is the only one still outstanding, and then we will know the final breakdown of Democrats to Republicans in the U.S. Senate. The current tally is 47 Democrats, 52 Republicans, 1 seat outstanding. Ed Goes. And then to Mark Plotkin.
I just have one thing to say about Jim Sasser. Jim Sasser,
who lost,
the Senate Budget Committee chair, who wanted to be the Senate Majority Leader. He wouldn't have been the Senate Majority Leader anyway. I guess he would have been running for Senate Minority Leader. For 7 years, held up the D.C. I know this is political minutia, but it's important to some people in the District of Columbia. Held up the D.C. statehood bill, refused to hold hearings on the bill, and was duplicitous and disingenuous to the mayor of the District of Columbia, Sharon Pratt Kelly, and to the citizens. So although this jurisdiction is overwhelmingly Democratic, they will not shed too many tears about the defeat of Jim Sasser.
And anything that you're still waiting for?
California.
That's it.
California and the Foley race.
I would like to say that the Republicans did lose one governorship. Carol Campbell, the Republican governor of South Carolina, could not run again, or did not run, could not run again. And Nick Theodore beat Mr. Beasley, who's a Republican. But we have failed to see, I think, any Republican incumbent lose. There was a gentleman named Calvert in California who was caught with a prostitute in his car, and that seat was considered vulnerable. And I don't know what's happened to that seat. But that is the only Republican incumbent, supposedly, that was in danger in the entire U.S. Congress, U.S. House of 435 members.
And yet you have the White House saying this was not an anti-Democrat campaign or a mood, it was an anti-incumbent mood.
Well, what do you expect them to say? I mean, you've gotten a concession out of, I think most Democrats, there's no other way that you could say when you go into a race like that where, I mean, they took a pummeling, there's no doubt about it.
We have about 50 minutes left in our coverage tonight. Our two guests here with us until 3 a.m. Eastern Time, 12 midnight if you're watching us in the Pacific time zones. We're going to go back to your calls. San Francisco is next.
Yes, I just want to say that I'm enjoying the show here from San Francisco. I'm one of the few people who didn't go Mondale. It's very hard to get a sense of the truth or a sense of where at least this election was headed from the local papers, which are pretty far to the left. But I would just like to say that as much as this election is a repudiation of President Clinton and the programs that the Democrats have stood for since long before Clinton, I think it also sends a message to the press, which has treated Reagan's election as some sort of aberration. And this time around, I think it's very hard to suggest that there's any aberration at work.
Caller, what did you do in the Proposition 187? Still there?
I was swayed somewhat by Gingrich's argument, but just the other day, the Wall Street Journal published an op-ed piece by Governor Wilson, which explained that the supposedly most onerous details of Prop 187 were in effect as law already. So that the worst that I read seemed to suggest that that Huffington should have realized the lesson of 187 here was that if he couldn't act as a policeman to enforce the measures as 187 supposedly said he would have to, then no one could really be expected to do it. But as a matter of law, when people apply for some of these programs and benefits, they are required to furnish the same evidence that 187 would have them furnish.
If I could comment on 187 for a second. First of all, that ballot initiative had actually come to dead even until about 10 days ago. It was running about 50-50 on did you favor or were you opposed to it. The thing that really turned people more favorable towards it was that all the Hispanic protesters in the last couple of days of that campaign out there waving the Mexican flag really drove people more towards a favorable position on passing that initiative. Second of all, they felt very strongly that all they were trying to do was force the courts to in fact react to the problem that they feel exists in California, and since the courts stepped in and wouldn't allow sending these illegal immigrants back home, they felt that maybe this would force the issue in the courts.
I would just say that in the Republican 1996 presidential election, two Republicans did distinguish themselves and broke with their party, Jack Kemp and Bill Bennett, and were against 187. I think that took some courage, and they should be applauded for it.
Let's go to North Idaho for our next call.
Yeah, this is North Idaho, and I was just, of course, right across the line here from Spokane. And commenting on Tom Foley's apparent lack of success and likely defeat is, I think we're dealing not with a partisan election at all. I think we're acting with a result of a middle class rejection or rebellion, and wanting something new. We thought we were getting it a couple of years ago, and we didn't get it. And everyone is very, very frustrated, at least in this area. We have, for example, a thing on the ballot here in terms of term limits, and it looks like that's going to pass very severely, and I think that's a sign of what happened to Foley. I don't know what your comments would be, but I see generally across the country not nearly as much a partisan election as I do a rebellion of that middle-class group, perhaps from $25,000 to $40,000, who are very nervous. They're hanging on by their toes, a lot of the retired, a lot of the elderly, a lot of those who are just barely making it. And the result is that they're going to be dropping off the bottom unless they fight back. And I think what we're witnessing is probably their effort to get some changes and fighting back, because if you drop off the bottom here nowadays, there's no place to go except way down. There is not a lower level. There's a top and a bottom. And what used to be a more continuous area going up from the bottom to the top, it doesn't exist anymore. If you drop off the bottom in the middle class, you've had it. I guess that would be my main substance, and I suspect that that's the roots of what we're seeing today is a lot more of that than it is partisan politics. Yeah, I'd like to hear what you might have to say.
Thank you for calling in. Appreciate the call.
I just wanted to address myself to term limits. That seems to be part of the manifesto of the Republican Party. In D.C., which is the most liberal and democratic jurisdiction in the country, term limits was on the ballot, and it won 2-1. I think it's a terrible, personally, abdication of citizens' responsibility. If you want to vote if you want to get rid of somebody, vote them out of office. Even in D.C., we have recall provisions. It'll be interesting to see that Republicans, if they are now in control, will still subscribe to the concept of term limits. Term limits was wonderful when Democrats were in control because it was considered a weapon to stop Democrats from perpetuating their power. Now that Republicans are in control, will they abide by this thing, which will, in fact, limit how long they can serve?
Well, in fact, that's part of the contract with America. It will be introduced in the first day of Congress, and I think acted on within the first 100 days. And yes, I think it will go through.
Well, what about federal offices?
Not, I think more importantly, the term limits is not a Republican idea. It is clearly something that's coming from the citizens. And I think the only thing that is missing is the next step, which is we're also going to have term limits on the staff here in Washington, because if not, then that much more than is even the case today, you'll see the professional staff running this town.
I want to show you some of the faxes that have been coming in. We've been getting quite a few, and just go through some quickly so you can get some sense of our fax correspondence this evening. This one, which does not identify its origin, the Republicans have won. Certain statistics, mainly those of crime and punishment, will improve in America for a time, while the foundations will continue to rot. When and only when the root causes of our problem become a consensus will we be able to reverse the decline. I, for one, am not hopeful. And this from Texas: America is fed up. Get out of our pockets. We are tired of tax, 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 and more. Hidden taxes. We are not stupid. Get out of our pockets. And this from Prospect Park, New Jersey. This is a comment for the Republican pollster. Christy Whitman may have won promising a 30% tax cut, but what she failed to tell the middle class is that they were not going to be part of it, that it was only going to be for the wealthy 1% of the population, that the rebate that Florio was giving to the middle class in property taxes was gone, and that as a matter of fact, their property taxes were going to go up. Where is the advantage with Whitman? And this, dear President Bill and Vice President Al, stick a fork in Ann, Mario, Dan, Diane, Tom, and more. They're done. So is your liberal agenda forever. And this from Moscow, Idaho. This caller faxes us. An earlier caller brought up the point that the news media pundits all look so glum. Small wonder. Of course you're glum. You've discovered that Americans are fed up with the lies, distortions, and half-truths which you, the news media, and the politicians whom you have supported have used to the detriment of the general welfare of the American people and their children for the past 40 years. And from Fairfax, Virginia, it is amazing to hear all the Republican leaders speak of responsibility, something they failed to exercise during their tenure as a minority party. Ironically, the Republicans failed to mention that to a large extent their fortune in the current congressional elections and state houses is principally a result of Bill Clinton's economic policies. Some of the faxes. We're being told that in Washington's 3rd District, Linda Smith at 15%, Jolene Unsold, the incumbent there, at 47% with 22%, and Ron Sims is conceding in the Washington Senate race over Slade Gorton. Anything there you want to respond to? A lot of information in a short time.
Yeah, there sure is. I just think that what is going to happen is, as I said before, a sort of an examination of where the Democratic Party goes. They will examine who won. Lawton Chiles won in Florida. People will ask, well, why did he win? He had never lost an election in 34 years. And they will try to duplicate the victories people that did win, and it's going to be a wrenching time for the Democratic Party, and you very well might see this Democratic president, being challenged within his own party. In primaries and caucuses, you're smiling, which will obviously hearten the Republicans. But at the same time, you have a Republican presidential battle where everybody will be taking credit, I'm sure, all 9 candidates, for the success of these congressional victories.
By the way, before you answer, I was told that I misspoke. Linda Smith has 50%, not 15%, over Jolene unsold. You had a comment?
Well, the only comment on the Christie Whitman memo is that's just not true. I mean, she has cut everyone's taxes by 30% across the board. It is not just the top 1%. So obviously they're reading the press releases from Bill Clinton and not from what is actually happening in the state. I was smiling because I in a way, feel sorry for you. I've been through these type of elections before where you're kind of searching for something, some glimmer of hope to kind of grab onto. I would hope for the Republicans out there that I can caution them. And the time frame that we have to deal with what's been handed us, the opportunity that's been handed us, is very, very short. And it has less to do about the 1996 election and everything to do with what happens not only in January but in November and December this year. I found it very interesting that the time frame the American public gives people in Washington is short today. It's no longer 7 or 8 or 9 years. It's a year. And sometimes it's only a couple of months.
Mark Plotkin, if you're looking for a glimmer of hope, this caller from...
Well, look, let me just say this, Susan. I am not a Democratic partisan. I am not representing the Democratic Party. I am a political analyst. I'm trying to speak from what the Democratic Party must do. I'm not weighing in one way or another on that.
Is that why it's coming across as so honest?
Maybe it's subliminal. Subliminal.
Well, let me give you this note from a viewer watching us in Portland who says, that's Portland, Oregon. Please note that Oregon is bucking the conservative trend of the nation and of the western United States. In the race for governor of Oregon, Democrat John Kitzhaber is winning resoundingly against longtime ultra-conservative U.S. Congressman Denny Smith. The viewer also says an anti-gay ballot measure is failing. Liberal Democrats are triumphant in 4 of 5 races for U.S. Congress seats. Your comments?
Well, Oregon, I remember, supposedly told Californians don't bother to come. The gentleman who won the governorship was the architect of the health plan in Oregon, which I'm sure Republicans would object to very much. Bill Clinton won the state of Oregon. It has an independent streak. I think Mr. Hatfield, the senator from Oregon, is considered on the left side of the, if there is a left side of the Republican Party. So if Oregon is exhibiting independence and progressive thoughts, it doesn't come much to many people as much of a surprise.
In this final 45 minutes, we're really waiting for just a couple of returns, and that's the U.S. Senate race in California, the final numbers in Mr. Foley's race in Washington State, and also what's happening with Proposition 187 out in California. Let's go back to calls. Jersey City, New Jersey.
Hello. I'm a registered Democrat, and I'm pretty happy right now that these Democratic Leadership Council people are taking such a beating, because I think, you know, the majority of us out here in America are in favor of single-payer health care, and these guys sold us out. My representative from my former district promised that he would vote for single-payer health care, and then got in bed with the insurance companies, and now he's against it. You know, we voted Florio out of here because he started beating up on welfare mothers, and that gave Whitman the margin of victory.
Okay, caller, I'm sorry, I have to interrupt you because we have a live picture now from KGO in San Francisco. Mike Huffington on screen.
Family members. Let's see what he has to say.
it's quite clear we have some college young Republicans here. And we have, obviously, a few of us that are ex-college Republicans. Well, as you know, the race so far is too close to call. But I wanted to come down because I didn't want all of you to go home. We'll be back down again later tonight, but I wanted to come here. I wanted to come here while the crowds are still large. Because let me say something to you. It is clear watching what's happening across the country that the Republicans are having an unbelievable victory.
Obviously, quite the party atmosphere going over there. We have no idea what he plans to say. He just wanted to get down there because there was a big crowd there.
Interesting. He should align himself with the Republicans.
Yes.
Because he's been distancing himself from the Republicans. In fact, his party is in Costa Mesa, and the GOP party is out at Los Angeles International Airport.
Well, the Republicans were distancing themselves from him.
Exactly. A lot of them not terribly crazy about Michael Huffington. But let's check in on what's happening at Dianne Feinstein's headquarters. Channel 7's Laura Marquez is there with one of the members of the Feinstein campaign, Bill Chandler. Laura, the atmosphere looks decidedly a little more quiet there than what we just saw at Huffington headquarters.
It is definitely quiet, but they were just listening to what Huffington had to say. I have to say, though, it does seem to have, the mood seems to have changed a bit here. And talk to me about that, Bill. Initially, when the results were coming in, it looked like Huffington was leading Feinstein by a big margin. Those numbers seem to be evening up a little bit as the night goes on. Tell me what that says.
What happened is conservative parts of the state, Orange County, Fresno, San Diego, came in early. In those areas, Dianne Feinstein is not as strong. The big cities, San Francisco, Los Angeles, have not really come in yet, and we're going to win those counties. So Dianne Feinstein will win this, and the reason Michael Huffington's going out there telling his supporters to stay is he knows bad news is coming.
Have you talked with the senator? What is her mood this evening?
I talked with her about an hour ago. She's cautiously optimistic. She's home with her family, where she should be, enjoying the evening as much as she can. She's very optimistic. She's worked hard. She's done a lot for California. This race pitted someone who's proven themselves versus someone who's done nothing. She's going to win.
What about the negative advertising and the amount of money that's been spent?
Well, unfortunately, when you run against someone who spends $30 million calling you every name in the book, you got to respond. And the reality is Dianne Feinstein has produced more than any other senator in just 2 years. Good news must have occurred.
Well, you can see this crowd has definitely changed over that last bit of news. It looks like we just got the latest results on the Senate race, and this crowd is going wild. So something big is going on. It looks like the tide is turning here at the Feinstein headquarters. Richard and Terilyn.
Okay, Laura, we'll check back with you later, and we'll try and get those updated numbers for you as soon as possible.
Well, with only 2% between them, 47-45, I mean, a little bit of movement, you know. We're going to take a brief commercial break. Before we do, we want to show you what's been going on out in some of the races in Contra Costa County tonight. The 94 vote will continue after this.
And our thanks to KGO in San Francisco, one of the many stations around the country which has helped us tonight, putting together our live coverage of election night 1994. Ed Goaz, Mark Plotkin at the table with us for about 35 more minutes or so. And you were saying earlier about people demanding a shorter and shorter time frame for results of the people that they send to Washington. I have a person who sent us a fax who agrees with you, but from a different side of the aisle. I get the impression that everyone is blaming Clinton for all the bad problems that are presently happening, healthcare, etc. What happened to all the years passed during the Reagan and Bush years? No one seemed to care about crime as much as Clinton, as far as I'm concerned. It seems to me that the Republicans are determined to embarrass Clinton by belittling him in every aspect possible. After all, he is not a miracle maker. Everyone seems to think everything should be done in 2 years.
Well, first of all, George Bush had a health care plan, And it was the Democrat caucus who, in June of 1992, decided not to put it forward onto the floor to be discussed because they didn't want to give George Bush an opportunity to talk about the health care bill. And it was John Dingell who actually used the term that our only goal here is to screw Republicans. And that was exactly what he said in the Democrat caucus. There's a certain amount of political gamemanship going on here. And I think we have to be very careful not to allow that to happen in the future.
I have a piece of videotape from not very long ago, Senator Slade Gorton declaring his victory in his race over Ron Sims in Washington's Senate seat.
Reflect on what we are celebrating here this evening, and what we have done working together during the course of this year. But even as we celebrate, I believe that it's right to pause and to thank God for keeping us, all of us, safe, and for allowing us to live in a country in which our work could result in this goal, where we can vote and decide our own future in the way we've decided it tonight. And we need to remember that this nation of ours is not just Republicans, but it's the Democrats and even those indifferent people who didn't vote tonight, and that all Americans are created equal, and that they all deserve our consideration. And I do want to say a word this evening about Ron Sims. Ron is genuinely a wonderful individual, a fine community activist, and a role model. The election wasn't about personalities, but Ron Sims gave his word and gave the voters a choice. And without a choice, we would not be celebrating here tonight. And I believe he still has a bright future in front of him. Now, I've got to say something else to you. You know, we're here in a celebration tonight, and we got to think a little bit about why we were successful. And I'd like to think it's because I'm so warm and fuzzy and but I guess at this point in my career, I'm old enough to know better than that. The reason that we're here tonight, the reason that we've been so successful, is that we were totally clear about how our direction, how my direction, how Jennifer's direction, how the direction of all those wonderful people who are going to join us in the House of Representatives differ from what the majority in the last many years in Congress has given us. Our direction is one that is set by giving people freedom and an opportunity to live up to their own potential as Americans. It's against taking more and more power and authority away from us as individuals and families and in our communities and turning it over to Washington, D.C. We're going to Washington, D.C. to turn that authority back to you. And that direction, that trust in people, dominates my approach and that of all of the new winners tonight, whether it's education or health care or taxes or spending or government regulation. And I conclude from this election that the people of the state of Washington agree with us. And as for me, at the very beginning of this campaign and at the end of this campaign, I told you that I was an independent voice, and I intend to continue to be that independent voice. I'm going to vote, even with this president, when I am convinced that he's right, and I will oppose him when he is wrong. And the same thing will hold true with Bob Dole. I'll be with him when he's right, and I think that will be most of the time. I'm going to be an independent voice. Slade Gorton is going to keep on working for you.
people. I've got to thank my wonderful family they have stood behind me through thick and thin for the last 11 months. I love them much. They've been tremendous. One of my family members is probably running. He's 6 years old. He's about this high, and out there somewhere he is running around. I also want to say that I had the most incredible group of volunteers, all of you. You guys were fantastic.
Take a look in the lower right-hand corner of your screen now. You see Gorton's supporters watching the Ron Sims statement at Sims headquarters. Let's continue to listen.
Honestly, you know, I've always described this campaign as climbing a mountain, and that we're only as strong as our weakest members, only as fast as our slowest members. And, you know, we're going to continue to fight. We've got to continue to fight. For those of you who are wondering whether or not I'm conceding or not, the answer is no.
That is a look at KIRO-TV in Seattle, where Senator Slade Gorton has, in fact, been successful in his bid to retain his Senate seat, the Republican over-challenger Ron Sims. And a look at the United States Senate in the next Congress, the 104th Congress. We have just one seat still outstanding. That's the California Senate seat. And as you can see, 52 Republicans to 47, pending that one undetermined race in California. Ed Goaz, let me also tell you a little bit about the House of Representatives. We keep getting projections from the Associated Press, and the latest is a net gain of 53 seats for the Republicans. You've been at this game for a long time. You've also been following the numbers this year. How close is this projection to what you anticipated?
Actually, we thought 50 was the ceiling. We felt pretty good about being able to go over 40 and having that opportunity, but we never, in our wildest dreams, thought it would go that high. I think Newt Gingrich was the only one in the country saying that it would be anywhere between 30 and 70, and he ends up being pretty much hitting the medium there.
While we were watching those tapes, Mark Plotkin was busily looking at the names of who might be the committee chairs under the Republicans. I want to come to you in a second, but let me ask you a question. How much did the Republican Party plan this victory for taking control of the House, and how, after 40 years of being out of power in the House, how did they organize themselves in 6 weeks to take over?
Well, I think it's probably going to be a little bit rougher than some people might anticipate, but again, I think what they ought to do is try to start from scratch. Again, the key message ought to be that part of the mandate or the onus that has been put on them is to use the power that's been handed them to dismantle the power in Washington. I think that's a very important point. The second is it will be somewhat unpredictable. If you look at those that are currently in the freshman and sophomore class in the Republican Party and the incoming freshmen, you're talking about 75% of all the Republicans in Congress. That's a huge number of members that have come to Washington either in the last 4 years or will be coming over the next couple of months. And I think they feel like they have a very clear mandate in terms of this election.
I wanted to just make one point that we haven't talked about, and that has to do with the redistricting that was in terms of black congressional districts, majority black congressional districts. The Black Caucus now numbers 40 people. It'll probably be more with J.C. Watts, Republican. There are now 2 Republican Black Caucus members, so I guess it'll be 41. But the thought process was that you create districts so that blacks have congressional districts in control. So they jumped in the last few Congresses, so they have 39 or 40 or 41 members. In a way, this was very bad for the Democratic Party, because where there were, and so they drew lines so that assure a black congressional representation. When the districts were more dispersed and there were more blacks in more different districts, then they would have an impact on more districts, and maybe more districts would have gone Democratic. By isolating and really, there's no other word I could use, but segregating and making districts majority black, in a way, black voters in some instances lost the leverage to affect a race. And I don't think that was really looked at. And what you had, I saw one columnist saying, if the Democratic Party loses control of the House, there are 3 black members who have committee chairmanships, they will lose their committee chairmanships, and that there are 17 subcommittee chairmanships. Well, that was done for those 3 individuals. It would be greater, it seems to me, for the Democratic Party to have black voters determining more districts if you assume that they're going to go Democratic.
That's assuming that they're going to go
Yes.
Democratic. I think for a long-range strategy for the African American in this country, it's a good long-range strategy that in fact they represent 8% of the voting population in this country, and they now have more than 8% of the congressional seats in this country. And I think it's very interesting to see that we're now getting, like J.C. Watts this evening, a African American who is now representing a minority African American district. I don't believe African Americans in that district is more than about 15%. And yet he will now be representing that district. And I think that's where they are able to expand their influence in a long-range way.
We have about 25 minutes left to go in our coverage tonight. And we're going to go back to your telephone calls. I'll tell our callers that we have results from every one of the House races, everyone that has been reported thus far. So if there's one or two that you're curious about, you're welcome to ask, and we'll check our numbers and see where they stand. First is Burbank.
Hello, I'm calling from Burbank, and earlier it was talked about term limits, and the Republican pollster thinks term limits aren't such a good idea, and I think they're an excellent idea. It's one of the problems.
No, he thought they were a good idea. I'm not the Republican pollster, and I thought they were a bad idea. Just wanted to correct you.
He said that people should be able to vote out the people they want to vote out.
That's what I said. I'm not the Republican pollster. I don't want to be called that.
I'm sorry. You're a political analyst.
Right.
I think term limits are a good idea. I think we need a balanced budget amendment, and I'd like to see the Republicans do that one since they seem to think change is so needed. We also need campaign spending reform, and we need to take away the power of the lobby groups. A lot of trouble in Washington.
And a lot of anger connected with those issues. And in fact, the real issue with Tom Foley was not just the fact that he sued his own constituents to overturn their decision on term limits, but he almost didn't get the joke in coming back later and going back to court and asking for the court to pay for the legal fees connected with that suit. So it was a 1-2 punch that he really gave his taxpayers.
San Francisco.
Oh, hi. I feel, well, first of all, a quick comment. I see a lot of white male faces out there winning most of these races, so the more things change, the more they stay the same. But my main thing is that I feel that people really aren't making informed decisions. I feel that most of a small percentage, a modest percentage, are watching these shows like this and are, keeping abreast of the issues. But mainly they're watching Roseanne and whatever and the major channels and are getting most of their information from, these 30-second ads, and then that's what they base their decision on, or the name of the initiatives such as Save Our State. Oh, that sounds really good. I think I'll vote for that. People at the office, sometimes where I work, they don't even know who Newt Gingrich is, and they're going out and they're going to vote, So I just wonder what you think of that.
It goes, what kind of candidates did the Republicans put forward this year? That caller talks about white male faces.
Well, I want to address that. First of all, my staff will probably kill me for saying this, but maybe because I'm an ex-Democrat, I like watching Roseanne. I think it's a pretty good show and reflects a certain segment of people out there that have a point to be made. In terms of the Year of the Woman, which we heard a great deal about in the 1992 campaign, basically what you've seen today is that female candidates have kind of come of age And in doing so, the benefits that they brought to the table, the unique benefits they brought to the table, have been diminished to a great extent. In 1992, 67% of the American public was saying that they would get better government if they elected women. That dropped only 44% this year. So it's not necessarily more white men as much as it is they're being viewed in a much more neutral way between the male candidates and the female candidates. There was one thing that I think did hurt the female candidates this year, and that was the crime issue. And the crime issue and the focus on crime was a tougher issue for a woman to get out there and really make hard points about and look tough on. Even Ann Richards in Texas had to turn to things like juvenile crime and curfews to make her point.
KGO is reporting with 45% of the vote counted in California. 1 point difference between Huffington and Feinstein in that U.S. Senate race there. Let's take another call and we'll come back to Mark Plotkin. Great Falls, Montana.
Hello, C-SPAN.
Good evening.
I'd like to compliment you on your coverage of the whole election process. It's almost like watching the World Series. You know, you've come to the big climax tonight, and I thought you did a great job. Also, I'd like to comment on the situation with Republican victory and the margin of it. I kind of feel that a lot of it has to do with President Clinton and the way he has handled things. If you look at the crime bill, his big tax increase, everything that he passed just went down to the last vote. I mean, he called on every marker he could possibly get to get them passed. The accumulation of Whitewater, Waco. You look at when he went to Europe for Normandy, I think a lot of people kind of opened their eyes, especially the older Americans. People just started to realize what he was really all about. The mood in the country, I travel all over. I might be from Montana, but I go all over the western United States. And the mood that I see is definitely anti-Clinton. Small government, less taxes, and I think the American people have spoke tonight. Thank you.
Thanks very much. We were talking about term limits, and I'm going to quickly tell you some results for term limits. There were 6 states that had ballot initiatives, and tell you unofficial returns on how they're doing. Alaska, yes, with 61%. Colorado, yes, with 51%. District of Columbia, 62% said yes. Idaho, 58% said yes. Maine, 63% said yes. Massachusetts, 51% said yes. Nebraska, 68% said yes. Nevada, 70% said yes. Only one of the 6 said no to term limits. That was Utah. 65% said no there. Reaction?
Well, I can't explain Utah at all. Maybe you can enlighten me. And in fact, if Utah said no, I think that's the first state that has said no. And I think citizens are making a very big mistake by being for that.
I think Utah has shown a very clear satisfaction with the majority of their representatives and senators over the years. But I think what term limits is really representing is a new move in this country. And it's a move away from representative politics and a move towards interactive politics, where people are no longer satisfied with electing a representative for 2 years or a governor for 4 years or a president for 4 years or a senator for 6 years, and waiting until the next election to have a say in what's happening on the various issues. And not only is term limits becoming much more popular, but things like national initiative and referendum, super tax votes that go to initiative or referendum are also increasing in popularity. I think the technology is coming. I think the people are very clearly moving in that direction. It's really the politicians that are kind of behind them.
Los Angeles, your call.
Hello. Yes. I was calling concerning the governor's race out here and the politics in general that has happened. Right now, I used to be a registered Republican from Kansas, and I feel very sad for our country because what's going to happen now is here in California, if they think the riots was bad, with the passage of this 187, we are all going to have to duck for cover out here because these the Hispanic population out here is way outweighs any population out here. And we are going to have problems on our hands. And on top of that, we are looking at the southern whites taking over this country. And I would ask any one of your analysts that are sitting here, would you want to bet anything that come 1996 that Pat Robertson doesn't run for president of this country, because the Christians, so-called Christians, have taken over the Senate and the Congress of the United States of America.
All right. Thanks. Let's get a comment from Mark Plotkin.
Well, I think Proposition 187 really signified a xenophobic idea, made minorities and people that weren't Native Americans, that is, indigenous Americans, sort of the whipping boy for a lot of problems. And first of all, it's not very practical. It would end up costing California even more money, and it's going to be tied up in the courts. It was an emotional and visceral thing that I think at its base is just plays to demagogues.
We had a fax a little while ago asking us for an update in Alabama's governor's race. That is where Jim Folsom is running against Fob James Jr. And with 87% in, it was neck and neck, 50% for each one of the candidates. If we have any later information on that, we will let you know.
Just the interesting thing about Fob James, he was at one time a Democratic governor of Alabama, and then he became a Republican. Jim Folsom is the son of the legendary former governor, Big Jim Folsom in Alabama.
You said earlier, Ed Gus, that you were a Democrat and became a Republican.
Right.
Why'd you make the decision?
Some of it was the local politics in Oklahoma. And in Oklahoma in the mid-'70s, the progressive urban candidates were the Republicans, people like Jim Inhofe, people like Frank Keating, both out of Tulsa. And I hate to use this term, but the kind of traditional fat cigar-smoking politicians were all the Democrats. And so as a college student, kind of led more towards the Republican Party.
Let's go to Mr. Nethercutt in Seattle.
Ladies and gentlemen, can you hear me? All right. I can't believe you're still here. You know, it's almost midnight, and let me tell you, I've got the best supporters in all of the 5th Congressional District. We lost Meredith, age 14. She's gone home. She couldn't hack it. So, but Elliot's still here, and Mary Beth's still here. Let me tell you where we are. We can't declare victory yet. We've had 2 of the networks declare this Nethercutt campaign victorious. They did it on the basis of thousands of exit polling that was done at the during the day today. Their totals, I'm informed, show 52-48. The latest totals that I've seen show 52-48. So let's hope they're right. David. I'm cautious. I'm not ready to declare victory yet. Mr. Foley, I'm informed, has gone home, gone to bed, so. So I'm not comfortable saying we've won until he says we've won, but we're hoping for the best. Let me tell you what this race means, and I'm going to set you free tonight. You go home and we'll read about it in the morning probably. Well, all right. But those of you who feel compelled, please, feel free. It's okay. I'm going to be here. I'm not leaving. Let me tell you. We want to win.
Speech at this moment, but as you can see there, he is definitely very...
George Nethercutt in Spokane, Washington, but that broadcast from KIRO Television in Seattle. We want to take this opportunity before we continue our coverage of Campaign 94 to bring you an update on the governor's races around the country. Currently, in the governorships, there are 20 Republicans, 29 Democrats, and 1 independent. And in the new year, there will be 29 Republicans, 17 Democrats, and 4 of those governor's races are yet to be determined. One of those is the governor's race in Alabama with 93% of the vote tallied. That race is still 50-50. Jim Folson and Fob James Jr. There are about 10,000 votes difference between the two out of more than 1 million cast. So in Alabama, that race is still 50-50. In Alaska, the votes are just have begun to be counted out there, so we don't have early returns there. In Arizona, incumbent Governor Fife Symington has won re-election with 53% of the vote against Eddie Bacha, the Democratic candidate. In Arkansas, Jim Guy Tucker has won re-election with 60% of the vote, beating businessman Sheffield Nelson. In California, Governor Pete Wilson won re-election with about 57% of the vote. Another incumbent winning re-election, Roy Romer in Colorado with 55% of the vote to 39% for Bruce Benson. In Connecticut, in a 4-way race, former Congressman John Rowland, the Republican candidate, has won that race with 36% of the vote. Again, that a 4-way contest. 2 incumbent governors in the South winning re-election, Lawton Chiles winning with 51% of the vote, and also Zell Miller in Georgia winning also with 51% of the vote. Out in Hawaii, the Democratic candidate there, Ben Cayetano, has won the governor's race there with 39% of that vote in. In Idaho, Phil Batt, the Republican candidate, has won the governorship there with 52% of the vote, defeating Attorney General Larry Echohawk. In Illinois, Jim Edgar has won re-election with 64% of the vote, defeating Don Clark Netsch. Next door in Iowa, Terry Branstad has also won re-election with 57% of the vote. In Kansas, an open seat, this was a gain for the Republican Party in Kansas. Joan Finney retiring after 1 term, and the Republican candidate Bill Graves has won the governorship in Kansas. In Maine, with about 80% of the vote counted, this an open seat because the governor wasn't by state constitution allowed to run for re-election. The independent candidate there, Angus King, is leading with 36% of the vote. In Maryland, another race that's too close to call, about 6,000 votes separating Ellen Sauerbrey and Paris Glendening out of 1.3 million cast, that race at 50-50. In Massachusetts, Governor William Weld has won re-election with 71% of the vote. In Michigan, another incumbent winning re-election, John Engler with 61% of the vote. In Minnesota, Arnie Carlson again winning with 64%. In Nevada, Bob Biller, the Democratic incumbent, winning re-election with 54% of the vote. In New Hampshire, Steve Merrill winning with 70%. In New Mexico, Gary Johnson has defeated the incumbent, Bruce King. Gary Johnson polled 49% to 40% for the incumbent. In New York, George Pataki has defeated Mario Cuomo, 49% to 45%. In Ohio, George Voinovich winning re-election with 72% of the vote. In Oklahoma, a 3-way race with an independent candidate who got about a quarter of the vote. Frank Keating has won that election with 47% of the vote. In Oregon, John Kitzhaber, the Democrat, has won with 52% of the vote. Pennsylvania had a 3-way race. In that race, Tom Ridge has won the governorship with 45% of the vote. Independent candidate there, Peg Luksick, polled 13%. In Rhode Island, another 3-way race. Lincoln Almond, the Republican, winning with 47%. In South Dakota, the Republican, William Janklow, at 55%, winning there. In Tennessee, Republican Congressman Don Sundquist has won the governorship there with 54%. In Texas, winning with 53%, George W. Bush, defeating incumbent Governor Ann Richards. In Vermont, Howard Dean, the Democratic incumbent, winning re-election with 70% of the vote. In Wisconsin, Tommy Thompson, the Republican governor there, winning re-election with 67%. And in Wyoming, a GOP gain, Jim Geringer winning with 57% of the vote. And that's a look at the governor's races around the country. About 24 members of the House of Representatives, 24 incumbents, lost in their re-election bids, and we want to take a brief run through the states to tell you the incumbent members of the House of Representatives who lost this evening. In Arizona, Karen English was one of the losers. Bill Baker, a Republican from California, as near as we can tell, the only Republican incumbent who lost. That's in California's 10th district. Buddy Darden and Don Johnson, two incumbent members, losing in Georgia. In Idaho, Larry LaRocco lost, also Dan Rostenkowski in Illinois. Two Democratic members losing in Indiana, Jill Long and Frank McCloskey. Neil Smith lost in Iowa, Dan Glickman in Kansas, Tom Barlow in Kentucky, and George Hochbruckner in New York. David Price lost in North Carolina. Two members lost in Ohio, David Mann and Ted Strickland. And in Pennsylvania, Marjorie Margolis-Mezvinsky lost in her race. Two members in Texas, Bill Sarpaulis and Jack Brooks, have lost their race for re-election. Two members in Washington State, Jolene Unsold and Jay Inslee. And Leslie Byrne, a Democrat, Virginia, also lost. We'll have more of our coverage of Campaign 94 coming up in a few moments.
C-SPAN's live coverage of the 94 elections continues, and later on tonight, we'll show you election night highlights, including victory and concession speeches. And tomorrow, our live coverage continues throughout the day, starting at 7 with your calls, faxes, and email messages. At 2:30 from the White House, live coverage of President Clinton's post-election news conference. That's followed later in the day by a news conference by Senate Republican leader Bob Dole. Our coverage continues Thursday morning at 8 o'clock with the publisher of the Hotline Daily Political Briefing, Doug Bailey, as he moderates a discussion with Republican consultants Ed Goaz and Ed Rollins, Democratic strategist Ed Lazarus, and presidential pollster Stan Greenberg. Also, Ralph Reed of the Christian Coalition will be part of that caucus. Later on Thursday, a post-election news conference held by the National Women's Political Caucus. That's moderated by caucus president Harriet Woods. Our live coverage will start at 11:30 Eastern. We now continue with C-SPAN's election night coverage.
We're back here live, and we had scheduled to end in about 2 minutes, but we now have a report that 54% of the votes are counted in California, and it's a dead even race in that California U.S. Senate seat. So our two guests have graciously agreed to stay with us a little while longer. We'll see if we can get some final count out there in California. And so they'll stay at the table with us for a bit longer. We're going to continue taking your calls and faxes from around the country. Let's go to a caller from Tempe, Arizona. Caller, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
You have the floor. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to, first of all, you have super show, super coverage.
Thank you.
I hope that President Clinton and the Democrats who remain in Congress read the message that's been sent. The American people for 2 years have been saying we want a balanced budget amendment, we want a line item veto, and we want term limits. The Republicans have promised to give that to us, and we're looking to see if that's going to happen. But President Clinton and the Democrats remaining in Congress need to understand that there's going to be another election in 2 years. So the clock is running on both parties.
Mr. Coase?
And that's basically my comment.
Thank you.
Well, I think President Clinton made it very clear what he thought this campaign was about in the last couple of days of the campaign. Did you want to move ahead to in his form of moving forward, or turn back to the past? I think in this case there are some things about the past that the voters like better than his view of the future. And I think framing it future versus past is not going to be good enough. And things like term limits, things like a balanced budget, things like line item veto, and some of the key reform issues on Congress need to be implemented very quickly.
Is it all about economics?
Some of it is economics. I mean, quite frankly, the thing I believe is really driving it is more of a fear of the future, that voters are feeling increasingly out of touch with the American dream, or feeling like the American dream is getting further and further out of their grasp, and they want that dealt with. And it's not just in an economic area, it's also in a values area. We increasingly find voters putting a focus on values, and this without getting into an argument over family values. They really do feel there is a moral crisis in the leadership in this country.
Next is San Francisco.
Hi there. I'm calling regarding Prop 187.
Can you tell us anything?
It's way ahead. It's one, and I'm very upset about that. There's something wrong in this country when people will come out to the polls and vote to turn children out of school. I'm appalled. And, you know, it's going to end up in the courts, and a similar proposition ended up in the courts in Texas, and the Supreme Court said, hey, educate the kids. I think it's looking for scapegoats, and I don't want to be alarmist, but it reminds me of the early legal maneuvers of Nazi Germany. Am I out of line? Am I being too much of an alarmist? So, you know, I'm a diehard Democrat, of course, but it's been a disappointing evening for me. But I've experienced presidential disappointments for years, except for Clinton. He's the only president I've voted for who's won. Candidate I voted for who's won. But this goes beyond that. This is a little frightening, and I just wanted to comment on that. Thank you.
Thanks for calling in, Mark Platt.
Yeah, I'll just repeat what I said before. I think it's a cheap vote. It's an easy vote. It's a way of isolating one group that doesn't have any representation and doesn't really is not considered a part of the American system, and going after the most vulnerable of people. And politicians who supported it, I think, should be ashamed of themselves.
I work a great deal with Jack Kemp, and I think he made a very principled statement about 187. On the other hand, I have to tell you that there is a major problem in California, and I think part of Jack Kemp's point is that the real problem is we're not controlling our borders, that we're not doing the proper things in terms of immigration, and so we're kind of turning to 187 as the answer because we're not dealing with the original problem. I think that's part of the point. But again, I can tell you, I've looked at the polling. I watched the polling in that state on the issue. And the people to blame for 187 winning by as large of a victory as it did were the illegal immigrants, the ones that protested out there and waved the Mexican flag, not the American flag.
I have to jump in. When you say that, it reminds me of the anti-Vietnam War demonstrations, that everybody there was not pure, and you saw the Viet Cong flag or something like that, that people were responsible for everybody who marches.
That's
you know, it's sort of tainting everybody on the with the concept.
I was doing the polling for the anti-187. And I can tell you we were not able to get those people to be politically smart and keep those flags off the streets.
Well, I think it's you can't keep people. What were they to do? What were they to do?
They
Stop
should
them
have
from
acted like
marching?
they were interested in being in this country, as opposed to acting like all they want to do is bring Mexico to California.
Our next caller is from the Big Island in Hawaii.
Yeah, I'd like to ask a couple of questions and make a couple of points here. On the 187 proposition, I see that it's passed, and I'm really thankful for it, even though I don't understand how Clinton can appoint these court justices, and we don't have a say in it anyway. They're going to lean toward what Clinton and the Democrats want, which I was a previous Democrat before he was elected. I think that it's very wrong for the courts to decide what we should do when we overturn something or we decide to vote something in as people. Then how can our elected officials put it in a court and decide that it should go the other way or it shouldn't be? And these term limits on the second point is the same way. Even though we voted in as a term limit, the federal government comes in and tells us it can't be because the Supreme Court's going to overturn it. I think they need to leave it to us, the people, to decide what we want for our state. And even though I'm not from California, I've been here 22 years on the Big Island, and I don't think that the Supreme Court and the Democrats should dictate what we should do.
Well, there's just a concept, a constitutional concept. It was from Marbury versus Madison called judicial review, that any law can go to court. What you brought up, an auxiliary point, is what I want to see if there's going to be obstruction in the Senate. on judicial appointments, or for that matter, on U.S. attorney appointments. The president picks all the federal judges, selects them, and then the Senate confirms. And if the Republican Party in the U.S. Senate, who has the power to confirm, decides not to confirm a lot of different federal judgeships, not even talking about the next Supreme Court appointment, it's going to be very heated, and it's going to be very tumultuous.
Well, I'm told that, in fact, the California race is going to be in the balance for quite a while. So rather than extending the program for a long time without really knowing the results, we're probably going to wrap up in about another 5 minutes here or so. And lots of analysis tomorrow, so you'll be able to learn about that final number here or certainly on the news networks before. We're going to begin our call-in programs tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. Eastern Time, just 4 hours from now. And also lots of analysis in this town tomorrow, as you can well expect. At 9 a.m., Congressman Bill Paxton will be, a Republican, will be talking about the new House. At 10:15, Haley Barbour has a press conference. At 11:30 Eastern Time, David Wilhelm, the Democratic Party chief, will be in a news conference. And at 2:30 tomorrow afternoon, the President of the United States, Bill Clinton, will be reacting to today's election results. So not only tomorrow, but as you can imagine, for the next few weeks, a lot of discussion about what tonight all meant. I have a question for you, because we don't have much time. But when you travel in your job, as Ed Goaz can probably tell you, whenever you tell people that you're from Washington, D.C., they always want to know what's going on with the mayor's race. Explain to people, since you watch this city so well, what happened in the mayor's race? Why is Marion Barry the mayor of the District of Columbia?
Yeah, that's the most often asked question to me. He is not a stranger in the midst. I mean, this is a majority black city, but about 35% of the vote in terms of turnout are white voters. It's an overwhelmingly Democratic city, 11-to-1 Democratic registration. Marion Barry, when he goes around, or people who voted for him, feel that his life and his whole political existence was not defined by just one evening at the Vista Hotel where everybody saw the tape of him smoking crack cocaine. He had been an elected school board member, he had been an elected city council member, he had been a 3-term mayor. And so when he says, I know more people in this city than anybody else, he's not bragging. He's one of them. And they are ready, or at least African Americans in this city, are ready to look at him in terms of his totality of commitment and his totality of existence, and that's why they vote for him. I will say this, Carol Schwartz got, from the figures I see, the Republican candidate got 44% of the vote. That means that a lot of white Democrats and a lot of African American Democrats did the unthinkable and voted for Republican. She ran a very competitive race. He's going to have a very tough hoe ahead of him.
Have about 2 minutes left. Ed Goaz, many of the Republican candidates who were victors tonight in the Republican win and the 3 sets of races we've been looking at were clients of your companies. You said before the numbers pretty much matched up with what you were expecting, but any of these races in particular really tough fought on your part that you want to comment on, particularly feels good to you tonight?
Well, the 2 races that feel good to me tonight is Frank Keating and Jim Inhofe in Oklahoma, because 20 years ago this year, those 2 gentlemen as state senators convinced me to change parties, and so there's kind of it feels very good to watch both of them take statewide office. I think Jim Inhofe will be an even better senator than he was a congressman, and I think Frank Keating carries to Oklahoma after several years of working with Jack Kemp, kind of a new approach to government and defining the role of government that will be very good for the state of Oklahoma.
We are just about out of time, and we'll have to check in tomorrow morning for that final race in California U.S. Senate seat. But in this final minute, I want to thank not only our 2 special guests who have been here tonight in this final couple of hours, Ed Goaz and Mark Plotkin, but also the many guests who have been at our table since 8 p.m. Eastern Time. And also, I have to say thanks. I can't list all the folks who have been working here at C-SPAN, but our small staff has been working very hard, not just tonight, but throughout the campaign season, led by Steve Scully, our political editor, folks both on the technical side and the editorial side. Our thanks to all of them for their very hard work in putting our election coverage together in 1994. We'll close with a thanks to you, because without you watching, it wouldn't make any difference after all. Thanks for being with us tonight, and we'll see you again tomorrow at 7 a.m. Eastern Time, 4 hours from now.